Welcome to the June 4th, 2019 public hearing, public meeting of the Landmark Preservation Commission. I'll now call the roll. Chair Carroll.
Here.
Commissioner Bland. Here. Commissioner Chapin. Here. Commissioner Chen. Commissioner Devonshire. Here. Commissioner Goldblum. Here. Commissioner Johnson. Here. Commissioner Holford-Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Leckie. Commissioner Shamir Barron.
So, Commissioners, before we get started today, I just want to explain our process. We're so excited that today we're bringing forward 6 potential candidates, and it's the first time that we've ever brought 6 candidates together to recognize one cultural significance. So we're really excited about that. But just in sort of housekeeping to make sure that we keep the record straight as we go through the presentations, I want to just outline how we're going to do this. So Kate will read all of the items into the record, and we will have an introductory presentation, and then we will have a hearing on each individual item. And after each presentation, we will take testimony on that particular property, and then we'll move to the next property. And then anyone who is here to speak on multiple properties, we will do after all 6 presentations. So we'll open up one presentation, take testimony on that item, move to the next one, take testimony on that item, move to the next one, and at the end, we'll take testimony on any testimony that is on more than one property. And then we'll close the hearing. So I hope that's clear. We also, I understand, have run out of sign-in sheets, so we have some extras. So if you did not get to sign a sign-in sheet and turn it in, please raise your hand and we'll bring them over to you. Okay. Kate?
Good morning, Commissioners. Our first item is LP 2635, the Cappuccino, 31 Cornelia Street, Manhattan, Block 590, Lot 47 in part. The item proposed for a public hearing is an Italianate-style tenement and store building constructed in 1877 by Benjamin Warner that housed the Cappuccino from 1958 to 1968. Item 2, LP 2632, the Gay Activist Alliance Firehouse at 99 Wooster Street, Manhattan, Block 501, Lot 30. Item proposed for public hearing is a former New York City firehouse redesigned by Napoleon LaGuerre in 1881 to 82 that was headquartered in the Gay Activists Alliance in 1971 to 74. Item 3, LP 2633. Women's Liberation Center, 243 West 20th Street, Manhattan, Block 770, Lot 17. Item proposed for public hearing is an Anglo-Italian former firehouse designed in 1866 by Charles E. Hartshorn that housed the Women's Liberation Center from 1972 to 1987. Item 4 is LP 2634, the Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender Community Center at 208 West 13th Street, aka 206 to 218 West 13th Street, Manhattan, Block 617, Lot 47 in part. Item proposed for a public hearing is an Italianate-style public school building designed by Ammon McVeigh and built circa 1869 that has been the home of LGBT Community Center since 1983. Item number 5, LP 2636, James Baldwin Residence at 137 West 71st Street, Manhattan, Block 1143, Lot 19. Item proposed for public hearing is a former row house built in 1890 and altered by H. Russell Kenyon in 1961 into a modern-style apartment house that was the New York residence of author James Baldwin from 1965 to 1987. And item number 6, LP 2642, the Audrey Lord Residence at 207 St. Paul's Avenue, Staten Island, Block 516, Lot 32. Item proposed for a public hearing is a neo-colonial style house designed by Otto Loeffler, built in 1898, which was home to former New York State Poet Laureate Audrey Lorde from 1972 to 1987.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Margaret Herman. As the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall Riots approaches later in June, coinciding with World Pride being held in New York City, LPC has been studying sites important to LGBT history in New York City to develop a set of priorities for designation that will build on the designation of the Stonewall Inn in 2015. Research staff formed a committee to study sites throughout the city associated with LGBT historical significance and developed a set of priorities. We also met with the LGBT Historic Sites Project, other advocates, and elected officials to understand their priorities for designation. The 6 properties presented today for public hearings were calendared on May 14th. Discrimination and exclusion of lesbians and gay people from public life dates back to the very beginning of American history. After World War II and throughout the 1950s, an increasing number of anti-gay laws were passed around the country, legalizing discrimination and making life for lesbians and gays even more restrictive. The discriminatory environment of the 1950s and 1960s meant that very few people would acknowledge that they were homosexual. In the 1950s, lesbian and gay activists and groups such as the Madison Society and Daughters of the Elitists strove to merely have their right to exist recognized. Starting in the late 1960s, more resistance and success on the part of the LGBT community began to build, with peaceful rallies and acts of protest leading to the defining moment of the Stonewall riots in Greenwich Village. On June 28, 1969, the Stonewall Inn was raided as part of the police crackdown on gay clubs. Rather than dispersing, bar's customers remained in front of the club and a crowd grew, mostly members of the LGBT community. Increasingly angry at the rough treatment some were receiving and resentful of the unfairness of the situation, the crowd began chanting gay pride and gay power and throwing pennies and other objects. The police were forced to retreat into the bar, which became the focus of protests and confrontations that continued for the next few days. The legacy of Stonewall was the inspiration of a nationwide movement to secure LGBT civil rights. Almost overnight, a large number of new lesbian and gay organizations were established, many of which were predecessors to groups located within some of the LGBT sites presented here today. At the same time, the LGBT community made significant contributions to arts and culture, leading to greater awareness and understanding. Despite the obstacles they faced, the LGBT community has thrived in New York City and included many of the city's most celebrated cultural figures. We developed a framework for potential designations that would recognize groups and individuals that helped move forward the LGBT civil rights movement by creating political and community support structures and by bringing LGBT cultural expression to the public realm. These proposed designations will build on our designation of the Stonewall Inn as an individual landmark by recognizing some of the foundational locations for LGBT activism in the second half of the 20th century. These buildings housed a theater where gay theater productions were performed in public for the first time in the decade before Stonewall, political and community service organizations supporting the LGBT community, and residences of 2 of the nation's most important African-American writers and civil rights activists, whose literary work presented honest depictions of bisexual and same-sex relationships. These buildings retain their appearance and integrity to the period of cultural significance described in the following presentations. Many of these involve repurposing city-owned buildings, including firehouses and schools, to provide important services to the LGBT community. Recognizing that LGBT history dates to well before the 1960s and across the city's 5 boroughs, we hope these designations will be the beginning of a wider conversation about the preservation of buildings significant to New York City's LGBT history. Okay, so I'll be presenting also on the Cappuccino, which occupied the ground floor commercial space of 31 Cornelia Street from 1958 to 1968, and is culturally significant as the birthplace of Off-Broadway and as New York City's first gay theater. Number 31 Cornelia Street is situated between Bleecker and West 4th Streets in the Greenwich Village neighborhood of Manhattan, historically a hub for creatives and bohemians. The building is located within the Greenwich Village Historic District Extension 2, which was designated as a New York City landmark in 2010. The 4-story brick, tenement, and store building has a stone foundation and Philadelphia brick walls. It was constructed in 1877 by Benjamin Warner in a modest Italian style for owner Michael Maloney. Joe Chino, an Italian-American gay man, opened the Cappuccino Art Gallery in 1958 as a coffee shop and art exhibition space. Soon, the cafe was also used for poetry readings and small experimental theater productions, becoming known as just the Cappuccino or the Chino. The open and supportive atmosphere fostered by Chino and his friends allowed the Cappuccino to emerge as a venue for new and unknown fans, most of whom were gay men. At this time, portraying homosexuality in theatrical productions was a criminal offense, and the Cappuccino became the center for gay artists to share their work. Many of these projects overtly depicted homosexual themes on stage for the first time. The venue established the off-Broadway scene, free from the usual constraints of Broadway and off-Broadway projects that were required to adhere to specific financial structures and more conventional narrative subjects. Performances at the Cappuccino were intimate, often unconventional, and produced on tight or non-existent budgets. Additionally, the shows were unusually cheap to attend, making the theater more widely available to diverse audiences than traditional Broadway or off-Broadway acts. All that was generally required was a $1 purchase at the cafe. Playwrights and performers who presented their work at the Cappuccino pioneered the off-Broadway, experimental, and gay theater movements. The Chino provided an open and supportive environment for these artists to stage their early work, creating a theater that consistently acknowledged the existence and experience of gay people, without the prevailing homophobic stereotypes. While the Chino legitimized the value of experimental theater in its own right, many artists involved in establishing the off-Broadway scene also garnered success with off-Broadway or Broadway productions. Tom Ian, who wrote the Broadway hit Dreamgirls in 1981, for which he won a Tony, John Guar, author of 6 Degrees of Separation, Sam Shepard, actor and playwright who won a Pulitzer in 1979 for his play Gary Child, and Lanford Wilson, who wrote the Broadway hit 5th of July, are a few of the many playwrights that got their start at the Cappuccino. Other well-known figures also became patrons of the venue, including playwright Edward Albee and artist Andy Warhol. Historic photos of the Chino often show the storefront covered in posters and wooden boards. These were primarily installed after a fire in 1965 and were left up as a visual barrier for the police, who regularly harassed Joe Chino and raided the venue for not having a cabaret license. The Cappuccino closed in 1968 after Joe Chino's tragic suicide. Even before the 1969 Stonewall riots, the cafe provided a safe and nurturing space for gay artists to congregate, stage their work, and openly portray narratives and themes significant to the LGBT community. The upper stories of 31 Cornelia Street remain intact, and the exterior of the storefront retains the overall form from the mid-20th century when it was occupied by the Cappuccino, including the side bay entrance flanked by iron pilasters, the configuration of the recessed storefront entrance and fenestration, and the wood cornice with in brackets above the first story. Much of the storefront is now clad with vertical board wood paneling. The proposed landmark site is a lot in park, outlined here in solid red, consisting of the footprint of the building where the Cappuccino was located. A rear building, which is not visible from the street and does not contribute to the proposed landmark's cultural significance, remains in the Greenwich Village Historic District Extension 2. The research staff recommends designation as an individual landmark to recognize the Cappuccino's cultural significance. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Are there any questions for Margaret? Okay, we'll take public testimony. We'll start with Andrew Heffron, Councilmember John's office.
Thank you, yeah. My name is Andrew Sheffman. I work in Councilman Drown's office. I'd like to read a statement on behalf of the councilman to the committee. Dear Chair Carroll and Commissioners, as Chair of the New York City Council's LGBT caucus and longtime activist, I am ready to express my strong support for the landmark designations being discussed today. Each of these sites is significant to the LGBT community and our unique history. Considering that many other important sites have been permanently lost over the decades, it is of the utmost importance that we safeguard these 6 sites and preserve them for future generations. I would like to focus on the places that have a personal significance. The LGBT Community Center has played a central role in our city's history and is a focal point for much organizing on various fronts. I have been to the center many times over the years and witnessed the transformative power this space has had on LGBT lives. Before entering the council, I was a public school teacher for 25 years. After entering the council, I have been working to ensure that LGBT issues are integrated into our school curricula. For students of all backgrounds, but especially young people of color, James Baldwin and Audre Lorde served as role models. They were brilliant writers and fearless civil rights leaders. Their work should be read in every school and their residents recognized as historic sites. The Gay Activists Alliance Firehouse is a vital gathering point for the early gay rights movement. The firehouse also holds a special place in my own history. As a young gay man looking for a connection with other LGBT individuals, I visited the firehouse often and found a welcoming environment that was, sadly, so rare in the early 1970s. I encountered heroes of the movement there, including the late Morty Manford among others, and eagerly learned from them. I continue to draw inspiration from their exemplary lives. Designation of these 6 New York City sites as individual landmarks on the basis of their cultural significance aligns with the Commission's goals of fostering civic pride, as well as promoting landmarks for the education of the people of our city. The Commission's 2015 designation of the Stonewall Inn represented a major victory for preservationists, historians, and human rights activists alike. It is my hope that in 2019, the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising, LGBT New Yorkers will be given the opportunity to experience the pride that comes with one's history receiving official landmark status. I hope the Landmark Preservation Commission will recognize the tremendous significance of these sites to New York City and American history and approve these designations. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Amanda Davis?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Amanda Davis, and I'm the project manager of the New York City LGBT Historic Sites Project, a cultural heritage initiative founded by historic preservationists in 2015 to document historic places connected to the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community in the city's 5 boroughs. The project strongly supports the designation of the Cafe Chino as a New York City landmark. In 2017, on behalf of the project, I authored the National Register of Historic Places nomination for the Chino, which operated from 1958 to 1958. In it, I noted the Chino's significance as the first venue of importance to continuously stage off-Broadway theater, then a newly emerging movement, and for its role in the development of gay theater and its support of gay playwrights, at a time when depicting homosexuality on stage was illegal. While the Chino attracted the attention of established theater professionals and artists, it was first and foremost a home for unknown theater talent to hone their skills and write about works of their choosing without censorship. From the Cafe Chino came Pulitzer Prize and Tony Award winners, founders of influential theater companies, and many others whose achievements are included in the National Register nomination. The Chino is also a testament to the arts as a powerful force for social change and self-empowerment, as it was the first venue to regularly perform plays by and about gay men in what was still an incredibly repressed and homophobic era. The space impacted gay audience members as well, far beyond the walls of the Chino. For the first time in New York, and perhaps in the country, LGBT people, on a year-round basis and in one centrally located space, regularly saw depictions of themselves in a more multidimensional and realistic light, thus contrasting the negative stereotypes that had permeated mainstream theater and film for most of the 20th century. Operating in the years before the 1969 Stonewall Uprising, the Chino was also a crucial safe space for gay theater artists. It allowed them to live openly, to feel welcome to write about, direct, and perform in plays with gay subject matter, and to see their work staged in front of mostly receptive audiences at a time when this combination of factors was rare. As Chino veteran and Tony-nominated playwright William M. Hoffman so poignantly recalled, I never would have been a playwright without the Cafe Chino. I never certainly would have written about gay subjects that freely. That was the kind of empowerment that the place gave us. We were no longer victims. The project asks that the Commission build on the National Register listing and designate the Cafe Chino a New York City landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Botcher?
Good morning. My name is Eric Botcher. I'm Chief of Staff to New York City Council Speaker Corey Johnson. Here to read testimony on behalf of Speaker Johnson, State Senator Brad Hoylman, Assembly Member Deborah J. Glick, Assembly Member Daniel O'Donnell, Council Members Margaret Chin, Debbie Rose, Daniel Drum, Carlos Menchaca, Richie Torres, and Jimmy Van Bramer, related to the proposed designation of 6 individual landmarks. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the individual landmark designations of these 6 important buildings, each one telling part of the incredible story of a great city. As New York City elected officials, we believe strongly that New York's landmarks must be inclusive of our community's history. This commission designated the Stonewall Inn as an individual landmark in 2015. The buildings now under consideration for landmark designation have also critical significance to the LGBT community. a community that is unequivocally made New York and at the center for arts, culture, and acceptance for more than 50 years and decades more to come. As we approach the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising and we celebrate Pride Month, we're thrilled to support 6 new landmark designations before the Commission. The LGBT Community Center at 208 West 13th Street, Cafe Chino at 31 Cornelia Street, the Women's Liberation Center at 243 West 20th Street, the Gay Activist Alliance Firehouse at 99 Wooster Street, Audrey Lord's residence at 207 St. Paul's Avenue on Staten Island, the James Baldwin residence at 137 West 71st Street. Individual landmark status for these buildings will help ensure that their historical importance to the LGBT community is preserved and recognized for generations to come. We want to thank Landmark Preservation Commission and Chair Sarah Carroll for their leadership in recognizing the importance of cultural landmarks in New York City. We also want to thank the NYC LGBT Historic Sites Project, Village Preservation, the Historic Districts Council, and all the other stakeholders who played a critical role in this movement. The challenges we face from a homophobic administration in the White House have made it even more important that we preserve and celebrate LGBTQ history and pay homage to the activists who came before us. Their legacies will live on in these sites and in the millions of lives who have benefited from your courage and strength. Thank you.
Jay Shockley.
My name is Jay Shockley. I'm one of the founders and co-directors of the New York City LGBT Historic Sites Project. Prior to this, as a few people in the room may know, I was on the staff of the Landmarks Commission for 35.5 years, including 9 years as Deputy Director of Research. 26 years ago, in 1993, I was one of the 2 staff members, along with Carol Harris, who's here today, who introduced LGBT history into designation reports to which I was assigned. And I'd like to point out the fact that isn't necessarily well known, even at this commission, that made those designation reports unique in the entire United States for quite some time afterwards. So I'm obviously pleased to be here today when the commission has taken up this initiative. I wholeheartedly thank everybody involved in that. I'm specifically speaking Cafe Chino, and I won't repeat what Amanda already said on behalf of our project, but I obviously support all 6 items. I'd also like to do a shout out to my former colleagues in the research department for not only continuing the legacy that Gail and I started 26 years ago by taking up this initiative and studying the properties, some of which we recommended to the commission, but also by incorporating LGBT history into other designation reports, which is equally important. I'm particularly thinking of the recent Central Harlem Historic District report, which mentioned the fact that Flagg, who planned the March on Washington, was an openly gay man. Our project sincerely looks forward to helping guide the LPC in future designations, particularly in the realm of architecturally undistinguished properties that the Commission still has shown reluctance in approaching, but are highly, highly significant in terms of LGBT history and culture, and the Walt Whitman House, which is nationally significant, is one of those properties.
Andrew Berman.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Andrew Berman. I'm the Executive Director of Village Preservation. I'm here today to express our strong support for the proposed designation of 31 Cornelia Street, former home of the Cafe Chino, as an individual landmark. In 2006, Village Preservation proposed this building, along with several other surrounding buildings, for landmark designation as part of the South Village Historic District, noting the critical LGBT and theatrical history of Cafe Chino and several other sites in the area. In 2010, the Landmarks Preservation Commission designated the first phase of that proposed historic district, including 31 Cornelia Street, as a significant building and noting its LGBT and theater history in the designation report. Thus, unlike the other potential LGBT landmarks being considered today, 31 Cornelia Street and the Cafe Chino do have their LGBT history and cultural significance noted as part of the rationale for designation. Nevertheless, given its extraordinary significance, we are happy to see that history further recognized with individual landmark status and support the proposed designation. Cafe Chino is universally recognized as the birthplace of off-Broadway theater, of the off-Broadway theater movement, as well as for its critical role it played in nurturing experimental theater and providing a forum for openly gay playwrights and actors to share material related to gay and lesbian identity when few such opportunities existed. Because of this extraordinary level of openness provided by cafe proprietor Joe Chino, himself a gay man, the cafe became a hub of creative innovation and accessibility, freeing playwrights and actors from the constraints normally associated with conventional theater, even off-Broadway. Artists including Langford Wilson, John Dwyer, Sam Shepard, Doric Wilson, and Jean-Claude Van Eveley, among many others, got their start there. Though it only lasted 10 years, Cafe Chino's impact, especially in the pre-Stonewall years, which were characterized by pervasive oppression and silencing of LGBT voices, was immeasurable. Cafe Chino was certainly one of the most influential cultural venues at the time in a neighborhood with an extraordinary, perhaps even unprecedented, number of such venues during this era. We are proud to count the Cafe Chino as part of the rich cultural legacy of Greenwich Village and to see the impact it had upon the broader culture recognized. 13 years after first proposing the Cafe Chino for landmark designation as part of the South Village Historic District, we are happy to be able to stand before you today to urge you to vote to designate the site a New York City landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie Dominic.
My name is Maggie Dominic. I was an early member of the off-Broadway theater movement and was an active participant at the Cafe Chino from 1965 until its closing in 1968. The Cafe Chino was owned and operated by Joe Chino. Joe was born in November 16, 1931 in Buffalo, New York. From 1948 to 1958, he worked several jobs in order to fulfill his dream of opening a small cafe where he could show artwork and have poetry readings. He rented the tiny storefront at 31 Cornelia and opened the Cafe Chino in December 1958. Within a year, readings began, and within 3 years, full productions. Over a 10-year period, 1958 through 1968, a group of new, unknown playwrights emerged who began to use the tiny 8-foot stage to experiment with new theatrical work, to use the free venue, the safe venue that Joe Chino offered, and to fulfill their only requirement, which was to do their very best work. A partial list of awards received by those who began their careers at the Cafe Chino include the Pulitzer Prize for Drama, Emmy Awards, Grammy Awards, Tony Awards, Obie Awards, the New York Drama Critics Circle Award, and the Robert Chesley Award for Lifetime Achievement in Gay and Lesbian Playwriting. In 1985, I co-curated the exhibition Cafe Chino and Its Legacy at the Astor Gallery at Lincoln Center. The exhibition documentation has become part of the Library for the Performing Arts permanent collection and is open to the public. The Cafe Chino brought theater into the modern era, created off-Broadway, and from its very humble beginning at 31 Cornelia Street, forever nurtured the performing arts worldwide, and I fully support the I fully support the designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Brittany Thomas.
Good morning, my name is Amy Thomas. I'm here representing the Historic Districts Council, which is the advocate for New York City's designated historic districts, landmarks, and buildings meriting preservation. On the eve of the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall riots and during the first week of Pride Month, HDC is thrilled that the Landmarks Commission dedicated substantial time and resources to designate sites of LGBTQ significance. This community is deeply woven into the fabric of New York and deserves recognition. It is our hope that these designations will serve as future inspiration and as models to other cities across the country to embrace and celebrate LGBTQ heritage sites, particularly in locales where these communities remain ostracized. The NYC LGBTQ Historic Sites Project has done a tremendous job of documenting scores of places citywide, and we hope that the Landmarks Commission will designate more sites in the future, particularly the Leaves of Grass House at 99 Ryerson Street, Brooklyn. HDC supports the designation of the Cafe Chino as an individual landmark. While the structure itself is already protected as part of the Greenwich Village Historic District, this designation would more intentionally acknowledge and honor this site's cultural and historical significance to our city, which is considered the birthplace of off-Broadway theater. More importantly, it provided a space where an artistic community could emerge and depict homosexuality in theater, which was illegal at the time. The Cafe Chino was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 2017 for its cultural significance, and designation as an individual landmark brings deserved visibility to this former venue. Thank you. Thank you. Christabel Bob.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. For many years, we have tried to call attention to these words in the Landmarks Law. The protection, enhancement, perpetuation, and use of improvements and landscape features of special character or special historical or aesthetic interest or value is a public necessity and is required in the interest of the health, prosperity, safety, and welfare of the people. It is historical or aesthetic interest that must be preserved, and historic interest mentioned first is imperative, with or without special aesthetic interest, meaning architectural distinction. That is why places we are now calling cultural landmarks need to be designated for their historic importance, bringing to the administration of the Landmarks Law the full force of its intended powers. So we welcome and support all the designations proposed today. Ours, and state and national recognition of the Stonewall, is finally bearing more fruit. We concur with others who hope that more is to follow. We have already written to you about the Wayland House. Cafe Chino was on the forefront of off-Broadway, which should be understood as opening the door to a wider exploration of human nature on the American stage. It is ironic, of course, that in designating the Broadway theaters 30 years ago, the LPC silently recognized the contributions of Tennessee Williams, Edward Albee, Leonard Bernstein, and so many others, without whose talents the Broadway theaters might have withered on the vine. Similarly, the designated Yiddish Art Theater, which became Phoenix Theater, staged The Golden Apple, an extravaganza of the marvelous John LaTouche. So, to preserve and make known New York's history, today's double layer of designations is needed. Rather than amending designation reports, you are imposing a second and equally important rationale for preservation on places that speak of important civil rights and the liberation that must be defended. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Eskenazi.
Hello, thank you for recognizing the Cafe Chino. I cannot tell you the feeling and the spirit that was Joe Chino. He was extraordinary and brought to us this incredible movement. It's not just a movement, it was a feeling, a spirit. And as you walked down those streets, and of course to that monument, 31, it permeated as as it went on. It went up every street in the village and then everywhere. He was extraordinary. And so many wonderful, I did so many wonderful plays. Bob Heidi moved the magnificent play. And Bill Hoffman, David Starkweather, so many people, Tom Ian, Harry Katukas, and so forth. It was so wonderful, but isn't that why we're all here, to have that spirit, that age, which was so permeated everything, so strong. That's what it's all about. That's why we're here. And that's why we continue to do those things. It has to come back, and recognizing this will make that happen. He was really just, of course, inspired all of this. He did. But also, it was also a lot of fun, I can tell you. It was, Warren Finnerty was a magnificent actor at the Living Theater and played Legion Connection. He's a legend. And we used to go when Joe was cleaning up and closing down for the evening. And just to say goodnight, like at 1 in the morning or something, he would always go by, knock on the door, and he'd open the door. It was just terrific feeling. And so many plays that were done finally throughout the world began here. And sometimes you would just go, and he would just take you and throw you into the light. And you just had to perform something. He introduced you, you just had to do it. Just throw it. There are many things to say about it. But that's the amazing thing. That spirit is what it's all about. And all of them, they're not just building movements and so forth. But this was incredible. And I just rejoice, and I think we all share, in the recognition of this wonderful place. And I know that it will bring it back very strongly. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? Anyway, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, George Chauncey.
He's going to speak on all 6
Okay,
items.
great. And Francis Scanlon also signed in. Are you speaking on all of them or just on Cafe Tino?
On 99 Ryerson, and in support of all of that.
Okay, so that we'll do later. This is, all right, so we'll keep seeing that. Okay, is there anyone else who'd like to speak specifically on Cafe Chino? Okay, so we'll move to the next presentation.
Hello and good morning. I am Matt Postal, and I will present the Gay Activist Alliance bios. Gay Activist Alliance was founded in December 1969 by a small group of activists, formerly members of the Gay Liberation Front, to secure basic human rights, dignity, and freedom for all gay people. As described in the New York Public Library exhibition, in the year following the Stonewall riots, the Gay Activist Alliance became a major activist force in New York, fighting for civil rights legislation and opening a community center in Soho, their firehouse, which became a nexus for New York City gays and lesbians. This New York organization was most active during 1971 to 74, when this former New York City Fire Department engine company building served as its headquarters. The Gay Activist Alliance Firehouse is located in the Soho Cast Iron District on the west side of Wooster Street, between Spring and Prince Streets. The proposed landmark site is the tax lot shown here in red. The Gay Activist Alliance Firehouse has been described as New York City's first gay community center. In addition to containing offices on the second and third floors, it was an important gathering place where numerous alliance meetings were held, as well as dance parties and cultural events. The Gay Activist Alliance produced a weekly news program that was broadcast on cable television during this period and published Gay Activist, a monthly newsletter. The New York City chapter lobbied for passage of LGBT civil rights legislation through sit-ins and picket lines. It also planned what it called zaps to confront politicians and celebrities about their positions on LGBT issues and to gain media attention. A firehouse was built on this site in the early 1850s. This building was substantially redesigned by the prolific fire department architect Napoleon Lebrun in 1881-82. 3 stories tall, the painted cast iron base incorporates a single apparatus bay and rusticated piers. The second and third floors are red brick with stone trim and terracotta details. When the Soho Cast Iron Historic District was designated by the Landmarks Commission in August 1973, the Gay Activist Alliance was leasing the building. At this time, a shield was hung on the second floor, displaying the lowercase Greek letter lambda, which the Alliance adopted as its symbol in 1970. In the 1970 flyer pictured on the right, from records at the New York Public Library, the Alliance announced the use of the symbol to signify, quote, a commitment among men and women to achieve and defend their human rights as homosexual citizens and to affirm the liberation of all gay people. The Gay Activist Alliance was the first gay organization to adopt this symbol, and it remains an international symbol of LGBT rights. The interiors were partly destroyed by arson in October of 1974. In subsequent years, the Gay Activist Alliance became less active and the organization disbanded in 1981. The Gay Activist Alliance was a major force in gay and lesbian activism in New York City and across the United States, and it inspired other activist organizations that continued its legacy. Many important LGBT groups were founded or used space in the building, such as the Lesbian Feminist Liberation, Gay Youth, the Gay Men's Health Center, and the Catholic Group Ticket. As you'll see in subsequent presentations, several of these groups went on to establish their own headquarters or found space in the LGBT Community Center in Greenwich Village. The Gay Activist Alliance and these subsequent groups were important agents of change, and their efforts led to the eventual passage of legislation making discrimination based on sexual orientation in the workplace or housing illegal in New York City. The firehouse remains intact to its period of association with the Gay Activist Alliance, and the research staff recommends designation as an individual landmark to recognize its cultural significance. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, Richard Wanda.
Good morning. I'm Richard Wandel. I'm a lifelong New York City native, currently in East Elmhurst, Queens. I'm also the second president of the Gay Activist Alliance, and I'm the founding archivist of the LGBT Community Center's National History Archive. I'm here, I certainly support all 6, but I'm here primarily to speak about the firehouse and also about the LGBT Center. The firehouse was at the time a revelation to the gay community. It was a place certainly for our meetings and for our politics at a height of perhaps 400 people meeting weekly to plan our various actions and strategies. It was also a gathering place for men and women in the community through our Saturday night dances, which brought together usually about 1,000 people into the firehouse to dance and to be themselves. I guess I particularly remember the first dance and the gathering of the police department to cite us for having the nerve to do such a thing. The firehouse and GAA went on to be certainly the dominant organization, not only in New York City, but in the nation at that time, through its nonviolent, but I assure you, very active ZAPs, sit-ins, and general hellraiser. New York, of course, is significant not only in the United States in the LGBT movement, but actually worldwide. What began at Stonewall and was carried on by the early post-Stonewall activists, including the Activists Alliance, has at this point spread worldwide and is recognized as such. New York City is rightly proud of that record. And the recognition and designation of the GAA Firehouse is an important step in proudly proclaiming that reality. I'm starting to get a little sorry. More recently, I've been involved with the Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender Community Center as the founder of their archive, recently retired. That too is a place which has gathered LGBT people together in a way unheard of before, socially, politically, culturally. The numbers of people, including several current council members, who talk about it in effect saving their lives when they first went there, continues to this very day. The numbers of organizations, LGBT organizations, founded by meeting at the center is a very long list indeed. And it is the cultural spot of the LGBT today and a leader nationwide in its programs. I obviously support all of these as being designated, but I must say my heart is particularly strong with the firehouse and with the LGBT community center. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Dolkar?
Good morning. My name is Andrew Dolkart, and I'm a co-founder and co-director of the New York City LGBT Historic Sites Project, a cultural heritage initiative founded by historic preservationists in 2015 to document historic places connected to the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community in the city's 5 boroughs. On behalf of both the project and myself, I strongly support the designation of the former GAA Firehouse as an individual landmark. The Gay Activists Alliance, or GAA, organized in 1969, was among the most significant post-Stonewall organizations in the United States. It was both a political force seeking civil rights for the gay and lesbian community and a social organization where LGBT people could socialize in a relaxed and supportive manner. The GAA occupies the former firehouse from 1971 to 74. As a political entity, the GAA was amazingly effective as a pioneer in vocal public advocacy for LGBT rights. The group initiated what were known as ZAPs, where they confronted politicians in a media-savvy manner in order to gain public attention to issues of discrimination against LGBT people and demand support for gay rights. Many of these ZAPs and other political actions were planned in the Wooster Street building. At a time when vocal calls for gay rights were still novel, the GAA was incredibly successful in getting its demands publicized, setting the foundation for later LGBT advocacy for civil rights legislation, AIDS advocacy, marriage rights, and other issues continuing to this day. But the firehouse was more than just a place to plan political actions. It was the first LGBT community center in New York and among the first in the world. Developing a social scene away from the mob-operated bars where LGBT people could feel safe and welcome was a crucial goal of the post-Stonewall movement. The firehouse hosted successful dances, as we've heard, often attracting over 1,000 people, movie nights called Firehouse Flicks, and meetings by such important early gay liberation groups as Lesbian Feminist Liberation, the Gay Men's Health Project, and the Black Lesbian Caucus. The fact that the interior of the building was destroyed in an arson fire, widely seen as an act of homophobia, is an indication of the obstacles that the post-Stonewall LGBT rights movement faced and puts into perspective just how courageous the members of the GAA were in their public actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Berman.
Thank you very much. I'm Andrew Berman, Executive Director of Village Preservation, and I'm here to express our strong support for the proposed designation of the Gay Activist Alliance Firehouse for individual landmark designation. In 2014, Village Preservation proposed the Firehouse along with the Stonewall Inn, the LGBT Community Center, and Julius's Bar for landmark designation, addressing the lack of recognition of the important LGBT history of these sites in their historic district designation reports, which in all cases made no mention of this incredibly important aspect of these buildings' history. The Stonewall Inn was landmarked in 2005, and the center is now under consideration along with the GAA Firehouse. We appreciate the LPC moving this proposed designation forward and note the remarkable progress of the last several years. Prior to 2015, there was not a single individually landmarked building in New York City based primarily upon LGBT history. In fact, while there has been significant progress on that account in the designation of historic districts, until today, the Stonewall Inn has remained New York City's sole individual LGBT historic landmark. We are happy to see that potentially change. The GAA Firehouse more than merits landmark designation. The Gay Activist Alliance was one of the most influential post-Stonewall LGBT groups, pioneering ZAPs against political opponents while also promoting the earliest gay civil rights legislation in the country. Their presence at the Firehouse at 99 Wooster Street was particularly consequential as they turned the building into a de facto LGBT community center when no such entity formally existed. Their reuse of the abandoned city-owned structure also spoke to the growing movement transforming Lower Manhattan at that time, where disused structures were reimagined for new and unconventional purposes, heralding a period of unrivaled political and social creativity and ferment in this area in the mid to late 20th century. Even the firebombing of the building in 1974, which hastened the Gay Activist Alliance departure, spoke to the often violent pushback which openly LGBT people, especially advocates for social change, commonly faced at this time. While the Gay Activist Alliance occupied this building at the time of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District designation in 1973, there is no mention of its presence in the designation report, nor of the singularly important role in history this building played, which was not yet apparent at that time. 5 years after we first proposed the GAA Firehouse for landmark designation, we are happy to be able to stand before you today to urge you to vote to designate this site a New York City landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt McGee.
I'm Matt McGee. Today I'm wearing pink as a reminder. There was a time and a place when I would have had to wear a pink triangle to set me out from ridicule and abuse. Our hard-earned rights are still in danger from swaggering political leaders in this country and others. In America, justice for all is pledged excuse me, by many Americans on an ongoing basis at ball games and political events. I believe these memorials to granting our gay rights, of our rights, can play an ongoing role in keeping the promise alive. For without justice, there's no liberty. The memorials are advocates for our continuation of justice for all. Save the Firehouse. Save them all. We need the reminders. we're the leaves of grass.
Ronald Carnegie.
My name is Ronald Kopnicki, and I'm here to support the designation of 99 Wooster Street, the site of the Gay Activists Alliance Firehouse, both on behalf of the Society for the Architecture of the City and as a former patron of the firehouse. My testimony thus has a political and a personal dimension. It may be that in recalling the role of GAA and the firehouse in the struggle for liberation, it is impossible to separate the political, the social, and the personal. I first experienced the firehouse in January of 1972 during my senior year at Rutgers University in Brunswick, New Jersey. I had recently become active in the group there, then known as the Rutgers Student Homophile League, which had been formed and modeled on the basis of an already existing organization at Columbia University. The formation of these groups had been catalyzed by the Stonewall Rebellion. Stonewall had been fueled by a general rage of discrimination, but I believe that some of the more specific anger resulted from the fact that establishments like Stonewall could be raided by the police whenever the police saw fit. In the aftermath of Stonewall, activists for liberation looked for social alternatives to the bars, which would not be so susceptible to such raids. These alternatives were provided by groups like those at Columbia and Rutgers, which sponsored dances and other social activities, but also significantly by GAA at the firehouse. Whereas our Rutgers events generally occurred once a month, GAAs were more frequent. I recall more veteran activists saying, "Don't go to the bars, go to the firehouse." And over the next several years, I often did. Of course, on the wider political scene, GAA was in the forefront of the struggle for many of our current political and personal gains. Among others, legislation for civil rights in the New York City Council and the struggle for marriage rights. A final intertwining of the political and the personal in the context of the firehouse is this. It was on that first visit of mine in January of 1972 that I first laid eyes on the man with whom I've had a relationship of 47 years and to whom I am now married. For myself and for many others, this site is an immense political, cultural, social, and personal milestone. I and the Society for the Architecture of the City strongly support this designation.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the firehouse? So we'll move to the next. Yes, sorry. We have.
Good morning, I'm Mitchell Brugler. I chair the Landmarks Committee of the Bowery Alliance of Neighbors, and I'm speaking on their behalf. The Bowery Alliance of Neighbors does strongly support landmark designation of all 6 historic buildings. These sites help tell the story of a community that in previous times was marginalized both socially and legally. I've added up the decades, and I've actually been writing testimony in support of designations and sometimes delivering it to the commission for 40 years. And in most cases, I've studied those buildings. I may have walked by them or driven by them, but in the case of the firehouse and the LGBT center, it's my life, it's my own personal experience. And what was so special about those 2 places, and they both had wonderful dances, is that it was run by my community, for my community. Whatever money we spent went to that community. In both cases, the firehouse was just like a firehouse without the firemen and the fire engineer. We danced in the space where the fire truck would have been with white tile walls. In the case of the community center, it had been in its most recent incarnation the Food and Maritime Trades Vocational High School, and that's where the butchering and the baking trades were in. So it had that sort of funky, gritty, real New York feeling to it. And it was empowering. My best significant memory is of the LGBT Center. 26 years ago, Fred Wasserman held a community meeting to plan for a major exhibition at the 42nd Street Library called Becoming Visible. I was the director of the Alice Austin House Museum at the time. The board was very reluctant to acknowledge the lesbian aspect of Alice Austin's life. But I said to Fred at the community meeting, you have to include Alice Austin. And at the opening of that exhibition, hanging from the ceiling, were two tremendous enlargements of her photographs. In addition, I just want to say that I hope that the next round of designations includes the Walt Whitman Leaves of Grass House, the Julius Bar, and the other sites identified by the LGBT Historic Sites Project and Village Preservation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Ruby Thomas, representing the Historic Districts Council. HDC supports the designation of the Gay Activists Alliance Firehouse as an individual landmark. Having served as the headquarters for America's most influential gay liberation political activist organization in the 1970s, this former 1850s firehouse at 99 Wooster Street holds significant cultural and historical value for our city. From within the walls of this historic firehouse, the GAA worked to advance LGBT civil and social rights by lobbying for the passage of local legislation and planning countless sit-ins and picket line protests. The GAA was the first LGBT organization to adopt the lambda as a symbol representing gay rights. Thus, the symbol was prominently displayed in a large round shield on the exterior of the firehouse. As they and the firehouse were representative of a criminalized population, the GAA experienced harassment and most notably an arson fire that largely destroyed the interior of the firehouse in 1974. The GAA firehouse also served as a community center and gathering place for a number of lesbian, gay, and cultural organizations, hosting social events, dances, and a movie series titled Firehouse Flicks. The instrumental role that this structure has played in not only the facilitating of LGBT activism, but also the strengthening of our city's LGBT communities is undeniable. Activists and members of the gay community actively put themselves at risk by congregating in this space and by fighting institutional discrimination together. Sites such as the Gay Activists Alliance Firehouse and the movements ignited from within them are integral to the diverse story of New York City's past. Protecting physical spaces that embody the civil rights and social justice history of our city is a crucial task with which the Landmarks Commission is charged. This landmark designation would not only acknowledge the architectural significance of the structure, but would also intentionally honor this site as one of New York City's first formalized LGBT community spaces and as a physical embodiment of the risks that activists took to fight for equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak on this property? Okay, we'll move to the next presentation.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Herman, and I'll be presenting on the Women's Liberation Center. The Women's Liberation Center is located at 243 West 20th Street in Chelsea, in a former firehouse building constructed in the mid-19th century. From 1972 to 1987, this city-owned building housed numerous lesbian and feminist organizations and became an epicenter for women's engagement in the LGBT civil rights movement. In the Women's Liberation Center, activists in both the lesbian and feminist movements found common cause, joining together to create community services and to push for radical political action that can serve all women. 243 West 20th Street is between 7th and 8th Avenues. The proposed landmark site consists of the tax lot, block 770, lot 17. 243 West 20th Street was designed by Charles E. Hartshorn in 1866, replacing a smaller firehouse that had occupied the site since the early 1850s, as Chelsea developed as a middle-class residential neighborhood. The building features intact Anglo-Italian decorative motifs, such as arched window lintels, a cornice with curved brackets, and a cast iron framing with flowers and fluted pilasters around the large vehicular entrance. 243 West 20th Street housed Hook and Ladder Company No. 12 from 1866 to 1967. The firehouse closed in 1967, and 243 West 20th Street was declared surplus city property, remaining unoccupied until the Women's Liberation Center arrived in 1972. The Women's Liberation Center first opened in 1970 on the second floor of 36 West 22nd Street in the Ladies Mile Historic District, where it operated for approximately 2 years. The center was created just as the women's lib movement was catching fire in New York City and was conceived as both a meeting place and a clearinghouse for information. The center was volunteer-run and organized as a collective, made up of a range of feminist social service groups, general women's political committees, and lesbian organizations such as the Radical Lesbians. The early 1970s were a period of internal division within both the feminist and LGBT movements, where both movements consisted of some who favored working within the system and some who favored more radical approaches. The Women's Liberation Center was mainly home to radical organizations pushing for outspoken community engagement and direct political action. At a time when some feminists rejected the voices of lesbians, the Women's Liberation Center intentionally welcomed them, and lesbian organizations were at the forefront of its most important demonstrations and community service work throughout its history. The Women's Liberation Center was emblematic of the alliances that formed in the early 1970s between radical feminists and lesbians for the purposes of greater political mobilization. In June of 1972, seeking larger quarters, the Women's Liberation Center moved into the former firehouse at 243 West 20th Street. After its move to West 20th Street, the Women's Liberation Center began to draw greater numbers of lesbian activists, who were then breaking off from male-dominated LGBT political organizations. Lesbian Feminist Liberation was a lesbian rights group founded in 1972 by Jean O'Leary. The group was originally started as a committee within the Gay Activist Alliance, or GAA, and met at their firehouse, but the group eventually felt that the needs of women would be better served by a separate political action group. In 1973, Lesbian Feminist Liberation branched off from GAA and began holding meetings at the Women's Liberation Center. From the West 20th Street building, Lesbian Feminist Liberation worked to bring public attention to the discrimination and legal injustices faced by lesbians. The group protested bigoted media representations of lesbians, fought to raise visibility for women at LGBT political rallies and pride marches, and advocated in particular for lesbian mothers, who often encountered difficult child custody battles after divorce. Lesbian Feminist Liberation and GAA were key early supporters of the City Council bill banning discrimination based on sexual orientation that ultimately became law in 1986. One especially well-publicized action was a 200-person rally and dance session held at the American Museum of Natural History to protest its portrayal of female animals as subservient in displays. The event was accompanied by a large lavender dinosaur. The Women's Liberation Center also housed the Lesbian Switchboard, a volunteer staff telephone service that provided peer counseling, referrals, and information about local events. During a time when the LGBT community was frequently stigmatized and forced to remain in the shadows, this service provided much-needed mental health support and a sense of kinship among New York City's lesbians. Other groups that used the building included the Lesbian Life Space Project, the Radical Lesbians Health Collective, the Radical Feminists, the Anti-Rape Group, and Older Women's Liberation. The ground floor of the Women's Liberation Center housed a wholesale food buying cooperative, which was known for a time as the Lesbian Food Conspiracy. After founding Lesbian Feminist Liberation, in the late 1970s, Jean O'Leary went on to become a co-executive director of the National Gay Task Force, now the National LGBTQ Task Force, the first openly gay person to serve on a presidential commission and a co-founder of National Coming Out Day in 1987, helping to bring LGBT identity and equality into the national conversation. In the mid-1980s, the Women's Liberation Center disbanded and several of the lesbian organizations there, including the Lesbian Switchboard, moved into the new LGBT Community Center on West 13th Street in Greenwich Village, which became a centralized home for LGBT advocacy and community-based social support. Since the late 1980s, 243 West 20th Street has continued to serve New York City women as the home of non-traditional employment for women, a skilled trades workforce development program. The building's facade was sensitively restored in 1994, at which time the garage doors and main entry were replaced. The building otherwise retains its historic window configuration, door enfraimment, cornices, and intricate Anglo-Italian ornament, all of which are present in its association with the Women's Liberation Center. From 1972 to 1987, the Women's Liberation Center was a critically important advocacy space for women in the LGBT civil rights movement and for lesbians within the feminist movement. Like the GA Firehouse, the Women's Liberation Center was a model for later LGBT community centers that would prove so important to the crises and political fights of the following decades. The research staff recommends its designation as an individual landmark to recognize its cultural significance. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Matthew Todd.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Ty. I'm here from the office of Assembly Member Richard Godfrey, and I'm going to read a statement on his behalf. I am Assembly Member Richard N. Godfrey. I represent the 75th Assembly District in Manhattan, which includes the neighborhoods of Chelsea, Hell's Kitchen, Clinton, Midtown, part of the Upper West Side, and the Flatiron District, which includes the Women's Liberation Center. I regret that due to the legislative session in Albany today, I am unable to testify in person. I'm writing to express my strong support for the landmark designation of the 6 proposed sites that embody our city's and our nation's LGBT history. The Audre Lorde Residence, Cafe Chino, the LGBT Community Center, the James Baldwin Residence, the Women's Liberation Center, and the Gay Activist Alliance Firehouse. This testimony focuses on the former Women's Liberation Center, now the home of non-traditional employment for women in Chelsea. From 1972 to 1987, the building was a meeting space for numerous lesbian and feminist organizations, notably the Lesbian Feminist Liberation, a lesbian rights group, and the Lesbian Switchboard, a volunteer-run mental health phone support. The center was symbolic of the lesbian rights movement's breakaway from the male-dominated gay rights organizations. It also served as a space for women during a time when some feminists rejected lesbian voices in their movement. Preserving physical spaces that were once centers of struggles for justice serve as a connection to the battles that we still face today. The building also has architectural significance. Originally constructed in 1866 as a firehouse, it was designed in an Anglo-Italian style by Charles E. Hartshorn, an architect and inventor credited with creating a variety of firefighting apparatus in New York City during the mid to late 19th century. Its history as a firehouse can still be seen in its facade, which was restored in the late 1980s, along with the building's interior. The architectural, cultural, and historical significance make the former Women's Liberation Center an important piece of New York City history worthy of landmark status.
Thanks, Cheryl Adams.
Hello. I want to thank the previous speakers on the history of the Women's Liberation Center. I came to New York from the Midwest, a young lesbian, and I was listening to the radio station, WBAI, my name, Cheryl Adams. And I was listening to WBAI, and they were talking about the Women's Liberation Center. This was in 1976. And I told a friend of mine, I see all these boats out on the Hudson River. And she said, from Chicago, she was in Chicago. She said, stupid, it's the bicentennial. Wake up. Anyway, I ended up at the center. I became very active right away. And a few years later became the president of the Women's Liberation Center and also the spokeswoman for Lesbian Feminist Liberation. Those two organizations are no longer active, but there was a groundwork there which has been spoken of already, beautifully spoken of already. The top floor was a women's karate and self-defense class, which was not mentioned yet. Sue Rippon ran that class. The middle floor was the offices, were the offices of LFL and the Women's Center offices. And a lot of demonstrations, political actions, and so on were organized out of that second floor.
The bottom floor in the back still had the hay, some of the hay from the horses that were drawing the fire wagons for the old Chelsea firehouse. They were converted. Thousands of women went through there, and it's almost across the street from the precinct there, station. We had several men through the years coming looking for their wives and girlfriends. We said, we don't have them here. They're not here. As far as we know, they're not here. They may be here, but at some point. But for me, it was a lifesaver in a lot of ways. As a young lesbian coming to the city, not knowing anyone, I'm a biologist by trade. I spent 2 years at the American Museum on a grant, a postdoctoral on a grant. Taught at CUNY, York College for 40 years in biology. That was my day job, and night job, weekend job. Anyway, I fully support all of these properties as an activist. I was an activist for 25 years, still am. I'm a member of SAGE, which has not been mentioned here, but I'm an active member of SAGE, which the old name, Senior Action in a Gay Environment. And I encourage the landmarking of all these properties and also the Walt Whitman House. Thank you. Amanda Davis.
Good morning, Chair Carroll and Commissioners. My name is Amanda Davis, Project Manager for the New York City LGBT Historic Sites Project. The project strongly supports the designation of the Women's Liberation Center as a New York City landmark. While the fight for women's rights and equality is a long-standing one, it feels particularly pressing today, not only because women's rights are under threat, but also because American women are making incredible gains in positions of authority, perhaps most recognizably in the rise in the number of women running for and winning political office. The former Women's Liberation Center in Chelsea serves as an important and tangible legacy of women rising up and claiming their right to public space, as well as finding their voice in a world largely controlled by men. This was also true for lesbians, many of whom broke away from gay male-dominated groups in the early days of gay liberation, which of course also coincided with the beginning of women's libs. One such group was the Lesbian Feminist Liberation, founded at the Gay Activist Alliance Firehouse, and later moved to the center on 20th Street, another former city-owned firehouse. While headquartered here, the group, founded by Jean O'Leary, took part in a number of activist events in 1973. In August, for example, it led the 200-person demonstration mentioned earlier at the American Museum of Natural History on Central Park West to protest the museum's tendency to depict females of all species as subservient. The group also sought to bring attention to such issues as the difficulties divorced lesbian mothers faced in trying to keep custody of their children. And it also worked to make lesbians more visible at political rallies and pride marches. As we've noted on our website, several other lesbian and feminist groups met here between 1972 and 87. Appropriately, the building retains ties to women's causes, as it currently holds non-traditional employment for women, a program to train women in the construction trades. The building's significant connections to the ongoing fight for women's and lesbian equality should be recognized and honored with New York City landmark status. Thank you.
Thank you. Simeon Bangkok.
Good morning, Commissioners. Simeon Bangkok with the Historic Districts Council. HDC is thrilled to support the designation of the Women's Liberation Center, which not only is culturally significant as an LGBTQ site, served as a hotbed for the women's liberation movement. Numerous lesbian activist groups call this building home, most famously, as mentioned, the Lesbian Feminist Liberation moved here in 1973, when the primary issues LFL confronted was the custody of children of lesbian divorcees well into the 1980s. When lesbian mothers came out in the process of a divorce from heterosexual spouses, they often faced the immediate danger of losing custody and even contact with the children. Even for those of us who deal with history professionally, the weight can be kind of overwhelming. This is one of those times for me, in that the proposed designations connect me with a personal era which, as someone born in 1970, I thought would never be recognized, much less commemorated, my adolescence in the 1980s. 3 of these sites have a personal connection, if only as an observer. In the early 1980s, my mother volunteered at the Lesbian Switchboard, then as the Women's Center. I remember her work there many weeknights, not really understanding what she was doing there, when it was important. Many, many friends in high school were deeply involved with Glee, Gay and Lesbian Youth of New York, which met at the center. And I would meet them there after meetings and listen to hours and hours of the ins and outs of tortured adolescent romances, which might be the best kind of romances, or at least the most dramatic. With all the thoughtlessness of youth, I assume the center had always been there. This was 1986. Finally, my first doctor as an adult was at the Calum Lord Clinic, because where else would you go for a doctor? That's where everybody went. These places were nodes, gathering places for a community which was not part of the mainstream. I was lucky enough to be an invited guest, and as such, I'd like to express my deepest appreciation for the action which the Commission is considering today. It's a profound act of inclusion. It is the way government and society should act, and it is a step on the path to a better future for us all.
Gail Harris.
Gail Harris. I'm representing myself. And I'd like to say I support all 6 items, but I wanted to speak on this one because of its personal connections for me. In the mid-1980s, when I first moved to New York City, I attended lesbian feminist liberation meetings and events in the Women's Liberation Center, and want to speak in support of the designation of this building, which in the days prior to the Lesbian and Gay Community Center was so important to the lesbian and feminist communities. I particularly want to focus on the contributions of one woman, Eleanor Cooper, who was uniquely tied to this building. Eleanor was one of the founders of lesbian feminist liberation in 1971. I think there were more than one woman that helped found the organization. According to feminists who changed America through a book, throughout the 1970s, she was responsible for keeping the center running and heated, literally, shoveling coal for the furnaces. When I attended meetings in the building in the 1980s, Eleanor was still stoking the furnaces as well as running the organization. Certainly, she was in charge of the LFL events in the building and for organizing big LFL dances, which were the major social lesbian event of the year. They took place the night before the Pride Parade. They had to be at Lowe Student Center, later Manhattan Community College, because they were so big. I think there were more lesbians there than in the parade. They were really huge. Actually, I got to know Eleanor more closely through another association. In 1977, as a leader of LFL, Eleanor formed the Coalition for Lesbian and Gay Rights with the Gay Activists Alliance, which eventually brought together about 50 groups to combat homophobia and secure LGBT rights through protest marches, pickets, public forums, television appearances, and political activism, chiefly to lobby for the passage of the Lesbian and Gay Rights Bill. Eleanor was one of the spokespersons and executive director for the coalition. When I began representing lesbians in government at the coalition meetings in 1985, Eleanor and Andy Hum were the people in charge of the coalition, and we met at the Gay Community Center. It then became the focal point for gay and lesbian life, and of course I support its designation. Can't overestimate the importance of the coalition. They and their work in shepherding the law into enactment, and then having to deal with the attempts to weaken the law, and then the other events that happened in the years after that, including the demonstrations against the Bauer Supreme Court decision. Eleanor was organizing the political debates in the Gay Community Center on behalf of the coalition in the 90s, and was truly one of the feminists who changed America. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Yes, please.
Good morning, I'm Lawrence Romer, president of Save Chelsea, speaking on behalf of its board. We are encouraged by the Commission's interest in 6 sites that embody LGBT cultural history, which has only recently received the attention it merits. We certainly support all the 6 sites being discussed today, and we certainly look forward to you considering and designating more buildings based on their cultural and not just architectural merit. 5 of the 6 proposed sites fall within historic districts, but as Chair Carroll has noted, individual designation would add an extra layer of protection from future owners who might seek permission for inappropriate changes. In Chelsea, we know all too well that buildings covered only by historic district designation are not always as safe as should be expected, and we certainly support individual designation for all 6 of these sites today. One proposed building, 243 West 20th Street, lacks any protection at all and is left particularly at risk. A city-owned property in our Chelsea neighborhood, it has cultural, historic, and architectural merit. The 1866 building, originally a firehouse, was designed by Charles E. Hartshorne. From 1972 to 1987, it housed a number of feminist and lesbian organizations and was an epicenter of women's engagement in the LGBT civil rights movement. It was home to the Women's Liberation Center, a volunteer collective where activists in the lesbian and feminist movements found common cause, providing community social services and promoting radical political action on behalf of all women. The center's lesbian switchboard, a call-in service, provided peer counseling, referrals, and information about local events. At a time when the LGBT community was stigmatized and forced into the shadows, it provided critical mental health support and a much-needed sense of solidarity amongst the city's residents. An offshoot of the Women's Liberation Center, the group Lesbian Feminist Liberation was founded in 1972 by Gene O'Leary and was spun off from the Gay Activist Alliance, an important political group born in the aftermath of the Stonewall riots. We began holding meetings in this building in 1973, calling attention to the discrimination and legal injustices faced by lesbians, protesting bigoted media representations, raising visibility for women at LGBT political rallies and pride marches, and advocating in particular for lesbian mothers. Other groups that use the building include the Lesbian Life Space Project, the Radical Lesbians Health Collective, the Radical Feminists, and Older Women's Liberation. The ground floor of the Women's Liberation Center housed a wholesale food buying cooperative known for a time as the Lesbian Food Conspiracy. The center disbanded in 1987, and many of its organizations moved to the LGBT Community Center in Greenwich Village. After a sensitive facade restoration and interior renovation, 243 West 20th Street has since the 1980s continued in its feminist tradition as a home of non-traditional employment for women, a skilled trades workforce development program. In addition to the 5 other sites that are represented, that are today being considered in light of their importance to LGBT history, and again, we fully support all of their designations, we strongly encourage landmark protection for this building, embodying as it does a unique and under-recognized chapter in the cultural history of our famously inclusive city.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on the Women's Liberation Center? Okay, we'll go to the next presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jessica Baldwin. I'm presenting the Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Community Center. It's located at 208 West 13th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The center has played a key role in the growth and development of gay rights in New York City for the past 35 years and continues today to be an important place of gathering and activism for the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community. Located on the south side of West 13th Street, mid-block between 7th Avenue and Greenwich Avenue, the LGBT Community Center building is part of the Greenwich Village Historic District, designated in 1969. The original central portion of the building was built circa 1869, with the additional wings added sometime in the late 1870s. The current building replaced the 9th Ward School, number 16, that later became Grammar School, number 17, and then the Food and Maritime Vocational Trade High School. The 3-story Italianate-style structure was purchased from the City of New York by the LGBT Community Center in 1983. Organized in 1983, the LGBT Community Services Center, as it was originally called, aimed to provide both men and women with a safe local space to meet and share ideas. According to the center's newsletter, 6 tenants were originally leasing the space in the former school building, and by 1985, hundreds of people a week were crowding into the center's empty rooms in Great Hall looking for just a small corner to meet. Those first tenant organizations included the Partnership for the Homeless, the Community Health Project, Friends of the Earth, SAGE, the Metropolitan Community Church, and the Media Network. Shown here is a calendar of events from 1985 showcasing additional groups that were using the center as, in the very beginning, as a safe space to meet and grow their own organizations. These groups included the Gay Officers Action League, the Institute for the Protection of Lesbian and Gay Youth, and the Knights Wrestling Club. The center, since its inception, has always played a role in Pride Week festivities, which includes a float as part of the annual march and rally. Shown here on the right is the center's new home, the subject of their 1985 float. Several groups that have originally been located in the GAA Firehouse and Women's Liberation Center, as previously noted today, had moved into the LGBT Community Center by the mid-1980s. These organizations included the Lesbian Switchboard, Dignity, the Black Lesbian Caucus, which later became known as the Salsa Soul Sisters. The Coalition for the Lesbian and Gay Rights also met in the building in the 1980s. This organization played a critical role in winning approval of the 1986 New York City law banning discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. Since it was founded, the center has promoted the health and wellness of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community, including the fight against AIDS and HIV. As an original tenant, the Community Health Project, the nation's first community-based HIV clinic, sought to educate the community and provide services to the LGBT community. The center partnered with a variety of groups in an effort to educate the broader public of the issues facing their own community. One partnership included contributing 1,200 panels to the AIDS Memorial Quilt and with the organization Heritage of Pride. Building restoration efforts began at the center in 1985. Renovations began with upgrades to meet HVAC codes and ADA requirements, and later expanded to more extensive facade repair and interior renovations, all in an effort to maintain the space safely for the LGBT community members. Since its inception, the center continues to provide services and act as a gathering place, empowering and building a stronger LGBT community in NYC. Today, the center is home to an archival collection, arts and cultural programming, young adult programs, career services dedicated to the LGBT community. The center has played an active role in promoting marriage equality, health and wellness programs, and continues to host an annual garden party fundraiser on 13th Street during Friday. The proposed landmark site is a Latin park outlined in solid red, which incorporates the former historic school, the focal point of the LGBT Community Center's programming, and represents the organization's identity. The adjacent courtyard and utilitarian structures on the lot remain in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The research staff recommends designation as an individual landmark to recognize its cultural significance. Thank you.
Thank you. Valerie Campbell?
Can I speak a little bit later after Robert Wheeler?
Robert Wheeler.
Good morning. My name is Robert Wheeler. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of the Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Community Center. It's my honor to attend this hearing and speak on behalf of the Center's Board of Directors and staff. The Center appreciates the Commission's recognition of the importance of the pivotal role that the Center has played in the LGBT community since it took title to 208 West 13th Street in 1984. This history occurred after the designation of the Greenwich Village Historic District in 1969 and is a wonderful testament to the amazing things that can happen when historic buildings are adaptively reused. The proposed individual designation will document this important cultural history and the achievements of the Center over the past 35 years, and we thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Valerie Campbell?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Valerie Campbell with Cranberry, and we're pro bono land use counsel to the LGBT Center. And as Rob said, the Center is very appreciative of the designation and the recognition that the designation provides. However, the Center is already in the Greenwich Village Historic District, and while the proposed individual designation documents the important cultural history and the achievements of the Center over the past 35 years, the Center is slightly concerned that one consequence of individual designation is that future work that might otherwise qualify for staff level approval would require a full public hearing under the Commission's rules, which impose more stringent requirements on individual landmarks. The Center is a very conscientious steward of its historic building, but as a nonprofit, it's always conscious of the cost of maintaining the building. Because the individual designation is based on the cultural and historical significance of the building, we would respectfully request that the Commission continue to regulate the building consistent with its existing status as a contributing building in the historic district. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Berman?
Hi, I'm Andrew Berman, Executive Director of Village Preservation, and I'm here today to express our strong support for the proposed designation of the NYC LGBT Community Center for individual landmark designation. In 2014, Village Preservation proposed the center along with the Stonewall Inn, the GAA Firehouse, and Julius's Bar for landmark designation, addressing the lack of recognition of the important LGBT history of these sites in their historic district designation reports, all of which did not contain mention of this incredibly important aspect of that history. As I mentioned before, these are several of these are before you today, and we've made remarkable progress in the last few years. Prior to 2015, there were no individually landmark buildings in New York City based upon LGBT history, and at least up until today, there's only one stone wall, but hopefully that will change. The center is eminently worthy of landmark designation. For 3.5 decades, it has been a center of community and political organizing and the provision of much-needed social services, a communal meeting space, a public forum, and a keeper of culture. The center has played a key role in recognizing and serving the needs of LGBT youth, seniors, families, religious communities, and people with disabilities, victims of hate crimes, people with AIDS, and writers, artists, and performers. It was the scene of early organizing to secure civil rights legislation, access to health care, and inclusive curricula in city schools. The annual LGBT Pride March has been organized there, presidential candidates have spoken there, and a broad array of groups representing the all-encompassing diversity of the LGBT community have been formed, housed, or met there. It should be noted that the center has been an incredibly thoughtful and loving caretaker of this historic property, a former public school whose history extends back almost to the Civil War. Over the years, they have renovated and added to the building to address its ever-expanding needs and role while respecting its history, architecture, and context. We are confident that this careful stewardship will continue as the center's needs continue to evolve. We remain proud of the center's contributions to the Greenwich Village community and its rich legacy of championing social justice and inclusion, particularly around LGBT rights. The Greenwich Village Historic District Designation Report makes no mention of the incredibly important role in history this building played starting in 1983, 14 years after the district was designated and the report published. 5 years after we first proposed the Center for Landmark Designation, we are happy to be able to stand before you today to urge you to vote to designate this site a New York City landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Brittany Thomas?
Brittany Thomas, Historic Districts Council. HDC enthusiastically supports the designation of the LGBT Community Center. It can be argued that the center is more than just a gathering hub, but a long-time essential support system for the LGBT residents of New York City that has provided resources and safe meeting spaces for countless community organizations and activist groups since 1984. Founded before the passing of the Gay Rights Bill that banned discrimination based on sexual orientation in housing and employment, its original vice president stated that the center will give us an independence outside of political control with the community determining its own needs. Hosting cultural programs and speaker events which brought well-known LGBT figures such as Audre Lorde and Hinton Crisp to meet with members of the lesbian and gay community, the historic building at 208 West 13th Street was a haven for a criminalized population that regularly experienced institutional discrimination. Of many groups to call the center home, the Coalition for Lesbian and Gay Rights famously worked to promote the Gay Rights Bill through demonstrations and were considered to be instrumental in the New York City Council's passing of the bill in 1986. Additionally, the center served as a space of remembrance, memorializing those lost to the AIDS crisis and commemorating the 20th anniversary of Stonewall through an expansive art installation. Though the building had operated under many names before being bought by the founders of the center in 1983, the Italianate-style building was originally known as the 9th Ward School 16, after being erected in 1869. According to its designation report, the building then continued to expand to meet the growing needs of the community, and so it is fitting to designate the LGBT Community Center as a significant site that is and has historically been a valuable asset to our city's diverse communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Yes,
Hi, Ed Goldberg for the NYC LGBT Historic Sites Project. On behalf of the project and myself, I strongly support the designation of the LGBT Community Center as an individual New York City landmark. The Community Center is central to the development of the LGBT community in New York, having created a place where groups and individuals could meet in a safe and supportive environment. Prior to the conversion of this former school into the center, there was no place where the various groups that make up the LGBT community could meet. Founded in 1983, the center has witnessed the founding of ACT UP, GLAD, Las Buenas Amigas, Queer Nation, Lesbian Avengers, the Gender Identity Project, and over 400 other groups that provides significant support to a diverse array of queer New Yorkers. The center has also hosted a long-term lecture and reading series and is home to a major archive of LGBT research material. A year after the center acquired the building, Francois Bollock undertook an exceptionally fine restoration of the facade, as well as work on the interior. There is no other building in New York that is so central to the everyday lives of so many LGBT people, and while it is already in the Greenwich Village Historic District, its recognition as an individual landmark is to be celebrated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this item? We'll move to the next one.
Francis, the research staff. This small apartment house, the James Baldwin residence, was purchased by the celebrated novelist, essayist, and civil rights activist James Baldwin in 1965, and served as his New York residence from 1966 to 1987. Many prominent writers, performers, civil rights activists, and musicians visited him and his family here, and it is the most significant surviving building in New York City associated with it. Located on the north side of 71st Street between Broadway and Columbus Avenue, it is within the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District, which was designated in 1990. At the time Baldwin purchased the building, this neighborhood was replaced in Greenwich Village as the city's main residential center for writers and those in the publishing field. 137 West 71st Street was constructed in 1890 as one of a group of 4 row houses. In 1961, 4 years before Baldwin purchased the building, architect H. Russell Kenyon extensively altered it, bringing its front facade forward to align with those of its neighboring apartment houses. Its white brick facade, asymmetric fenestration, picture windows, and basement entrance set within the polished granite surround reflect the fashions of the time. James Baldwin made significant contributions to literary and civil rights history through his writing and activism. He was born in Harlem in 1924, educated in New York City's public schools, and gained notice as a book reviewer before moving to Paris in 1948. In Europe in 1952, he completed his canonical, semi-autobiographical novel, Go Tell It on the Mountain. Baldwin's essay collections, Notes of the Native Son from 1955, and Nobody Knows My Name, 1961, established him as one of the foremost critics of American race relations and the leader of the civil rights movement. Although he primarily lived in France, he considered himself a transatlantic leader to maintain the New York City apartment from the 1950s on. Shortly after Baldwin purchased this building, he started keeping an apartment here where he worked on plays, screenplays, and novels and corresponded with other prominent literary and cultural figures. Baldwin's mother and 2 sisters had their own apartments here, and other units were rented out to tenants. In 2013, his niece, Aisha Karifa Smart, recalled that whenever Baldwin returned to the building, quote, the energy and vitality of 137 elevated to a fever pitch as soon as he hit the door. Even before he arrived, the house was ablaze with excitement and anticipation just by the mention of his name, unquote. These photos were taken in the rear yard of 137 West 71st Street for a 1972 New York Times issue. Major writers and musicians, including Toni Morrison, who briefly lived here, Mary Baraka, Miles Davis, Dizzy Gillespie, and Max Roach, visited Baldwin's here and were considered members of their extended family. Baldwin's fiction was groundbreaking for its depictions of bisexual and same-sex relationships in works including Giovanni's Room, published in 1956, and Just Above My Head, published in 1979, during Baldwin's period of association with this building. During his time here, Baldwin participated in several notable New York City events, including an appearance with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. at Carnegie Hall weeks before King's assassination in 1968, and the 1982 meeting of the New York chapter of the group Black and White Men Together, in which he spoke publicly for the first time about his experiences as a gay African-American man. For the rest of James Baldwin's life, 137 West 71st Street was his New York home. He died in 1987 in France.
His funeral, held at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, includes eulogies by Baraka, Toni Morrison, and Maya Angelou. Today, the apartment house at 137 West 71st Street is little changed from its time as James Baldwin's New York residence. The research staff recommends designation as an individual landmark to recognize the building's cultural significance.
Thank you. We'll start with Caitlin from Assemblymember Linda Rosenthal.
Hi, my name is Caitlin. I am here from Assemblymember Linda Rosenthal's office, I'll be reading the statement from her. I am Assemblymember Linda B. Rosenthal. I represent the Upper West Side and parts of Hell's Kitchen in the 67th District in Manhattan. I'd like to thank the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission for this opportunity to offer testimony on the proposed landmark designation of a building in my district, 137 West 71st Street, a former residence of legendary author and activist James Baldwin. James Baldwin is one of the 20th century's most celebrated and prolific authors, was a key figure in the civil rights movement, and known for his boldness in depicting queer dynamics and relationships in his writing. A groundbreaking and radical effort for its time. Recognizing and preserving Baldwin's Upper West Side home is one way to commemorate the contributions of notable members of the African American and LGBTQ+ community who have helped to shape the rich cultural history of the city. It would be particularly poignant act to do so during Worldwide Pride Month as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising. Constructed in 1890, was renovated in 1961, the building was purchased by Baldwin in 1965 as a space for his family and friends to reside, congregate, and create. This building has historical significance for the West Side and the city. While he split his time between his adult life in various locations, most notably Paris, France, Baldwin's roots are in New York City, and he maintained his New York base until his death in 1987. Icons such as Miles Davis, Gillespie, and George are among those who answer the calls of this building. Author and Nobel Prize winner Toni Morrison even made the building her temporary residence for a short time. Baldwin was born in Harlem during the height of the Harlem Renaissance, and in his adult life, he echoed that ethos to create his own personal renaissance as one of the great American writers of all time. As a product of New York City public schools, Baldwin's writing is known for being deeply personal, descriptive, and passionate. He wrote about being a person of color with an intense honesty that caught the attention of the nation. As he said in the Negro of American Culture from 1961, to be a Negro in this country is to be relatively conscious, and to be relatively conscious is to be in a rage almost all of the time. This powerful sentiment resonated with many. The 1956 novel Giovanni's Room, Baldwin portrays the sexuality of a young bisexual man, a groundbreaking and radical move in a closed-minded and conservative era. While the United States was still 59 years away from achieving marriage equality, Baldwin's writing created honest and empathetic portrayals of queer characters. Then, as in today, visibility is one of the key factors that has driven and will continue to drive broad acceptance of LGBTQ+ individuals' rightful place among society. Conferring landmark status on 137 West 71st is an important way to ensure that this building is protected and recognized for its significance for generations to come. While a plaque in his honor would be appreciated, it would not serve to protect this building should a developer want to demolish it and turn a profit. Sadly, we have seen this happen before. Advocates were unsuccessful in designating 214 West 72nd Street the childhood home of renowned writer Dorothy Parker. Shortly after the failed bid, this building was sold to a developer who immediately tore it down. Today, this site is a hole in the ground, and its rich history has been lost to the march of time. We cannot allow our city's historic sites to be destroyed for the profits of developers and the real estate industry. To lose another historic site near 72nd Street would be very unfortunate. The effort to designate 137 West 71st is a worthy one, and I am pleased to support this request to recognize the historical significance of this building. I urge the LPC to preserve and protect this culturally significant building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Romeo Salta.
Good morning. My name is Romeo Salta. My wife and I are principals of Gilcar Realty Corp.
the owners of 137 West 71st Street. I purchased the building from Mr. Baldwin's sister, Gloria Smart, back in 1994. Let me preface by saying we are great fans of the Baldwins and James Baldwin in particular. I know his sister. I know much of his family because they were tenants in the building when we bought it. And as a matter of fact, today, the person in control of the Baldwin estate, Eileen Ahern, is a tenant of ours, and she has been for a long time. I would just like to say that the commission should consider this a little more seriously. Of course we support LGBT, of course we support gay rights. That's not the problem. This particular building, first of all, it is already in a landmark district. So it's not going to get knocked down, despite what was just said. A plaque would commemorate the fact that Mr. Baldwin sometimes lived in my building. The fact remains, most of the time he did not. He lived outside of the country, and when he was in New York, he didn't always live in 137. He bought that for his family. He spent time at 81 Horatio Street, and I think there's a plaque there too. There's even a street named after him in Harlem. He's had a lot of recognition. What I think we should do, and maybe I'm a brown shoe in a sea of tuxedos here, and I don't fit in, but I am just saying, the commission should take consideration of my neighbors. When the West Side Rag published the story a few weeks ago that Landmarks was considering designating 137 a landmark, the comments were not uniformly, but the majority of the comments were opposed. And I think I should give a little voice to my neighbors because we have to live there. One said, "You're kidding me. No offense, but that place looks like a dump. To freeze it in time by declaring it a landmark is insanity. There are scores of those white brick 5 or 6 floor apartment buildings all over the Upper West Side and Upper East Side and elsewhere in the city. Most are filled with rent-stabilized, rent-controlled tenants and look in nearly similar condition. Just because James Baldwin once lived there seems hardly justification for 137 West 71st Street as it is now to be landmark. In fact, it is closer to the mark to say Mr. Baldwin used 137 West 71st Street as his New York City residence when he happened to be in town, or in the United States for that matter. Mr. Baldwin spent most of his time, adult life, in Europe, mainly in France, which is where his last years were and where he died, and where most of his work was written, by the way. Now, another neighbor said, the only remarkable thing about that building is the remarkably ugly conversion from brownstone to multi-unit apartment building. Are the Landmarks people saying that they would prevent the new owner from restoring the 1890s facade because a famous person once owned the building and used it as a pied-à-terre? Is the current property owner in favor or opposed to landmarking their property? Well, I'm opposed. If someone has the burning need to commemorate the spot, put up a little plaque and be done with it. There's more. The Upper West Side has a long history as a home for artists that's being steadily destroyed. Where are the James Baldwins of today doing their right? Not the Upper West Side. How could they afford it? These attempts to preserve the buildings where the artists worked are a literal cargo cult. The neighborhood is dealing with a desperate housing shortage that this preservation will only exacerbate. Now, basically our point is there's no architectural merit. I think everybody agrees to that. There's no architectural or aesthetic merit to this building. Mr. Baldwin temporarily lived there in and out when he wasn't commuting or living in the West Village where he spent a lot of time when he was in New York. So historic significance, I don't know. He bought it primarily, I know this from firsthand knowledge, he bought it primarily for his family. He chopped up, the building was 10 small apartments, and he had family members, including his sisters, his mother, and some friends lived there. I think that to specifically landmark this building when there's no threat of it being demolished, let me emphasize that, it is in the historic district. I believe the reference made earlier to the 72nd Street building was, I believe, outside the historic district. It was not in the historic district, and maybe the commission can check on that. So the threat of that building is not the same situation here. It's not getting knocked down. But suppose we or a future owner wants to fix that facade, we will not be able to do it. The building can still be there, but we will not be able to fix that ugly facade. That's a practical aspect of this designation, especially in light of the fact that we're not landmarking, or the proposal, I believe, is not to landmark the entire building. We could do what we want with the interior. We could make a bowling alley in there. We already did an extensive renovation, so his apartment doesn't exist anymore. His apartment got meshed into mine. It's not there. So by landmarking, we're just saying, here's the ugly facade of the building where James Baldwin once in a while lived. That's the practical effect of it. And that's why we're opposed to it. And my neighbors are opposed to it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Diller.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mark Diller, Chair of Community Board 7's Preservation Committee, and I'm proud to kick off Pride Month by offering our support. Our support takes the form of a letter because this calendaring and designation hearing all came up pretty quickly and didn't allow for our usual process. But our core principles, including the principles of inclusion and celebrating our diversity, more than amply give us grounds to recommend the designation of 137 as a historic landmark. And while I would be constrained to agree that from an architectural standpoint, this is not the best and brightest of the Upper West Side's architectural fabric, the statute gives us more than ample ground to designate a place with a special character and a special historical interest and value as part of the development, heritage, or cultural characteristics of our city. And I submit to you that the Baldwin presence on the Upper West Side certainly more than adequately meets those criteria. This is not Beale Street, but if West 71st Street could talk, it would talk of a time when it wasn't just the ever-increasing super tall towers and market rate rentals that supported the literary community that was anchored by Mr. Baldwin and the best and the brightest of his generation who frequented this site. Lest we think that, here it is, lest we think that the causes which call us here today and which we celebrate every June are done, I'll let Baldwin's own words speak to us about the necessity. He wrote, "Everybody's journey is individual. If you fall in love with a boy, you fall in love with a boy. The fact that many Americans consider it a disease says more about them than it does about homosexuality." His relevance on his on the importance of home was expressed in the work Giovanni's Room. You don't have a home until you leave it, and then when you have left it, you can never go back. That's what we're trying to prevent here today. We're trying to prevent the inability to return to an era that we should celebrate and which the law tells us we should celebrate. Again, to use Baldwin's words, the only thing that stops us from recognizing our past and preserving it is our own collective will. He wrote, "The only way anything ever gets done is when you make up your mind to do it." So we hope that you, like us at Community Board 7, will make up your mind to protect 137 West 71st. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Corsandi.
Good morning, Commissioner. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee is in strong support of the individual landmark designation for the one-time home of James Baldwin, an Upper West Sider with an opinion, from 1965 to 1987. In 1963, just 2 years after this 1890 row house was converted to apartments, and 2 years before Baldwin moved in, Henry Luce's Time magazine, which had months earlier identified Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. as Man of the Year, was then boasting the world's largest circulation of any weekly news magazine. It featured as their cover story a profile of Baldwin, describing him as, quote, there is not another writer, white or black, who expresses with such poignancy and abrasiveness the dark realities of the racial ferment in North and South. This appeared May 17, 1963, 56 years and 2 weeks ago today. But Baldwin's legacy didn't stop here. He pushed boundaries represented by sexual and same-sex relationships in his writing, playwriting, and activism. Recognizing and celebrating the influential staying power of his necessary and outspoken legacy amidst a time of significant cultural turmoil foils curiously with our current social and political circumstances. Designation of the James Baldwin residence celebrates great strides in social history, ones forged on the Upper West Side and still the sources of distant reverberations. Reading Baldwin's writing today reminds us that while we still have come such a long way, there's still much work to be done. Recognition and designation are beginning. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee supports designation of 137 West 71st Street as an individual landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Brittany Thomas?
Brittany Thomas, Historic Districts Council. HDC enthusiastically supports recognizing author James Baldwin's home on West 71st Street as an individual landmark. Baldwin's literary contributions gave identity to and empowered the voices of African Americans during the turbulent 1960s, when movements for societies marginalized were crystallizing. His depictions of bisexual and same-sex relationships in his works were groundbreaking, and his exploration of interracial relationships was extremely controversial. His works are the embodiment of the societal changes that took place during that decade. With all that being said, HDC is pleased that the LPC would regulate this building based on its period of significance of the early 1960s when Baldwin lived there. The 1961 alteration to this former brownstone is symbolic of the radical break from the past and representative of the change that artists like Baldwin were instrumental in shaping. Thank you.
Thank you. Christabel Goff?
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. James Baldwin was a great admirer of Henry James, two great masters of American fiction, who, as it happens, both once lived in present-day historic districts and shared the preference whose social and cultural history provides a rationale for these designations. If we are to honor this history, the Baldwin House demands the additional protection of individual landmark designation, since in the district, as a former row house with extensive, quote, modern alterations, it is vulnerable. Baldwin was sensitive to historic preservation concerns. In Another Country, published in 1962, before we had a landmarks law, he wrote this about a taxi ride to a funeral in Harlem. Nothing they passed was unfamiliar, because everything they passed was wretched. It was not hard to imagine that horse carriages had once paraded proudly up the wide avenue, and ladies and gentlemen, beribboned, beflowered, brocaded, and plumed, had stepped down from their carriages to enter these houses that time and folly had so blasted and darkened. The cornices had once been new, had once gleamed as brightly as they now sunk in shame, all tarnished and despised. The windows had not always been blind. The doors had not always brought to mind the distrust and secrecy of a city one besieged. At one time, people had cared about these houses. That was the difference. They had been proud to walk on this avenue. It had been home, whereas now it was prison. No one cared. The indifference was all that joined the ghetto of the mainland. Now, everything was falling down, and the owners didn't care. No one cared. The beautiful children in the street, black, blue, brown, and copper, all with a gray ash on their faces and legs from the cold wind, like the first coating of frost on a window or a flower, didn't seem to care that no one saw their beauty.
Okay, is there anyone else who'd like to speak on the James Baldwin residency? We'll do Amanda and then Andrew.
Good morning, again, Amanda Davis for the New York City LGBT Historic Sites Project, which strongly supports the designation of the James Baldwin residence as a New York City landmark. We are currently in the process of nominating this building to the National Register of Historic Places, for its association with James Baldwin, a gay black author, civil rights activist, and social commentator who transformed and more than 30 years after his death continues to transform discussions about race and sexuality in America and abroad. The 71st Street building was Baldwin's New York City residence from 1965 until his death in 1987. Due in large part to racial tensions in the United States, including in his native New York City, Baldwin primarily lived and worked abroad. However, much of his work centered on New York and America's ongoing struggles with race. He was also close with his family, some of whom lived at the 71st Street residence, affectionately referred to as headquarters. He therefore was intrinsically linked to New York City and considered it home. During his time on 71st Street, he remained active in the civil rights movement, and the house was a vital hub for black civil rights activists and jazz literary figures. Baldwin generally issued labels and did not self-identify as gay, though his inclusion of gay and bisexual characters beginning in the mid-1950s was particularly groundbreaking. Baldwin's niece, Aisha Khalifa Smart, who also lived here, recalled accounts of gay people who stopped by the 71st Street house to thank him for helping them come out of the closet to their families. In the 1980s, Baldwin spoke publicly on such topics as homosexuality, racism within the LGBT community, and homophobia. His intersectional influence as a gay man of color made him an important and unapologetic voice on issues related to race and a more fluid understanding of sexuality. His impact was especially noteworthy to the black community and the black LGBT community, an impact that still resonates today. While the building's facade may seem unremarkable, there are those who have told us how in awe they are that they and their children can stand in front of the same building that Baldwin saw every time he came home to 71st Street. It is, in fact, the only city residence of significance associated with Baldwin that remains an intact exterior, and 81 Horatio Street has since been modified. It therefore stands as an invaluable, tangible link to one of the most important voices of 20th century America and should be recognized as a New York City landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Evan?
I just want to briefly enter into the record as the entity that put the plaque on 81 Horatio Street. It's our understanding that Baldwin lived there from 1958 to 1961, so would not have overlapped with this time period. And he was a renter there as opposed to here where he owned the building. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on the topic? Okay, we'll move to the next one.
Good morning. My name is Teresa Newman, and I am proud to present the Audrey Lord residence. From 1972 to 1987, 207 St. Paul's Avenue was the primary residence of renowned African-American writer Audrey Lorde. Audrey Lorde was the self-proclaimed warrior, poet, mother, teacher, feminist, lesbian. A remarkable moniker for a remarkable woman. The proposed landmark site is outlined in red and is shown on the map. 207 St. Paul's Avenue, Staten Island, Block 516, Lot 32. It is located within the St. Paul's Avenue Stapleton Heights Historic District. Audrey Geraldine Lorde was born in 1934 to Caribbean immigrants in New York City, where she later attended Hunter College and Columbia University. She worked as a public school librarian for several years before her success as a writer, and later became an English professor at Hunter and John Jay colleges. Audrey Lorde and her partner, Francis Clayton, purchased 207 St. Paul's Avenue in June of 1972. They were looking for space and trees. Audrey Lorde's biography states how much she loved the house upon seeing it for the first time, and the loving care she put into the home. The neo-colonial style house was designed by Otto P. Lawford in 1898 and constructed during a period when several previously undeveloped tracts in Staten Island neighborhood were built up with Queen Anne, shingle style, colonial style schools. 207 St. Paul's Avenue is distinguished by its gable roof line and by its open porch featuring turned columns and pediments with a sunburst decoration. Otto P. Leffler was born in 1862 on Staten Island and was an important builder in the Stapleton Historic District. During the family's time at 207 St. Paul's Avenue, Lord survived breast cancer and produced some of her most famous works. In 1973, her third volume of poetry, From a Land Where Other People Live, was nominated for a National Book Award. And over the next several years, she published The Black Unicorn, published in 1978, The Cancer Journal in 1980, Zammy, A New Spelling of My Name in 1982. Throughout the 1970s and 80s, Lord became a prominent political activist in a number of arenas, including African American civil rights, feminism, and the gay and lesbian movement. In 1983, Lord spoke at the National March on Washington in favor of gay and lesbian rights. And in 1980, she co-founded the Kitchen Table Press, Women of Color Press, with Barbara Smith, Cherry Moringa, and Beverly Smith. The press was dedicated to producing work by and about women of color, of all racial, ethnic heritage, national origins, ages, socioeconomic classes, and sexual orientations. Her book, I Am Your Sister, Black Women Organizing Across Sexuality in 1986, was one of his other publications. By 1983, the press was also distributing more than 100 titles by women of color from other independent presses. For her contributions to the literature and activism, in 1981, Lord was appointed the Poet Laureate for New York State, a position she held until her death in 1992. Diagnosed with breast cancer in 1978, Lord chronicled her fight with the disease in her 1980 book, The Cancer Journal. After undergoing a radical mastectomy, Lord proudly refused to wear prosthesis and was photographed by Jack Mitchell, as shown on the left. 6 years later, she was diagnosed with liver cancer. The smaller photos to the right were taken by her friend, Dr. Dagmar Schultz, in Berlin, towards the end of her life. As noted in a 2019, New York Times article, Audre Lorde's work is still very resonant today, in particular as women and the LGBT community continue to fight for equality. In January 2019, her powerful image was immortalized at the 167th Street station in the Bronx as a part of a series of subway mosaic portraits featuring renowned figures of history and culture by artist Rico Gaston. 207 St. Paul's Avenue in Staten Island is significant for its association with the renowned author and civil rights activist Audre Lorde for 15 years, and retains a high degree of integrity to that period. The research staff recommends the designation as an individual landmark and to recognize its cultural significance. And I'd also like to note that on Sunday, June 3rd, St. Paul's Avenue was renamed Audre Lorde Way. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Jones.
Good morning, my name is Richard Jones. I'm the current owner of 207 St. Paul's Avenue. And I suppose I'm here because I'm kind of hoping for some kind of compromise or concession I had no idea that this building was being designated for landmark status until 2019. 2018, I got a letter from Landmarks Commission telling me that I had an illegal deck on the rear of my house. I'm going to give you a little history on that. In 2005, unbeknown to me that I need to go to the Landmarks Commission to get a permit to build a deck. I went to the New York City Buildings Department and applied for a permit to have this house converted to a legal two-family house with the rear deck. There was a small deck on the back when I bought the house, but on the second floor there was a very large window that looked like it had been a door. To me, the deck had already been originally a part of that structure. Every house in my neighborhood has a rear deck on the second floor except my house. I don't know what happened to the original one, if there was one there, but this window there was 3 windows, 2 small ones and a big one. So I got an architect to draw up plans for it. We submitted it to the Buildings Department. And the other thing I just want to say, I don't know why the Buildings Department at that time didn't tell me that I should go to Landmarks to get the permit to go forward with the renovations. I spent a considerable amount of money at that time. I am now retired. I can't retrieve that money, and I can't overdue what's been done already. So I'm hoping that somehow that this back deck can be grandfathered in. You're looking at the house right now. No one can see the deck from where the house is situated right now. I don't think the deck is out of character with this property. I used turn columns on the back, just like you see turn columns on the front. I painted this house myself. I was a lot younger then, but 16 years ago, I painted this house with my own ladders and every color you see over there except for the roof. I didn't install that, but I put all the colors and everything in this house. I have a lot invested in this house. And in 2019, I'm finding out the house is going to be landmarked, but in 2018, I get a letter from the Landmarks Commission telling me about the illegal deck. So as you're pushing forward, I have no opposition to going forward with the landmark, but I truly trust that there could be some kind of consideration in allowing me to have my deck without telling me I have to take it down. It would just be a disaster. It took a long time. I heard a lot about cancer here. In the process of having all this stuff getting legal through the Bills Department, my wife got cancer in 2007. Same kind of cancer Audrey Lloyd had. Maybe something in the house. I'm thinking about it now. And 2010, I had cancer. So all our projects stopped. And when I got the letter from the Landmarks Commission in 2018 telling me about the illegal deck, I went back to the architect and I said, listen, we have some unfinished work. So he went back to the Bills Department. They came out, re-inspected. I had to have fresh air ducts and everything put in. This is two-family now house. I had to have electric separated, approved by the Bills Department. I had to have gas meters and gas lines ran into the second apartment, approved by the Bills Department. And the deck was approved by the Bills Department. And I'm just simply saying is, I have no opposition here, but I really need my deck legalized and you're going forward. I hope that what I'm saying is not falling on deaf ears. I really need this done. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
I do want to just, for one moment, to note that we do have the application to address the deck because the building is already within the historic district, and we will be working on that. I believe that's being calendared for later this month.
Thank you.
Okay, Brittany Thomas.
Brittany Thomas, Historic Districts Council. HDC eagerly supports the designation of the Audrey Lloyd residence. having served as the former home of the influential writer, scholar, and civil rights activist from 1972 to 1987. 207 St. Paul's Avenue is culturally and historically significant in a great number of ways. Writing as a Black lesbian feminist, Audre Lorde and her internationally renowned body of work spoke largely to the discriminatory injustices faced by the LGBT community and women of color, and as such, she was a prominent voice in civil rights and liberation movements of the 1970s. Having once said, "I write for those women who do not speak, for those who do not have a voice because they're so terrified, because we are taught to respect fear more than ourselves." Lorde's activism and published works openly challenged institutional sexism and racism. While living at this residence, Lorde authored many of her notable works, co-founded Kitchen Table Women of Color Press, which exclusively published works by and about women of color, spoke at the National March on Washington for Lesbian and Gay Rights, and held the distinguished position of Thomas Hunter Chair of Literature at Hunter College. Audre Lorde was officially named Poet Laureate of New York State during her final year living at this residence, further strengthening the significant link between this 1898 home and her inspiring legacy, and all the more justifying the call for its designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Davis.
Good afternoon, Amanda Davis, New York City LGBT Historic Sites Project. The project strongly supports the designation of the Audre Lorde residence as a New York City landmark. First, it is important to recognize that LGBT history exists outside of Manhattan. Our project is actively documenting and conducting outreach so that LGBT historic sites in the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, and on Staten Island are represented on our website. This is particularly meaningful to public school students we have been working with through a grant from the City's Department of Education when they learn that LGBT history exists near them. Audre Lorde's life and work continues to resonate long after her death. In our current political climate, with women's rights under threat, a photo of her shown earlier next to a blackboard, "Women are powerful and dangerous," and her quote, "Your silence will not protect you," are just two of Lorde's legacies that have become heavily associated with the modern-day women's movement. Lorde, of course, had an important role in several fights for equality, civil rights, LGBT, and women's, and her activist work and her role as an educator largely took place during her time in this house on Staten Island. As a gifted writer, Lorde was also influential outside her home borough. Her written accounts of visiting lesbian bars in Three Stonewall Greenwich Village, such as the Bagatelle and the Pony Stable Inn, provide an invaluable record of the discrimination Black lesbians faced from bar staff, and in some cases from white lesbian patrons.
LGBTQ history as an area of significance in 2017. This was an achievement in collaboration with the National Park Service and LGBTQ Historic Sites Project, and I thank the Landmarks Commission for helping bring Alice Austin's true life story to the fore. If any of you don't know, she lived with her partner Gertrude Tate and was they were together for 53 years. This landmark status has changed the narrative of the Alice Austin House and shone a much-needed spotlight on this essential NYC history, bridging the gap between our institutional narrative and what the LGBT community has long known. The importance of LGBTQ histories cannot be understated in the history of New York City and for worldwide audiences. Landmark protection elevates these stories and brings to the fore the need for education and inclusion of these histories. LGBTQ peoples are hungry for representation of ourselves and our histories, not just during Pride Month, but all year round. I teach Gender Sexuality Alliance students on Staten Island. I also teach SAGE, and I teach storytelling, our own storytelling, through Alice Austin's photography. And this connection and this landmarking, I cannot tell you how much it means to these communities. And Staten Island school students, they don't know the history. And we need to turn that around, and part of preserving these landmarks and actually giving your stamp of approval, giving New York City's official designation to this. I can't tell you how much that actually changes how my voice is heard as the executive director of the Alice Austin House, how my education team can work more powerfully, and I just applaud you for hearing us today, and thank you all, and research team, and everyone else here that's spoken today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on the Lord House? Okay, so we're now going to move to the speakers who've signed up to speak on more than one property. And we're going to start with Rosie Mendez.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I am here in my personal capacity in support of all 6 sites. I used to chair the LGBT caucus for the City Council for 6 years in total. And one of the things that we were doing was trying to get individual buildings landmarked that were important to our movement, that were important to New York City. And I just want to recount, a couple of years ago I went to San Francisco. I had not been there in a long time. But this time I went and I wanted to go see where Harvey Milk's house was, where the bench in Golden Gate Park that says Lesbians for the Good were at. And so having these special places will, when tourists come here and activists, will lead people to go around the city and see where our movement took place. Do I have to name all 6 sites? No? Great. In particular, I just want to add this. As an out Puerto Rican lesbian, it's really important to me that we are doing the 2 homes, one of James Baldwin, one of Audre Lorde. And I think that goes a long way for out people of color. And I still think we have a lot more work to do beyond this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ken Lusbader.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Ken Lusbader, and I'm a co-founder, co-director of the NYC LGBT Historic Sites Project. The overall project goal is to make an invisible history visible, since many LGBT sites remain unknown and unappreciated. On behalf of both the project and myself, I strongly support the designation of the 6 sites being considered as individual New York City landmarks. For over 25 years, along with my project co-directors, I have been involved in issues related to LGBT history, documentation, and historic preservation. In 1991, as a graduate student at the Columbia University Historic Preservation Program, I became part of the first wave of historic preservationists who advocated for the intersection of LGBT history and historic preservation, and subsequently wrote my thesis on the topic. Beyond the already recognized Stonewall, the project is identifying hundreds of sites from the 17th century to 2000 that illustrate the richness of the city's LGBT history and the community's contributions to American culture. When we started the project, no survey or comprehensive documentation previously existed of sites associated with LGBT history and culture in New York City. This deficit had prevented effective advocacy and educational opportunities, leaving potentially significant sites and histories unappreciated, uncelebrated, and potentially endangered. Hopefully, that will change today. We want to thank Sarah Carroll, commissioners, and staff for considering these 6 sites for designation. Earlier this year, we submitted to the Commission a list of prioritized sites for possible designation that included 6 locations. Those recommendations came from our recently published Historic Context Statement for LGBT History in New York City, which surveys by 9 themes the city's rich LGBT place-based history. The report helps contextualize LGBT history tied to specific sites in the city. The Commission's actions in officially recognizing and memorializing sites associated with LGBT history and culture sends a strong message beyond the physical preservation of buildings and spaces. It's a continuation of the activism started by earlier advocates from Henry Gerber in the 1920s, to the Madison Society and the Daughters of Elitas in the 1950s, to those individuals such as Craig Rodwell, Carla J., Sylvia Rivera, and Marsha D. Johnson, and countless others who fought against discrimination and for liberation in the 1970s. With the recent pushback of LGBT rights, the histories embedded place-based heritage can help inform how personal and political decisions are made. The Commission's possible designation of these sites has the power to provide both the tangible, visceral connections to what is often an unknown and invisible past, and intangible benefits of pride, memory, identity, continuity, and community. Designation will help recognize that LGBT history is American history and reduce shame and isolation for future generations of individuals coming to terms with their identity with the benefit of learning about the LGBT past. Thank you again, and we look forward to helping guide the Commission towards designations of additional LGBT-associated properties in the near future, especially those solely deemed significant for their historic and cultural reasons. Thanks.
Andrea Goldman.
Good afternoon, Chair Carroll and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldman, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy is pleased to support individual landmark designation of these 6 buildings associated with lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender history. We applaud the work of the NYC LGBT Historic Sites Project and thank the Commission for bringing these designations forward. The buildings before you today represent the tangible heritage of New York's LGBT community. The Cappuccino, Gay Activist Alliance Firehouse, and Women's Liberation Center were anchors of the early gay rights movement. They no longer serve those purposes, and without this recognition, that history could be lost entirely. The James Baldwin and Underlord residences were homes of 2 of the most significant individuals of 20th century New York, with connections to literary, LGBT, and African American culture. And the LGBT Community Center continues to thrive as a focal point for the gay community. The buildings are largely in good condition and resemble their appearance from the period of significance within LGBT history. Like the Stonewall Inn, designated in 2015, 5 of the 6 are within historic districts. Their designation as individual landmarks will commemorate the specific role that each played in New York's culture and honor the many layers of history within each structure. The Landmarks Law speaks of the need to safeguard the city's historic, aesthetic, and cultural heritage as embodied and reflected in the city's buildings. These designations are a fine example of meeting that imperative. We look forward to seeing the designation of more landmarks that highlight underserved histories and reflect the multifaceted past of New York. The Conservancy, as always, is happy to offer these building owners support from our financial and technical assistance programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Tasha Gerhardt.
Good afternoon, Chair Carroll and Commissioners. Basha Gerhardt here on behalf of the Real Estate Board of New York in support of the designation of the 6 individual landmarks currently under consideration. Today's hearing represents years of research and advocacy to recognize the cultural and historical contribution of the LGBTQ community to the City of New York. It is important to note that the significance is not generally tied to the physical appearance of these buildings, most of which have been significantly altered since their development and from their period of significance. Nor can the law ensure that complementary uses to the spirit and mission of the activist community are housed in perpetuity in those structures. Architectural features such as parapet style, window fenestration pattern, or even the size of the buildings are irrelevant to the importance of the designation itself. Formal recognition to communities historically non-represented in most of the designations since the adoption of the Landmarks Law in 1965. The individual designation of these 6 properties meets a high bar of consideration and appropriately targets the best examples. Granting designation to codify the LGBTQ community's significant contributions to the civil rights movement, for rights and equity for traditionally disenfranchised groups, and to the cultural fabric of the city itself. Additionally, this memorialization into the city's built environment poses minimal conflict to necessary housing production. REMI encourages the Landmark Preservation Commission to adopt these 6 culturally significant sites as individual landmarks.
Thank you. George Calderara.
Good afternoon, I'm George Calderaro. I'm a board member of the Victorian Society of New York. The New York Metro chapter of the Victorian Society in America strongly endorses designation of all 6 historic buildings, each dating to the Victorian and each having significance to the history and cultural emergence of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community in America. These sites help represent and recall individuals, groups, and activities that together have helped the LGBT community define itself, organize, and pursue its long-suppressed civil rights. We urge the LPC to designate these buildings which help narrate the emergence of the LGBT community. They also share a common humanitarian thread that reflects this diverse and tolerant multicultural city at its finest, long forced into the shadows and repressed by both legal and social bigotry. The LGBT narrative deserves to be told, and we hope the LPC will help tell the story by designating these 6 buildings as New York City landmarks. Now is a particularly appropriate and important time to recognize these and other LGBT cultural landmarks, not only because of this year's 50th anniversary of the Stonewall riots, a turning point in the gay liberation movement. At this time, we're confronted by a rise in homophobia and intolerance internationally, from Hungary to Brazil, and nationally, where anti-gay movements are led from the top by a homophobic White House. In this country, there is still no federal law prohibiting discrimination against LGBT people on the basis of sexual orientation. In New York State, the most frequently reported bias motivations for hate crimes against individuals were anti-gay, followed by anti-Jewish, anti-Black, and anti-Islamic. Even closer to home, just this past weekend, pride flags were burned outside a gay bar in Harlem. By highlighting the LGBT history of these structures, this agency will send a clear message that the contributions of the LGBT community will always have a place in New York City's history and future. We encourage the designation of these, as well as other LGBT cultural landmarks, notably including the Victorian-era Walt Whitman House at 99 Ryerson Street, Brooklyn. Thank you.
Richard Moses.
Good afternoon, my name is Richard Moses. I'm here representing myself as a preservation architect and a gay New Yorker. And I'm here to strongly and enthusiastically support the individual landmark designation for the 6 LGBT historic sites being heard today, due to their very important role in LGBT history. These designations are very important markers in the history of a group of people whose stories has long been, and to a significant extent remains, in the shadows. I applaud the Landmarks Preservation Commission for bringing these sites forward, and look ahead to when the LPC identifies and grants landmark protection and civic recognition to more LGBT cultural sites, as well as the cultural sites of Latino, Asian American, and other traditionally overlooked groups. Marking the histories of New York's diverse cultures and peoples is an important function of the Commission, in my view. In our nation's current political climate, it's more important than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. George Chauncey.
So obviously I'm not George Chauncey, but Professor Chauncey couldn't be here today, and I said I would read his statement into the record, which I will do actually only in part. I write in enthusiastic support of the designation of the 6 LGBT cultural landmarks you are considering. I'm the DeWitt Clinton Professor of History at Columbia University, and have written extensively on the LGBT history of New York City. I am the author of Gay New York, Gender, Urban Culture, and the Making of the Gay Male World, 1890 to 1940, published in 1994, which received the Los Angeles Times Book Prize and 2 major awards from the Organization of American Historians, and I'm currently completing a book on gay male culture and everyday life in post-war New York. I have taught courses in LGBT history for 25 years, first as a faculty member at the University of Chicago, then at Yale, and most recently at Columbia. My experience teaching has brought home to me the vital importance of making LGBT history more widely known. Students are eager to learn this history, and more than 300 students took my LGBT history lecture course the last time I taught it at Yale 2 years ago. This is in part because it is so meaningful to young LGBT people to learn that people like themselves have a history, especially since that history has been systematically ignored and therefore erased in high school history classes, or has been reduced to a passing mention of Stonewall. Gay and straight students alike are also passionately curious about this history because they have come to age at a time when LGBT issues, from marriage equality to transgender rights, have been at the forefront of national debate, and they are keen to understand the historical development of those controversies. Once they begin learning the rich and complex history of LGBT culture and politics, they often ask incredulously and even angrily why no one has ever taught them this history before. They realize all too well that a society's decision to exclude people from the historical record is a powerful expression of its intention to exclude them from full citizenship and membership in our society today. Your Commission's designation of these 6 buildings as landmarks in the history of LGBT life and politics in New York would therefore send a powerful signal to young people, and indeed to all New Yorkers, that the city recognizes how vital LGBT people have been to the history of the city and the nation. It then goes on to discuss each of the 6 buildings, which I will skip. These 6 buildings deserve to be considered landmarks in the history of lesbian, gay, men, bisexuals, and transgender people in the history of the city of New York. I urge you to designate them as such. George Chauncey DeWitt Clinton, Professor of History.
Thank you. Timothy Leonard.
Good afternoon. I'm Timothy Leonard, a staff member with the National Parks Conservation Association, or NPCA. NPCA is a 100-year-old advocacy organization that works on behalf of national parks, public lands, and historic sites across the country. With 1.3 million members and supporters, we've led campaigns to protect and enhance some of our nation's most iconic historic sites, such as Mount Rushmore, the Gateway Arch, Boston's Freedom Trail, the Golden Gate Bridge, and of course the Statue of Liberty and Stonewall, right here at home in New York City. NPCA is here today to offer its unequivocal support for individual designation of each of these 6 sites. Each site is important on their own, and each one illuminates and honors a place or person that was crucial to the story of LGBTQ culture and the LGBTQ civil rights movement here in New York. Together, they represent a history that is central to our city's identity and a history that needs to be preserved. Several years ago, NPCA began a successful campaign to establish Stonewall as a national monument, which would not have been possible without the Commission's initial designation. As we've seen through this process, a vast multitude of historic sites, LGBTQ stories are often not shared. They're the untold stories. They're missing from the history textbooks. But the LPC took the step to recognize Stonewall and its history, and now millions will have the chance to learn about it as the city celebrates the 50th anniversary of the uprising later this month. These 6 sites that we're here to discuss today allow us to tell the history of the LGBTQ community in New York City even more fully, more accurately, and with an eye toward ensuring that those who contributed to this movement are not forgotten. LGBTQ history is more than just the Stonewall story, and we need to remember that. NPCA once again strongly supports the actions of the LPC in designating these 6 sites. Remember, LGBTQ history is American history, and it needs to be protected right here in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you. Joey Kane, followed by Dale Dubrow.
Joey had 20. And I'm obviously not Dale Dubrow. I'm going to speak on her behalf, and it will be very brief. Gail Broe is the Architecture, Landscape Architecture, Public Affairs, and Planning and History Professor at the University of Virginia. I am writing in my capacity as Professor of Architecture and Landscape Architecture in Minnesota as the author of numerous scholarly articles on the preservation of LGBT landmarks to offer my strongest support for the proposal to designate 6 properties of overarching significance in LGBT history as New York City landmarks. All these properties are highly significant in the emergence of the LGBT movement, both in New York City and nationally. As one of the number of scholars and preservationists who have worked to identify, document, and preserve the landmarks of LGBT heritage, I can say without reservation that the protection of these particular places is critical to preserving LGBT heritage, period, since New York City is one of the most important epicenters of the movement. Moreover, by expanding the array of LGBT landmarks beyond Stonewall, the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission will correct the historical record by acknowledging the multiple locations, perspectives, and bases from which social movements grow. New York City can be particularly proud that the chosen properties reflect the gender, racial, sexual, and other forms of diversity at the heart of this important civil rights movement. For all those reasons, including the soundness of scholarship underlying these nominations, I strongly endorse the proposals to designate these 6 properties.
Thank you. Gwendolyn Stigall, followed by Brad Vogel.
Good afternoon. My name is Gwendolyn Stigall. I graduated last month from the Architecture and Preservation Master's Programs at Columbia Graduate School of Architecture, Planning, and Preservation. My preservation master's thesis was about the history of lesbian bars in New York City. The work on my thesis reconfirmed what I already knew to be true, that the formal recognition and preservation of sites relevant to LGBTQ history is essential to telling the full story of New York. These sites are key evidence of the impact LGBTQ people have had on our city and beyond. The designation of these sites ensures that they can continue to be places of pride, places that can inspire and empower LGBTQ people, especially young people, for generations to come. The formal recognition of these places is also an important step in educating the public about LGBTQ history, an essential component of the continued fight for LGBTQ rights. Without this designation, many of these sites are left vulnerable to the perpetual development pressure of our city. Losing this crucial evidence of the LGBTQ past would be a tragic circumstance for our future. I hope rather than losing sites of LGBTQ history, we will designate more such sites in the future. I hope that these new designations aimed at preserving LGBTQ history will be precedent-setting. Preserving these sites would be an important step in the expansion of our field to recognize sites associated with underrepresented and marginalized communities, something I hope to see more of in the LPC's future.
Thank you. Brad Vogel, followed by Jay Sherry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Brad Vogel, and I serve on the board of the Walt Whitman Initiative. And I'm here today on behalf of the Coalition to Save Walt Whitman's House. I also want to note at this point, as we're running along, that thank you to all the commissioners who serve here in volunteer capacity. Our coalition, with its multitude of neighborhood groups, businesses, historical institutions, LGBTQ groups, and literary organizations, supports the individual designation of the 6 sites of LGBT historic importance being considered today. For far too long, essential stories that make up this city have been overlooked, ignored, and suppressed. So truly, thank you to the chair, to the staff, and to the commission for moving these sites forward. It takes courage. But one very obvious site of importance to the history of the LGBT community is missing from the list today. What about Walt? As we continue celebrations around the country this year to mark the 200th anniversary of the poet's birth on May 31st, 1819, it's remarkable that the Leaves of Grass House, Walt Whitman's former home in Brooklyn, remains without any official recognition or protection. We know the Commission can, within its existing authority under the Landmarks Law, rectify this oversight and designate the house at 99 Ryerson Street an individual city landmark. The building may be modest, it may have accumulated changes over time, but it remains within the ambit of your powers to designate it a cultural landmark. We, and more than 5,500 petition signatories, ask you to calendar this important site before this bicentennial year is over. Before it's too late and we lose one of our only remaining tangible links to the poet's formative decades here in the city, please do the right thing this Pride Month. The Leaves of Grass House remains important today. Just last night I spoke with a gay man at a book launch who mentioned that Whitman's epic book, Leaves of Grass, first printed in 1855 when Whitman lived on Ryerson Street, had saved his life, helping him to understand his own sexuality decades ago at the age of 16. Whitman lived in the house from May of 1855 to April of 1856. He and his family did not live in any one place very long. They were riding the boom as small contractors in Brooklyn. The house tells that story. And there are many other things I can tell you about Whitman living at this house when he received the famous letter from Emerson, greeting him at the beginning of a great career, his father dying in the house, a variety of other things, but I will cut things short. New York City must decide whether it will steward this site. And the consequences of avoiding that duty of stewardship are real. In the early 1960s, the Rome print shop in Brooklyn, where Whitman helped to set the type for the first printing of Leaves of Grass, was demolished for an urban renewal project over efforts to preserve it. Today, we have a commission to help protect sites of cultural heritage, and we implore you to act. I'll be submitting a folder full of the evidence of all of our efforts to date, just to make sure that the commissioners have a sense of all the things that have gone by. But again, the Coalition to Save Walt Whitman's House supports the designation of the 6 LGBTQ sites put forward for consideration today. And we say again, and I, as a poet, a Brooklynite, and a proud gay man, say to you, what about Walt?
Jay Sherry, followed by Gary Glasner.
Good afternoon. The day is long, so I'll keep my remarks short. My name is Jay Sherry. I certainly urge you strongly to designate the various sites that have been discussed today. I'm a retired New York City high school teacher, 2 buildings away in Mary Bertram, and I know the value that sites are for students. One of the projects I always had my students do was to visit the African burial site. One of the most transformative experiences in my school curriculum with them. So, sites are so very, very important. So, also as a teacher, I learned better to ask a question than to give an answer. And the question is, what about Walt?
Gary Glasner, followed by Jason Koo.
It's much more frightening from here than from back there. I'm Gary Glasner. I'm the founder of the Alzheimer's Poetry Project. And in that role, we are very concerned with memory. So I want to thank all of you for putting forward and voting on these 6 significant sites. I urge you to add the Whitman Ryerson House. I want to speak today on the cultural impact of Whitman on an international level, and in particular on how his poetry influenced the painter Vincent van Gogh. In a letter to his sister, Van Gogh wrote, "Dear Wilhelmina, have you read Whitman's American poems yet? Theo should have them, and I really urge you to read them. First, because they're beautiful, and also the English people are talking about them a lot at the moment. He sees in the future, and even in the present, a world of health, of generous, frank, carnal love, of friendship, of work, with great starry firmament. They make you smile at first, they're so candid, and then they make you think for the same reason." So Whitman's poems flow directly to Audre Lorde, to James Baldwin, to the cafe and the playwrights there. He is the father of American poetry, but he is also the first explicit gay poet. Some months after Van Gogh wrote that letter to his sister praising Whitman, he painted Starry Night with its swirling images, and he wrote to Theo, "At last I have a landscape with olive trees and also a single study of a starry sky." Now I believe that this is the section of Whitman's poetry that inspired Van Gogh, and we have had brilliant personal talks today of people's experiences, and I would like for Walt to be able to have his words heard today in the form of this section of Leaves of Grass. Speeding through space, speeding through heavens and the stars, speeding through the thumb tapping of smartphones of the commissioners, speeding among the 7 satellites, speeding with tailed meteors throwing fireballs like the rest, storming, enjoying, planning, loving, cautioning, backing and filling, appearing and disappearing on their tiny screens. I tread day and night such roads. Time out. His treading began at 99 Ryerson Street when he walked out that morning across Brooklyn to Rome Brothers and set the type for Leaves of Grass. I want to just thank everyone here today for the personal testimonies and for your patience. I have learned a lot being here today, and I want to thank you for that. We are lucky to go visit MoMA and see Starry Night and see how Van Gogh brought to life what he called in his letter the great starry firmament. So please, landmark 99 Ryerson to honor Walt Whitman, and as Van Gogh wrote, honor his friendship, his inclusiveness, and his general, frank, carnal love. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jason Q, followed by Chuck Edwards, and I'd just like to remind everybody that there is a 3-minute time limit for speaking.
Hi, I'm Jason Q. First, I just want to reiterate the thanks that many people have been saying. It's been a long morning. I certainly wasn't expecting to be this long, so I'm sure all of you have really gotten tired. And thank you for your service. It's an amazing thing that we're doing here today. Thank you for everything that's spoken. I am Jason Q, the founder and executive director of Brooklyn Poets, which is a 501c nonprofit that specifically has a mission to celebrate and cultivate the poets, poetry, and literary heritage of Brooklyn. I moved to Brooklyn in 2009 and eventually 2012 when I moved to Brooklyn Heights and was surrounded by the history there, was moved to start this nonprofit because it seemed to me that while everyone around the world seemed to be recognizing that Brooklyn had a literary history and that many poets lived there was no one specifically celebrating Brooklyn's importance to the poetry community in America and around the world. And the one figure who was really crucial to that is, of course, Walt Whitman. So while I support all 6 of these sites being landmarked, I specifically want to talk about 99 Ryerson Street because that is the house that Whitman lived in and he was working on and then published Leaves of Grass in 1855, which is not just any poem. We are talking about a poem that reshaped poetry, not just in America, but in the entire world. No one had written a poem like this before, both formally and in terms of the content and the types of people that Whitman included in the poem. It was a groundbreaking achievement. It's still a groundbreaking achievement today. You may know that on May 31st, just last Friday, we celebrated the 200th birthday of Walt Whitman. Brooklyn Poets in particular had a celebratory event at Smack Mellon in Dumbo. I was expecting about 70 people, over 150 people came. This is just to celebrate this poet who had been born 200 years ago. And to celebrate this in particular, we had a poetry contest and invited poets from all around the world in 3 different age categories, from 13 all the way up to, I think, people in their 70s and 80s. All around the world were submitting poems for this contest. We only had the submission period open for 2 months. Over 400 people submitted. The first place winner in the 13 to 17 age category was a young girl from Taiwan who came all the way from Taiwan with her parents just to read at this event, just because of how much she loved Whitman and how much she wanted to contribute to this thing. So I guarantee you, this is not just important within the community of Brooklyn and New York City, but all around the world. And it is vital to recognize this house as a New York City landmark. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Dr. Edwards.
Mr. Edwards had to leave.
Karen Carliner.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for letting us take the podium here. My name is Karen Carpenter, and I am a Whitman Scholar at NYU, and I am president of the Walt Whitman Initiative, a 501c3 nonprofit organization that honors New York's literary legacy, in particular Whitman's, and I am delighted to be here and to hear about these individual landmark designations. All 6 are supported by myself and my organization, but I would also like to add a statement about 99 Ryerson Street, Brooklyn, Whitman's residents, and I thank you for the opportunity to let me voice my concerns. I cannot think of a more important cultural site in the 5 boroughs of New York City than this structure. The great gay American of letters, Walt Whitman, lived in this 1850s wood frame house as he completed the first edition of Leaves of Grass, America's cultural declaration of independence. It is the very building in which Whitman finished this literary masterpiece, and his father died there, which effectively made Walter Whitman Jr. into Walt Whitman, a cosmos of Manhattan's sun. Its appearance contrasts very sharply with the grand homes of Longfellow in Cambridge, Mass., and Emerson in Concord, reminding pilgrims of the urban working class roots of America's greatest poet. For 19 years now, I have made annual pilgrimages to this house with my students, and I've written about the house professionally for academics and also for populist admirers of Whitman. 99 Ryerson is an unremarkable looking 3-story roadhouse currently covered in pale yellow vinyl siding. What makes this structure remarkable, besides its endurance through more than a century and a half of urban growth and renewal, is its significance in American cultural history. Though Whitman worked and wrote in New York City for nearly 4 decades and lived in dozens of places, this is his only residence left standing. Even with gentrification encroaching in its neighborhood, 99 Ryerson still feels fearfully far out in Brooklyn, as a visitor remarked in 1855, and maintains a working class vibe. Inside, the hallways and staircases are plain and strong looking, if a bit shabby. Standing inside the threshold that so many pilgrims have crossed, one faces the fact that this ordinary space is a cradle for extraordinary art. This house, and really the poet himself, really belongs to this Brooklyn block, Brooklyn herself, and America. Residents of the other row houses on the street take pride in pointing tourists to Whitman's abode. They come out to chat, show old photographs, and share stories, often admitting that they've tried their own hand at poetry. 99 Ryerson may not be a traditional archive, but it accomplishes the best of what an archive can do. It tells stories, establishes relationships, and it inspires. As a cultural landmark, the aluminum side covered house...
I'm sorry, but the 3 minutes has passed, so can you just sum up?
I can. If I would please be allowed, I wanted to read a poem, actually, because that's why we're up here. And I'm just going to read one poem that has been transformative. It's short.
I do want to say we're here because we're actually holding a hearing on 6 properties, and
Right.
this is not one of them.
I'm so sorry. I just, thank you so much for your time.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Francis Scanlon, followed by Kara Howe.
I love you, Walt Whitman. We're going through this is Chapter 3, Landmarks Preservation and Historic District, subsection 25301B, Purpose and Declaration of Public Policy, the language to wit. It is hereby declared as a matter of public policy that the protection, enhancement, perpetuation, and use of improvements and landscape features of special character or special historic or aesthetic interest or value is a public necessity and it is required in the interest of the health, prosperity, safety, and welfare of the people. Therein is made manifest one inescapable conclusion. The legislative intent of the New York City Administrative Code, of which it is a part, seeks to align the preservation of that which bespeaks special character or aesthetic interest or value as a byproduct of public policy with public necessity required in the interest and welfare of the people. Indeed, no small matter. But no one cares about vinyl-covered wooden houses anyway, circa mid-19th century. Not even the one situated at 99 Ryerson Street, Brooklyn, New York. Why not? Upon more careful examination, that very structure is wherein Walt Whitman pissed, cried, lied, sighed, and ultimately came to reconcile the civil war that existed inside his very complex self. That structure is the chalice that holds the tale of the reconciliation of Walt Whitman with his once segregated self. It is wherein the kaleidoscope of Song of Myself developed into a blueprint for life's journey. It is veritably the cauldron that contains the psychic embers of his almighty struggle in recognition of his several selves. It is the birthplace and wellspring of its enduring legacy to humanity, the love in universality and the universality of love. Now, of all times, is the moment. 50th anniversary of the triumph at the Stonewall Inn over man's inhumanity to man, the 200th anniversary of the birth of Walt Whitman, and perhaps most significantly, the 160th anniversary of when Whitman stood up to the then publisher of the Brooklyn Daily Eagle, in which I've had the pleasure of being as a published writer, and was fired for his refusal to succumb to what he knew was fundamentally wrong. Saving 99 Ryerson Street is not the right thing to do. It is indeed the only right thing to do. Let the Landmarks Preservation Commission compass tilt not in a wayward fashion, but with a sustainable knowledge that inherent in its very raison d'etre is the capacity to meet and embrace the challenges inherently presented in this application, more than can be sufficiently gainsaid. I'm asking you collectively to become as if a leaf of grass and sway on the right side of history's breeze. Do not surrender to the overly formalistic Stoic elements that would elevate form over substance. Rather, seize the solitary second in eternity to realize a noble end as well as a beginning. Bring Walt home.
The next speaker is Kiara.
Kiara had to depart.
Okay, the next speaker is Irene Polamante.
Who has also departed.
Are there any other speakers on the 6 properties that are being presented today? Okay, so I just want to close with a few remarks. As we stated at the beginning of our hearing today, we developed a framework for potential designations that would recognize groups and individuals that help move the LGBT civil rights movement through their advocacy and literary expression. And these properties also retain their appearance and fabric from the time they were associated with these people and groups. And as such, they are tangible connections to this important piece of New York City history. This is a particular framework that we developed at this particular moment in time. It is not a finite list. New York City, as has been said, has a rich and diverse history. And LPC continues to identify and designate properties that reflect that history. And there is always more to do, including recognizing LGBT history. We are committed to our mandate. And as I said this morning, we are very excited to be advancing 6 properties related to one aspect of the city's cultural history. This is the first time we've ever advanced 6 properties at once, and it's been a huge commitment and dedication by our staff and resources. And so we're very excited about it. And I want to thank the research staff led by Kate Limos-McHale for all of their research and their presentations. And I want to thank the speakers today and the advocates who've worked with us over the years, in particular Andrew Berman of Village Preservation. And I especially want to thank the LGBT History Sites Project for their comprehensive work throughout the city and for really partnering with us as we developed our framework and priorities for today. And so with that, we'll close the hearings today, and we're going to schedule our votes for June 18th. So we'll have to make a motion to schedule each one individually. So I'll make a motion that we close the hearing for the Cappuccino. All in favor? Any opposed? Closed. A motion to close the Gay Activist Alliance Firehouse.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. And I'll have a motion to close the Women's Liberation Center.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, a motion to close the Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender Community Center.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, and finally, a motion to close, oh no, two more. Motion to close the James Baldwin residence. All in favor? Any opposed? And motion to close the Audrey Lord residence.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so the hearings are closed, and we look forward to seeing everyone on June 18th.
How are you? I guess everything I just started.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We're going to start today's Conservation Department agenda. We want to ask you to note item number 1 is going to be read into the record. So this is item number 1, LPC 19-3302, 3422 87th Street, Jackson Heights Historic District. This is read into the record today and presented at a future public hearing. So with that, we'll start with item number 2, LPC 19-37176, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, block 2099, lot 74. 64 South Portland Avenue, the Fort Greene Historic District, an Italian-style row house built circa 1852. The application is to legalize or modify an existing rear yard addition as per the LPC permits.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the presentation today. Good morning again, all afternoon. Thank you for the presentation staff. And I present you an application for 64 South Portland Avenue, located between Lafayette and DeKalb Avenue in Fort Greene Historic District. The application is to legalize a 3-story addition that you see here, which was constructed without DOE or LPC permits. Approximately 15 years ago, under previous ownership. Current ownership is represented here. The rear addition is presented to you here today because the majority of the houses in the block do not have additions of the height and depth of the addition at 80 East 68th Street, at 64 South Portland Avenue. So you can see here red the addition. You can see here the color coding mostly consists of 2-story additions. The block is quite diverse in there's some apartment buildings, row houses. The addition as it appears today has painted CMU walls with French openings and a roof terrace with railings. This is the CMU painted. This is the terrace. Additionally, the proposal also includes modifying the addition by stuccoing the walls of the addition in a gray color to remove the CMU appearance of the facade. Furthermore, the applicant is proposing to enlarge the windows at the corner floor and install a rear yard deck. The addition extends approximately. The addition extends approximately 9 feet and 5 feet deeper into the rear yard and the rear additions of the direct neighbors. As you can see here, there's another addition here next to it, but that's going to the same depth. These are the neighbors. These are the other side of the neighbors. It was hard to see other rear additions in the photograph at the terrace because of the foliage. But we believe that the plan that they provided on the block is quite accurate. So Larry Burnett, the architect of the project, can answer any further questions that you may have.
Can you come up and state your name for the record?
Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Lawrence Pinner. I'm the architect. I'm representing the owner, who is my son, Ruben Pinner, who's sitting here. And as Edward explained, we purchased this building from previous ownership, who had constructed this 15-foot rear addition some 15 years ago. And we were aware that there was a landmarks violation on the building, and a building department violation. We've cleared the building department. There's no zoning issues. As a matter of fact, this property has a very substantial rear yard, some 47 feet beyond our additions, so we're not encroaching in the floor area. It works. So the building department has no problems with it. And as Expert explained, what we're going to do on the power floor is we'd like to increase the fenestration with a nano wall of folding glass doors, and we'd like to install a rear deck, an open deck on the back. Our neighbor, actually 2 down from us, also has an open deck porch, which actually extends further than us, although the buildings to our extreme, immediate left and immediate right, we do sit in front of those buildings. Our neighbor 2 houses down actually extends further, and we've seen our neighbors on the block, and they've been aware of this for 15 years. This isn't something that's just come up. So we're trying to legalize it and do a minor alteration so that we can occupy the house legally.
The full block plan, just to point to the neighbors
Yeah.
and show us the one that's projected more deeply.
I think it's visible in the photograph if we look. If you bring the photographs of the backyard. Coming down to the pictures. Right. There. So that house, I don't have his magic pointer, but with a white on it, that porch is sticking much further out. And I think there's another photograph of it that may even show the staircase. There it is. And with the staircase coming down to the yard. That's not immediately next to us, it's the next one next to us.
So their deck projects more deeply than yours?
Yes, it does, with the porch, not with the addition.
And then to the other side, there is a 2-story deeper addition.
There's, well, to that side, that white addition, we are 9 feet in front of it.
But going a couple doors?
Yes, there's a deeper. There's many. As a matter of fact, if you look at that diagram where we allocated the additions on the block, we calculated that that one, comprising a 4-story, 3-story, 2-story mix, and of course, some of them are 3-story. There are 3-story additions on that block, but they may not be townhouses, they may be multiple family houses. But comprised on this block, there's over 50% of that block, when you go down to those rear yards, have additions on these houses.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I'm just still a little confused on the floor plans. Sort of, maybe the one that's first floor plan.
You want the collar floor? Yeah, right there.
Yeah, okay. So the 14 feet 5 inches or whatever that is.
14 feet 5 inches. That's the addition that was erected
15 years ago.
15 years
Okay,
ago.
and what you're proposing to do is open it up more than it is now and add an
8-foot porch, which actually is still not even in the rear yard, setback.
I understand that because of
And
the deeper.
where does the 47-foot dimension start?
We have that. If you go to one of the plans, I think it's a site plan that they've. back to the
Is it from the edge of the deck to the rear line?
Yeah, here it is. It's 38 feet, 8¼ inches to our dirt. Yeah, we're not even in the 30-foot yard. Because it's a fairly substantial garden that we're going to landscape.
Are there other questions?
Just for, I think the staff suggestions are that the deck position be modified to align with what? No, I couldn't find what the suggestion was about.
It's actually to align with adjacent additions because it is among several that project much less. However, in fairness, there are some that are part of the row a little to the south, I believe, that stick out somewhere in between the shallow ones that it's in the middle of and the one that's constructed now. So in sort of the close proximity of it, there's both shallow ones in the 6 to 7 foot range and also some deeper ones, but not 15 feet deep on the roadway.
The one that's up on top, I think is the one that has the very large porch.
Right.
Yes, it does.
And so the other
addition doesn't show the depth of the porch. It just shows the depth of the structure. When you add this porch, it's further, we do put a line with it.
On the aerial view, I think you're going to both see on this and on the aerial that there's quite a bit of variation, but just show the aerial, the one that I call it aerial, the one to the left.
The one at the very bottom of that picture is a very substantial addition. That's a 4-story addition. So the block has a lot of diversity in the rear yard, and there's nothing really picked to say everything's conforming to a certain size. Historically, over the years, it appears these additions have developed in multiple fashions and heights on the block. And as I said again, comprising over 50, about 51 to 52% of these houses have additions on this block.
One last question I have. So your volumes, is that aligned with the 2 bigger buildings to the left that are deeper?
It's hard for me to say, but I think so.
Anyone else?
When I was on site and I looked at the edge of the terrace, indeed it aligned approximately with these 2 apartment buildings.
And there's I'm sorry, the actual, from the building line, how far out is your addition?
It's 15 feet from our original building, as constructed 15 years ago.
So, again, just to clarify, our actions here, one is to legalize the almost, let's call it 15-foot, 15-year-old building addition.
Yes.
The other one would be to approve or to change the approval or the design of the deck.
To approve both the new window pattern and the deck?
Yes, it's an increased fenestration and an open porch.
But I suppose we could, not proposing I would suggest, that we also cut back to 3-story addition. Is that sure?
That's possible.
I just mentioned sure.
Yeah, it's all before us.
Yeah,
Okay. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this application? Okay, we do have a resolution from Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommending approval of the application. Okay, any last questions? Any other motion to close the hearing? All in favor? Any opposed? So, I think the applicant has shown that there's a lot of variety within this block, both in terms of additions, but also other building typologies. So I think the question is whether the size of this addition fits within that very context. And then the deck on top of it.
I think I feel that it does. And the deck, but only 8 feet. I suppose we could knock that back a little bit, but the one two doors down is considerably bigger. So, and it seems to be a pretty sizable and very green donut with deeper than normal yard. So I think I could improve it as it's being proposed. So.
Yeah, I agree. Given the diversity of buildings and inside the site distribution, and I don't think this is, really policy, this is unreasonable, I think the demonstration is fine. I'll be able to draw this.
It helps that it's an unusually deep lot.
I agree. It's a little bit big. Diversity allows us.
So we all agree?
In the manner of 64 South Portland Avenue in the Fort Greene Historic District. This is an application to legalize and modify existing rear yard addition that was built without landmark preservation commission permits. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are all the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Fort Greene Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the work has not eliminated significant historic fabric, that the existing addition, which is constructed without LPC Commission permits, is not visible from any public thoroughfare, that the addition does not rise to the full height of the building, and the plane of the top floor and the historic portable cornice have been retained, thereby maintaining the building's relationship and continuity with the adjacent buildings in the row. That the three-story height is consistent with other additions on the block. That the design of the rear addition, featuring stucco cladding and punch window and door openings, including the proposed window enlargements and railings, will be in keeping with the proportions and materiality of other rear facades and additions on row houses on the block, and that the proposed deck will not eliminate the presence of a rear yard. And the projection of the addition is in keeping with the variety of decks found within the block.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? That's approved.
Thank you. I appreciate it a lot for Sunday as a staff. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Okay, next is item number 3, LPC 19-39396, an application for a certificate of appropriateness of Borough of Brooklyn, lot 265, lot 10, 170 Joralemon Street, located at 57 Livingston Street, the Packard Collegiate Institute, the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. A transitional Greek revival style row house built in 1848, part of the 3-block school and courtyard complex of Packard Collegiate Institute. The application is to construct an addition and reconfigure the courtyard.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Richard Lally, Preservation Staff. This item is 170 Joralemon Street, aka 57 Livingston Street, which is also known as Garden House, a transitional Greek revival style row house built in 1848, which is part of a 3-block school and courtyard complex at Packard Collegiate Institute. The application is to demolish a 1930s 3-story brick masonry stairwell addition and construct a new 3-story side and rear addition, as well as rooftop mechanical equipment. The application also seeks to reconfigure the courtyard and replace and modify the furnishings. Some work is shown at the South Livingston Street facade of the row house in the presentation, and this will be reviewed at staff level. Sammy White of PBDW Architects is here to present the proposal and answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Sam White from PBDW Architects, and I'm going to start off with all that stuff and spend 20 minutes giving you the background, but it seems as though we skipped ahead. We have just a little bit of some housekeeping. We presented the scheme to Community Chile. You'll hear from them. We met with the Brooklyn Heights Association. I think they may be here today, and so they have seen it. We have met with our neighbors. They have seen, and also the immediate neighbors, they have seen the scheme. They have not seen this presentation because these presentations tend to get developed late in the game. So in that respect, we feel as though we have informed everybody who has an interest in this matter. Also, in addition to my being here, Representative Billy Cohen, the landscape architect, is here if you have questions about the landscape of the plaza, particularly with the trees. And Bruce Dennis, the head of school, is here if you have any questions about the school's intentions. Packard, the buildings of Packard were built, there are about 6 separate buildings, all but one of them was built in the last half of the 19th century. Along Joralemon Street, they are all, they come close to the street line, they're all a consistent material, consistent architectural idiom, consistent color. On the back, on the Livingston Street side, they are similarly consistent in idiom and color, although they build themselves around the courtyard, which started out as a park garden and has worked itself into a more of a hardscape landscape. But the application, this is the Joralemon Street side showing that remarkable consistency over a period of time. The building on the extreme right, Pratt Hall, was built in 1957, and it matches the color of respect matches those buildings. Whereas this application concerns the buildings that enclose that courtyard on Livingston Street. And you can see the dark gray is the garden house, 57 Livingston Street, which is the subject of the application. The yellow indicates the expansion of the footprint of the garden house, and the green indicates the expansion or the renovation of the garden. This is the view of the garden itself. At the top you see a view looking into Packard with St. Anne's Church on the left. That was built in 1869, but it was renovated in 2003 by Hugh Hardy. Quite a remarkable interior renovation. You see next to that, that glass wall is called the atrium that provides the circulation link between the St. Anne's building and the Packard buildings along Joralemon Street. And then the extreme right on the top, you see the garden house. The photograph on the bottom shows the view from essentially the rear steps of the main Founders Hall of Packard. The garden house is on the left, St. Anne's is on the right, and the Livingston Street buildings, which will be seen as the fourth facade of this space, are straight ahead of you. The garden house, built in 1884, was originally the residence of the head of school. It was a typical brownstone brick row house. The addition of the stair tower and portico, which you see on the extreme left, we think was done sometime between the enactment of the 1938 code. It just smells like the 1938 code, and the early 1940s when that tax photograph was taken. We haven't found the drawings that indicate the exact date of it, but I think it was put on in connection with an adaptation of the garden house for school use. This is the garden house today. We will be making changes to the facade of the garden house, which are all approvable at staff level. On the rear, you'll see that we'll be taking off the fire escape and removing windows. This is the portico that we will be removing. It would be fun if that display in the columns was in fact, but it's just a reflection of the wide-angle photography of a phone. It would be, I'm sure it would be a distinctive structure otherwise. Interiors, well, we're gutting the interiors of the garden house, removing the stair tower on the west facade near the street, removing the fire escape in the back, and removing all the non-structural partitions inside, keeping the floors and using those floor levels to inform the floor levels of our new addition. This is the addition, first couple of levels of the addition. The garden house is about 8,000 square feet. Our addition is about 12,000 square feet. The total will be 20,000 square feet. And what you can see in this drawing on the right is an element in the center that will be the main entrance to the new garden house. And otherwise, the garden house is going to be arranged with classrooms and offices, a couple of high occupancy assembly spaces towards the bottom of the building. That's a student center that will have doors that will open directly onto the garden. They're looking for a lot of easy movement between that space and the garden itself. And then on the upper floors, the central element that has the entrance on the ground floor becomes this sort of informal gathering space. It's essentially a glass box that you will see projects past the facade of the garden house. The second floor, the third floor rear, right there is, we call the conservatory. It's a single classroom which is set back from the footprint below it, so it has outdoor space on the west and on the north, and That you will see was done in an effort to reduce the massing of this expansion as it got closer to the garden, to the Packer buildings. Then on top of the roof of the new addition, we have a lot of mechanical equipment. This is a contemporary academic building. It's got some high occupancy spaces. We've got a lot of mechanical equipment. We're right under the nose of our neighbors. We've got to comply with the code requirement for noise from this mechanical equipment. So in addition to the equipment itself, we have a lot of noise muffling devices, and then in addition to that, we're surrounding the mechanical equipment with a acoustical wall that you will see up there. That is the outlines of the acoustical wall. There's the mechanical equipment, and there you see all of those extensions. This is the building. This is 59 Livingston Street right here. The back's the side of the yard. The apartment building is entered off Livingston Street. First of all, we've met with our neighbors, and they are aware, as I say, of the scope of this plan. We have to have very good relationships with these neighbors because we're going to need access agreements from them. And we are all living in the same block, and that's for a long time. So this probably isn't their first choice, but it's a process that we're handling very, very carefully. You can see that by extending the garden house to the back, we are blocking that window on 3 floors. But that window is part of a corner room that also has a window on the south that overlooks the landscaped courtyard of 59 Livingston Street. So we're not denying anybody their light. This shows at the top what the existing view looking east would be. There's 59 Livingston in the background, and then outlined in red with the yellow tone is the rough massing of what the new addition would be. They will no longer get the view of the garden, but they will also no longer be subject to the noise of the playground, which currently is right underneath the windows. These are the existing and proposed elevations. As I say, the work on the garden, the facade of the garden house will be done at staff level. That's replacing the windows, but it's important that we are replacing these windows with true sort of simulated divider lights with mullions on the outside, which is not what is there now, so that the texture of those windows is going to be restored, as well as the front door. That's important because this is our addition. What you see here, this is a true elevation, but this element, the divider element, is about 12 feet wide, is 23 feet back from the street, whereas that element that is projecting, that's the informal gathering spaces, that's about 60 feet back from the street. So this is a true elevation, but you have to understand that these things have been compressed, and you're rarely going to see them in quite this alignment. I'll get into the design rationale for what we're doing in a minute. This is the rear elevation where we'll be removing the windows, burying most of the rear elevation in the new addition, removing the fire stair, making some modifications to the masonry of the rear elevation just to accommodate interior circulation. And then this is the proposed elevation, again, a series of events that take place over about 70 feet collapsed into a single elevation. So it's a true elevation, but it's not an accurate picture of what you will actually see. This is what faces what's called the science wing of the Packer buildings. Here's where the action is. This is the west elevation. This is what faces the garden. You know, the garden house engages Livingston Street. It's a townhouse. It's got a facade. It has a dialogue with Livingston Street. It really just presents a blank wall to the garden itself, with the exception of the staircase and that portico and the fire escape. So we'll be removing those elements and adding this elevation, which I show you in color, but to take you through some of the main components. The downstairs, this is the student center right here, the community space that will open out into the garden. There'll be a pergola made out of metal and wood running along, which we will have encouraged to have plants grow up on. There's the main entrance to the expanded garden house. Here are 2 stories of that informal gathering space. These windows are for classrooms and offices. Here is the setback building that will be clad in metal, sort of silvery metal. Here is the acoustical barrier up above. There's the side wall of 59 Livingston Street. Here, some more offices. And then this point right here, we deliberately held back the terracotta. This is a 1 foot by 4 foot terracotta in the green screen. Held it back in order to reveal 2 feet of a window device that has the glass of which is divided into lights that will replicate the scale and texture of the garden house itself, the Livingston Street. So essentially what we've got is a building that's 95% of this building is going to be addressing the architectural context of the Packer buildings around the surrounding the garden. 5% of the building, which is right here, will be addressing the context of Livingston Street and the garden house itself. This is the view taken from 59 Livingston Street looking west. So you see the back, you see the back of the garden house. It just extends a little bit into that open space. The fire escape will be removing. We're making 2 openings for new windows. With the expansion, we'll have a windowless brick wall as part of the new construction, closing off that view. 2 new windows for classrooms that otherwise would not have windows. There at the top, you see the acoustical shielding material, and then you see the windows that we will be blocking. The 3 windows, the 59 Livingston Street, will be blocked as part of this project. This section really shows you.
Could I just interrupt it while you have that last slide on? I live in a situation that's rather like this now.
Oh, if you don't live in one of these.
How are you going to maintain that wall?
By maintain, what do you mean? Oh, I see. Okay, sorry, thank you. That wall.
Yeah.
We'll have to get an access agreement that will allow us to maintain that wall. That would be I would say the mildest of the access agreements. We would have to do a certain amount of underpinning of the side retaining wall of 59 Livingston Street, which is protecting its landscape court. Shelley Freeman is here, and he would be dealing with all those access agreements. The garden house you see on the right, it's a 3-story building with a basement, an attic, and a cellar. That's me? Okay. 3 stories, a basement, a cellar, and an attic. The attic and the cellar have mechanical. There you see the connecting link with the vertical circulation in the classrooms and offices in the back. This section is not an accurate section, because an accurate section in this dimension will take you through St. Anne's Church. This sort of shifts you halfway down and puts you on Livingston Street. And the point of this section is to show that you will see most of the upper portion of our addition from Livingston Street. You won't see very much of the bottom because of the change in grade here. There's a wall, there'll be a lot of planting, so you won't see much of what's down there, but you'll see everything about what's up there, and that is one of the reasons, that plus the acoustical consideration were the reasons for the shielding of the mechanical equipment up on that roof. This shows the photograph of what that existing view would be like now on the left, and then the proposed view without any planting or playground equipment in front of it. But it starts to show you what we have in mind with respect to this element here, where this is the element that starts to connect to the garden house and its window treatment, whereas the rest of the building is, as I say, addressing the context of the Packer structures. Here is existing proposed for the garden house. With respect to this element that we're adding, remember it's about 23 feet back from the street. There is typical in Brooklyn of these side party walls that have a bay attached to them. This is a generous bay. I mean, I think if you were walking down the street and you saw this building, it would look like a residential building, and you would think that the person who had that bay in the garden was a lucky person indeed. So we like to think that this is an attractive solution that reconnects the temporary addition back into the historic host building. This is the view of the existing conditions in the garden looking to the east, 59 Livingston Street. Here is the proposed addition. The material is terracotta, 1 foot by 4 foot terracotta blocks will be replicating the color, the scale of the masonry that the Packer buildings are made out of. What we call the conservatory will be standing seam in a silvery metal that will be passing around. There is the light gray for the acoustical enclosure. This is the side wall of 59 Livingston. Here is the projecting glass box, as it were, with the informal gathering spaces on the 2nd and 3rd floor. We're protecting that glass, or covering that glass with a layer of terracotta baguettes, both to shield from the sun coming in from the southwest, but also to cut down on the vast area of some unrelieved glass. We think that the texture of that will help create the continuity across from left to right across this facade. There is you see the purple and the entrance to the school, the entrance to the building, and then the entrance to the student center. And here you see just this little glimpse, it's like a cuff showing of the window treatment that will turn the corner and connect both metaphorically.
Before you close,
Pardon me?
I still want you to switch off this image before I ask a question. You did.
He just asked a question.
Oh, you don't want me to
Yes,
switch
please
off.
don't.
Yes, of course.
I just wanted to ask a thing. So the standing seam is this kind of grayish
Yes, that's
material
correct.
here.
Yeah.
And is that also true for the headers over the windows and the mullions between the windows? Is all that? And
Yes.
Trellis is also all that color?
Yes.
And what the reveals that are, the articulated reveals that occur at the window head lines, are they lined with metal? Are they just bigger gaps for?
That articulated would be a metal, that would be a metal channel. Same thing, made out of aluminum or something like that.
Okay. And you had said that your intention with this building design and this facade was that it relates to the back of the rest of the Packard campus.
In the scale of the elements, the nature of masonry, the color and texture is mildly the texture and scale of the terracotta elements relates to the Packard buildings that are facing the garden. Yes. So that's, we think that's the context that
Is the color and the texture of the terracotta that you're seeking to make that a lot better?
It won't quite have the texture of the original stone, but it's not smooth. It's got a grainy texture. I think the piece there.
But Sam, let me help also with this because I know the situation so very well. There's a very contemporary edition by Hugh Hardy,
Yes.
very glassy.
You'll see
So I
that.
think
You'll see that in the photograph.
I'm pitching your story now, but I think that helps sell the idea of a more contemporary.
There's a picture
an
we have.
ensemble of old and quite new architecture back there, which makes it kind of
Switching
exciting.
here to the existing, there is, yes, there you see the contemporary, there's what they call the atrium, which is that great glass wall linking the Packard buildings to St. Anne's. This is a weird, it's a weird perspective, but we took us, I think we probably had to cobble together a series of photographs to do this, and so I apologize for the perspective, but this gives you an idea of what this building was going to look like in what I would call the post-Holocaust view, which is with all the plants removed, practically nobody, only two misguided people on the sidewalk, and no playground. That is the addition of the garden house next to it. As far as materials and colors, as I say, we were informed by the materials and colors on the Livingston Street side. There's a sample board passing around with showing the terracotta baguettes, the metal for the standing seam, and the lintels, and the articulated joints. The rest of the joints will be open. This is a sound barrier wall. We got to see that we got a particularly generous sample of that color from the manufacturer. It would be 2 weeks if we wanted a bigger one. So I apologize for that. This is the landscape, and quite quickly what we're doing is tearing out the existing some improvements in the landscape. This is a very sort of idiosyncratic geometry, and we are going to be regularizing that geometry here to create fewer built-up masonry planters, more flat, flexible open space, reorienting that stair so that it addresses this sort of orthogonals of this. Relocating the playground, which is currently here in the back of the garden house, to parallel to Livingston Street, and then reinforcing the planting along Livingston Street. This is a survey of trees, the number of trees we're taking down, the number of trees we're adding. The answer is we're taking 15 trees down and adding 20. And as I say, some of Billy Cohen's office is here. If you have specific questions about the trees, we have a quite detailed presentation of the tree plan to the community board too, as well as to the Brooklyn Heights Association. And then just finishing up, we're going to be modifying some of the gates along Livingston Street in order to adapt those gates to be used for public assembly purposes. And that is the end of this presentation. Here is a view, probably excluding the playground equipment, which will be right behind that evergreen wall there, which we are reinforcing. And that is pretty much the view that you will get walking down Livingston Street. I will be happy to answer any questions. I apologize if I've left anything out.
Any other questions?
Is the back orange wall behind the atrium, is that made out of brick?
That is made out of brick, yes.
Explain to me the choice of terracotta as opposed to brick.
We wanted something that, we wanted to kind of sharpen the reading of the garden house, and that we thought that to use brick would be to start to confuse the addition with the original garden house, that the scale was too similar. Even if we had picked we couldn't pick a very different color, but we felt that the terracotta allowed us to change the scale as well as the color, which in our view was important to a kind of clarified reading of the now cleaned up garden house.
Other questions? Okay, we'll see if there's public testimony. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this application? Yes. Yeah, all right, Judy and then...
Judy Stanton for the Brooklyn Heights Association. We feel the proposal should be refined before it is approved. A successful project here needs to account for the public visibility of the site, the mix of richly designed buildings surrounding the courtyard, and the integrity of the existing garden house. We appreciate the school's desire to create what is essentially a new building on its campus with its own distinctive entrance. However, we feel the proposal could have achieved this goal without detracting from the other criteria. We found much to like in the new courtyard's entrance's vertical elements, such as the fins, yet we feel the overall effect was to compete with the garden house. Projecting glass over the entrance is too prominent for an extension that intends to be subordinated to the original building. One solution could be to recess the glass behind the paint plane of the terracotta facade, perhaps even bringing the glass down to the entry level to provide more impact through material rather than volume. The fins could be retained in the plane of the terracotta. Another solution could be a more differentiated massing between the garden house and the new building. This could allow the entrance's verticality to be employed more to complement the composition of the courtyard's other buildings and less for purposes of breaking up the long horizontal extension. In this respect, we also felt that designing an extension led to an overly austere roofline compared to the courtyard's other buildings. We did not see a need to preserve the stair tower or its shape. We felt the selection of a terracotta material and our brownstone color is appropriate. We suggested that the glass on the courtyard and Livingston Street facades match each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Geisler.
I'm Joan Geisler, testifying on behalf of Professional Archaeologists of New York City. On behalf of Professional Archaeologists of New York City, PANIC, I bring the Commission's attention to potential archaeological issues. In this case, the application to alter the existing mid-19th century garden house building, according to a map that was built in 1848, I believe, not 1888, but perhaps I'm wrong about that, to alter the existing mid-19th century garden building and a courtyard of the Patrick Collegiate Institute campus. The proposed alterations possibly will impact 19th century features that remain within the school complex. While their location is less predictable here than on a domestic site, shaft features such as cisterns and/or a well, and possibly multiple privy pits to accommodate school children and teaching staff, undoubtedly the components of the 19th century campus. This also is true of unknown features within the compound. We therefore recommend that a Phase 1A study be initiated, as it is possible that school records and other historical resources, components of our research, could identify and locate these features and determine if they might still remain. Based on this research, research is warranted, field testing and mitigation should occur prior to construction. This project offers yet another example of a designated historic district with 19th century structures where archaeological features containing unique irreplaceable information may be found. PANIC asks the commissioners to ensure that the archaeological component of this 19th century site is considered. And once again, PANIC urges the commission to institutionally embrace its responsibility to address appropriate 19th century archaeological issues within its purview. Those associated with structures erected prior to 1875 in Manhattan and at least 1880 in other boroughs. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Yes, please come up and state your name for the record.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Ken Pickard. I'm a resident of Livingston. I'm here representing other residents of Livingston as well as the owners of 59 Livingston. This past Sunday, our position is that we oppose the currently proposed design. This past Sunday in the neighborhood, we circulated a survey and obtained 116 signatures requesting that Packer opt for a more modest design of their proposed enlargement. First off, I want to say that we totally respect Packer's desire to develop and provide better facilities for their students for the modern age. Our aim is that they make a more modest design, both in size and design, so that's consistent with the neighborhood. So really our opposition comes from kind of two reasons, the size and massing. We believe that this will be highly visible from the road, particularly the new entrance made of glass and metal. The building itself, as the architect mentioned, is going to add 12,000 square feet to an 8,000 square foot structure. So for those reasons, again, the facade there, that main entrance, that will be highly visible from the roadway. We believe that is inconsistent with the character of Livingston Street. So in terms of solutions, the first meeting that Packer held at their school, they provided us a rendering similar but smaller than this, and they said that was the initial plan. However, they brought it to the board, and the board asked that they consider something bigger. So at that time, we were just provided with kind of a loose blueprint of what was ahead there. So I think that an acceptable plan exists, but in terms of more tactical recommendations with these plans that they developed, fellow resident and I would propose that they consider removing that third floor, which is effectively the roof deck in the conservatory, that part of the addition, so that main glass metal structure is therefore a foot lower. We believe the Packer will still have all the robotics, creative, student-centered facilities that they're looking to develop, and this would be more appropriate for the neighborhood as well.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? We have a resolution from Livingston Committee Board 2 recommending approval of the application. Yes, if you'd like to add anything, respond to the comments.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Bruce Dennis, head of school at Packer for the past 15 years. And just with regard to the size of the addition, Packer has expanded over the course of the last decade by over 200 students. And so the population that we're serving now is considerably larger than the one that we had in the old design of the building. So part of the board's vision for this is not to add more students to the school. The purpose of this construction is simply to be able to better accommodate the students that we have now. Right now, the building is occupied essentially 100% of the time. Every space within the building is occupied 100% of the time. Classes are meeting in offices and nooks and crannies, sometimes even in the library because of that increase. We recently built the Early Learning Center on Clinton and Remsen. That allowed us to take our students, our youngest students, out of the garden house explicitly for the purpose of being able to create this additional space. With regard to the conservatory, one of the things that we're really striving for here is to create as much flexible space within the building as possible, recognizing that school programs evolve and change, curriculum needs change. Our curriculum, by the way, has grown along with the growth in our student population. We're offering more classes, more electives. So we really need every square inch of the space here that we have proposed. I'm happy to answer any other questions, but I just wanted to make that point with regard to the space and the size of the proposed construction.
Okay. Are there other questions for the team? So, Sam, can you maybe just do a final point about the appropriateness? I think you talked a little bit about this being a campus, an ensemble of buildings that evolved and grew over time to become part of the school, and additions have been added over time as well, and that the primary materials are brick and some metal and glass that has been approved by the commission. And so, because this addition is larger than the building to which it's being added, I think that the theme that you're trying to talk about here is that this is part of a campus as well. Talk about a little bit about, and then sort of about the connection to the garden house. Because I think it's the rear wall is being maintained. Is that correct?
The rear wall of the garden house will be retained but buried within the addition. You won't see the rear wall in this addition, but these are, these buildings all to some extent address the garden. There's no way in and out of St. Anne's to get to the garden. I personally think that the what's called the atrium is a little overwhelming. I'm not a big fan of the atrium. I don't think there's a lot of enthusiasts on Livingston Street. It's a big piece of glass. But otherwise, I think all of these buildings do have kind of dialogue with the garden, and the garden house never did. The garden house has no dialogue with the garden. And I think when you come out, you see kind of the opening. This playground is sunken. This is sort of not a terribly, it might be a attractive part of the garden because it's sunken. It's very shady and it tends to be damp. And then what you see at 59 Livingston was not intended to be a principal elevation. So I think we're taking a kind of an area that has some negative visuals and replacing it with a facade that does have, I'd say, an assertive relationship with the garden itself. That is trying to be in dialogue with the garden. It's trying to offer, let's see, I'm going the right way. It's, give me 1 second. The projecting glass box, that projection is sort of similar to those sort of, the tower on an Italianate house, which is starting to suggest that the landscape beyond is worthy of getting up in the tower and looking at it. It starts to have a dialogue with the space. And so the punch openings, I believe, are sort of similar roughly in scale with the punch openings on the existing Packer buildings. And so I do believe that this elevation sort of completes what now is kind of a missing fourth elevation of Livingston Street. It would then be the third elevation of this space. This would be the fourth. It would be a very contemporary building. There's no question about it. But I think that the robust architecture of Packer and the mix of Packer, St. Anne's, and the glass atrium can tolerate a new memorable area.
Final questions? So we'll have a motion to close the hearing.
Just a question about the ground, the disruption with the ground that you're doing, substantial change to the ground. Can you talk a little bit about the context of how that's appropriate?
Talk about
the context of how that's okay.
But Packer runs a lot of programs in the space. In addition, if you go there on an average day, really be amazed at how much energy kids that age have. I mean, it's just astonishing. They're running around, they're screaming, they're kicking soccer balls at each other, they're throwing frisbees. But in addition, Packer has programmed events in this space. They have a thing called Pumpkin Patch. They have graduation in the space. And what they found in the old space was that the raised planters and the sort of idiosyncratic geometry of the old space was interfering with their ability to have these more formal events. And so the plan to remove those planters, to regularize, make more orthogonal the geometry of that porch and then to relocate the playground so it's parallel to Livingston Street. Those were all part of the plan to make a more usable outdoor space than they currently have. I'm not sure if I answered all the questions, but I could go on, and we could talk about trees forever.
All right, so I think we'll move to our discussion. Can we have a motion to close the hearing?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
So a campus that we're familiar with, that's personally familiar with, and the commission that's sort of familiar with. So where do you want to start?
I would like to start simply because I know it so well. I think Sam explained the campus nature of this assemblage of buildings, which is, I think, one of the more interesting assemblages of school buildings in the city. And I would agree with Sam's assessment of the hardy atrium. It's a bit overpowering, but in a way it's set up now, it exists, it was approved by this commission. It set up the situation back there now to make this new proposal look rather modest, I think. I listened very carefully to the BHA position. But I'm coming around, the more I see this building, the more I like the building. I don't read it as an addition. I don't think it's a proper reading to say this is an addition to the I think it probably is 1848 Garden House building. I just don't read it that way. I read it as a new building that is up against that building and that's in the back, but it's not, it's just, I view it as an incorrect reading to think this is an addition to the back of the building, or residence building, that we would apply that same reading actually to other buildings, maybe even across the street in Brooklyn Heights. But this is a different thing. It's enclosing and making this enclosure of an open space in the back, very handsome and beloved open space, as the school itself is. And the extraordinary architecture, of course, which began its life. And I think, unless I'm wrong, it's the earliest girls' college in the country. It predates Vassar, which is often associated with being the earliest girls' college by something like 20 years. Of course, it's no longer a collegiate institute; it's a K-12 private school. So what I'm getting to is a polyglot of buildings of different ages, just the stuff we love here in this commission, the evolution of an institution over time, the layering of history is visible. It seems to me in the hands of this architect's solution that it's a very thoughtful solution. I don't think that I find it too big. Perhaps if I were living in the next building over and my courtyard was to be closed, that's a whole other story, but I'm not sure that that's really a landmarks issue. I think it's another kind of an issue. I think the response specifically of the articulation of the facade, I think the amount of glass, the punched openings, except for the very proper, in my judgment, new door, and punctuating, making something of that door, not just slithering in, is very similar, as you see, to the historic building and its verticality there. As I said, the huge glass plain panes that have already been established by the party make this new glass seem rather diminutive. So all in all, I'm not finding anything to really push back on. I'm sure that there's many details that are still going to be worked out, but the basic overall approach is something that I can support pretty much as is.
I agree with Fred. I think it's sort of unfair to characterize it as an addition. It really is a new building, and it's just fine where it is. And I think the one thing that has been bothering me a little bit is there seem to be far too many baguettes on that central bay. It just makes it so busy when everything else is so stately and relatively austere. But that's anyway.
Yeah, I also agree. My reaction was that I like the design a lot, and I think that it does integrate well with the yard. And I think it is important for it to stand in material. I think the use of materials does help to differentiate it from existing architecture, which I think is good. And my reaction was it's really part of the campus, you know. It would be really too large as an addition, but I think it's part of the campus that it works.
I have little comments about the side extension, and I think based on what Fred and Michael were talking about, that those, if you want to retain the existing windows, then those, some of the exposure, that's a different story, but if you treat it as a new addition, I would agree with the Fred and Michael that the reasons in the building and therefore it's not an issue.
I mean, I think it is part of this campus that's evolved and new buildings and constructing new buildings. And I do think that if you think of it that way, and not as an addition, it fits within the campus and there's a design differentiated from the garden house, so that the garden house still has some legibility of the building. So I also am comfortable with it, and also the materials to the garden. So I think we to approve John's
In the matter of LPC 19-39396, 170 Joralemon Street, also known as 57 Livingston Street, the Patrick Collegiate Institute in Brooklyn Heights Historic District, the application to construct an addition and reconfigure the courtyard. And note the building's scale, style, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the brick side extension is not original to the house or a significant later addition alteration, that the front portion of the proposed addition will be similar in size and setback placement of the existing addition to be and will preserve views into the courtyard and of the rear facades of the buildings in the complex, that the construction of a new addition on the side of the row house framing the side of the central courtyard will be consistent with the evolution of this campus, which has grown over time by incorporating and modifying existing buildings as well as a new glazed pavilion built in the early 21st century. That the proposed addition, when viewed from public thoroughfares looking east, will be seen against the background of taller secondary facades. That the proposed addition will not exceed the row house and surrounding buildings in height or width, helping the addition to harmonize with the house, the campus, and the streetscape in terms of its size. That the historic silhouette of the side parapet will remain exposed, thereby maintaining visual cues to the historic massing of the house. That the materials and finish palette for the addition, featuring textured terracotta panels, dark finished metal framing, and clear glazing, will harmonize with the materials and finishes of the surrounding historic buildings, while also clearly identifying it as a modern addition. That the fixed and casement window assemblies of the side facade will harmonize with the punched openings of the row house and surrounding buildings in terms of alignment and framing details, and be consistent in character with the side facade. That the simply designed cantilever portion of the proposed addition will not call undue attention to itself. That the acoustical screens at the roof of the proposed addition will be simply designed, set back from the side facade, limited in height, and neutral in color, and will be a discrete background presence, that the limited removal of trees will not eliminate the presence of mature trees from the site, which help the addition to remain a background element. Amen.
All in favor? Any opposed? All in favor, I didn't hear any votes. Any opposed? Okay. That's approved, thank you.
Okay, we're going to shift gears briefly for a public meeting. Meeting item number 1, LPC 19-15038. An application for certificate of corporation in the Borough of Staten Island, Block 891, Lot 1. 209 Flagg Place, the Ernest Flagg House, expanded landmark site for Ernest Flagg House, individual room. And the state and following revival site management designed by Ernest Flagg in 1998, altered in 1907, meaning expired details and related accessory buildings. The application is to construct new single-family dwelling on the property with all finished grade energy. This was last presented at the public hearing on October 30th, 2018. No action was taken at that time.
No, not in your chair.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Jason, President and staff. This is 209 Flagg Place at the October 30th public hearing. Commissioners asked a number of questions and gave initial impressions and some specific feedback on the proposal development of the Ernest Flagg estate. And at that time, the Commissioner requested to do a site visit to better understand spatial relationships, the topography, and landscaping of the estate. And most of the Commissioners did so several weeks later. As a reminder, this proposal also includes the demolition of the seminary wing and reconstruction of the historic covered walkway enclosure and the extensive restoration of the front terrace area and the main mansion. At the public hearing, the questions and feedback from the Commissioners focused on the following topics: the number of proposed houses and the density of the development, the size of the lots and the distances between the proposed houses, the reduction of open space around the mansion and on the property as a whole, the location and impact of the new access road along the southwest side of the front yard, the design and materials of the new houses and integration with the landscape, and the use of the mansion and its role in the proposed development. Some additional presentation materials were also requested, including a plan showing the copper flag development on and around the Flagg estate, shown in conjunction with the proposed new development and the existing and proposed landscape plans for the entirety of this portion of the estate. The applicant will present new additional materials and respond to your initial questions and feedback.
Thank you. This is Shelley Friedman for the applicant. Hopefully, this will be a drier, warmer meeting than the last time we met out on Staten Island. I believe that everything that Lisa listed in terms of supplemental materials is in the package for you. You have drawings there, but just for housekeeping measures, there's also a letter on my letterhead, which reviews some of the comments and reinforces some of our thoughts on the appropriateness of this project. In addition, enclosed with that letter, there is a letter from the applicant, Tom Costa, who is here today. Costa is a second-generation home builder in Staten Island. At his point, he had two major points, one of which was that he, as someone who grew up a stone's throw from his stone's throw from this project. He very much wants to be able to develop his property appropriately and under the commission's guidance. The second as a home builder is that while we're into some very complex issues of home building and topography, he wanted you to know that for a Staten Island home builder, this is pretty much everyday stuff. And that there's nothing in this application that is that complex or stretches the mark at all from the daily business of a Staten Island home builder building in the hills of Staten Island, whether that's grade changes or topography or actual construction methods. Also in the package, there is a list that provides a description of how each page has changed from the original proposal. There is also a letter from an engineer who has experience with some of the items raised by people who testified the last time regarding the requirement for a 10,000 square foot minimum lot, 1,000 foot frontage. All of that is related, as we suspected, to septic tank regulations for Copper Flagg, which when it was developed was not on the municipal sewage system. When you were on the municipal sewage system, these rules did not apply. And we are fully compliant with regard to both on all respects with the design resolution, significantly in the floor area, under lot coverage, more open space than required. So I would like to just take you through the changes, basically, knowing that I have two gentlemen behind me who can go into depth with you on the site planning issues, and that would be Roger Race, and on the renovation of Stone Court, and the appropriateness of the proposed houses, the typical houses that we're presenting to you, and that would be Hopkins Price. So I just want to take you through a couple of sheets here and summarize and list for you the changes that we've made, at least since we last saw you. This is a project that's been in this room since 2011, and but the changes that we're bringing to you now are the changes that are reflected in the comments that we heard and the comments that staff heard at the last hearing. You have here the photograph of the existing. This is obviously Stone Court. This is a seminary wing that was added prior to its designation. To the left of that was a parking lot, which is visible from the road, but which will be eliminated. The seminary wing comes down, and on its footprint will be a restoration of the original Flagg loggia and a reflecting pool that will get. And as I said, my job here is only to summarize and highlight and take you through the details of the restoration. And I know he has one or two slides to do that. This site plan shows you primarily what's coming out in the red. You'll see the seminary building here. The pond, the pool is actually there, but it's covered. It's a platform at the moment. You see the old parking lots here, and a parking lot there, and you see the existing roadway. Here you enter the property from here, and it wraps around and behind to the parking lot. There's also another entrance to the property, which will be moved in the proposal. We've shown you in yellow. We think it's important. We've added these since our last discussion with you. There's a package of site work amenities new to this project that was always Mr. Costa's intention to do, but in the breadth of this application, we never had a chance really to talk about it. That would be the complete restoration of the 280-foot retaining wall on Flagg Place, restoration and the return of the historic materials to the arch. There's similar original site work here. There are original pillars here that will be restored, and there are in two places, one right here and one up here. We're going to add a kind of public viewing platform. The public does not really get to see much of this property. There will be a bench on a platform. People will be able to come up onto the lawn here instead of looking at it from 5 feet down on Flagg Place, and be able to take a look at a very visitors view of the mansion. And the same up here in the view corridor that continues to exist between the mansion and the barn. which is individually designated, which is also an individually designated plan. This drawing shows you the changes that we've made primarily to the roadway, to the extension of the road that leads around, we're calling the extension to the access road. You can see it in red. That road has been narrowed from 38 feet to 34 feet, and it's been moved west of the mansion to give the mansion more breathing room. And the houses themselves, you can see the footprints of the houses themselves have been moved back. Also important in this particular drawing, if you note the yellow-green trees, those were trees which were slated to be demolished in the original proposal. By adjusting the footprint of the houses, by moving them back, we're able to save those major trees. The overall effect will be that the extension and the houses will now be set back further into the natural setting to the west of the property, giving more distance between them and the mansion itself. And as I said, Mr. Moraes, he can take you through that. You'll also see there have been various reconfigurations of most of the footprints, and these houses are somewhat smaller than the houses that you saw, and the lots are somewhat bigger. That is our full ability to respond to the Commission's request for density. We are still showing 19 homes, as we did originally, and those are simply, in our view, an essential part of the financial mathematics for how this property needs to be developed. You cannot take these land costs and assign them to less than 19 houses before the price of each of these houses goes beyond any reasonable hope. I know that's not an issue for the Commission, but I'm trying to explain why. When we listen to the discussions about density, our views were to make the houses smaller, move them farther away, move them farther apart from each other, but that we would not be modifying the application to reduce the number of houses. I should also add at this point, it's important. At our last hearing with regard to the mansion itself, we were asked about its future use. The future use at that time was the most we could say, which was anything as a right. That meant single-family residential, or it meant a long list of potential community facility uses that are permitted in an R11 zone. The feedback that we got was that the Commission was looking for more certitude about the future use of the mansion. So Mr. Costa has decided that he will develop the mansion into 4 or 5 condominium units, residential condominium units. That will unfortunately take us to the Board of Standards and Appeals for variance, which we had not planned on originally pursuing. But the thought was that we can today assure you that this will be a residential use in this building. None of the exterior restoration plans from Mr. Price change that I hope we can discuss with you change because of that change in use. It was simply to eliminate that uncertainty. Here is simply a blow-up of what's going to be taking place along Flagg Place, the arch, the totally restored retaining wall, original retaining wall here, a distinctive driveway pavement. The point is that we had, and we can discuss this at greater length, this is the steepest slope of the site is right here. It's a 10% increase in grade. And between that and changes that have been made generally, you can see how the contours change here, both here and here, as it turns out. We believe that with these changes and the changes in the access road extension, which now blend into the contour of the hills to a greater extent than they did before, and with the addition of appropriate presentation materials at the beginning, that the view uphill is now significantly reduced over what it was. And we have a section here that we can go into if you want that will show you more about it. This plan shows you The parking, we were asked about parking, we actually have the right to park on both sides of Flagg Place, of the current road and of the extension. We are agreeing to restrict parking. All you see here in the pink color will be striped no parking. And that includes the initial entranceway up the contour until it no longer becomes significant on both sides of the road, so that we both keep the nature of the place intact, and there will not be a visual line of parked cars, disturbing the view.
Shelley, if I could interrupt and ask you the question now rather than later. If those pink areas are not going to be for parked cars, why do they need to be for road at all? Why can't the road be narrow?
The road has been narrowed.
I know it has, but why can't it be even further narrow?
We believe that this road is as narrow as the city, and that's a combination of DOT and fire department regulations will permit. And we would take any suggestions to narrow it further if we had that kind of feedback.
The road on the right that exists.
This exists. This exists.
Why can't you repeat that?
We can't repeat that because this road is not suitable for fire truck access. It's not suitable now. Anybody who ever changes the certificate of occupancy on this mansion, even if this project goes away, is going to be faced with the same need to put some kind of either expand this road, and which would jeopardize the arch, or provide something along the same lines that we're providing. We're not for these homes. You would still need some form of access road. So it's now 34 feet. You last saw it at 38 feet. And again, we would be open to any authority that could tell us we could do this any narrower, and we would be happy to do it. It's not their other than the fact that we need a road, and that's the minimum width. These are the montages that were requested. You can see the retaining wall that'll be repaired. You can also see in terms of the views. You stand 5 feet below that retaining wall before you can ever look up long. You see what you can see of the homes there. Again, another view with the loggia intact, taken a little bit farther away. You can see the key here. This was taken almost from dead center. This was taken a little bit on track. Now, the point being here that as traffic moves this way, none of this is in view. Cars move in this direction, and all of this will be behind you before you have appreciation. This, I believe, here I'll let Roger take you through it if necessary. This is the slope, as you see, and this is the outline of the mansion. So you can see the 3 smaller homes that are here are now farther set back, and those trees have been retained. I wanted to show you this only because it includes, if you're interested, the square footage of lot area, the information that's requested by you, and what we have here is an indication that there's a substantial overlap. The smaller of the copper Flagg homes are about the same size as the larger of ours. There isn't a total break in continuity, nor are they that much different. We're talking about houses in the 3,000 to 4,000 square foot size anyway. So these are not spacious homes, but nor are they considerably smaller than what exists in copper Flagg until you get to a few of the really large houses, which are basically on double lots. And there you have some size differences. We also showing, if it's important to the commission, these blue dots represent all the houses that are on lots of less than 10,000 square feet. In contrast to the testimony you heard that didn't be done, that it didn't exist in copper Flagg. The rest here are basically things that I can leave to others, but those are the changes, the relocation and the reduction in size of the extended access driveway, the relocation of the lower homes to reduce the visibility, the addition of the site work, the conversion of the house to residential, 4-unit residential condominium, the retention of the trees. I'm going to turn it over to Roger to take you through the elevations and Ivan. But our basic thought here is in the letter that you have in front of you, that we believe is an important part of the appropriateness on this site. And, in addition to restoration of the mansion, which is kind of a no-brainer, in terms of the amount of work that it needs and the dire situation it's in, that it's appropriate to remember who this Flagg was. It's important to remember that he was a voracious land developer as well as an esteemed architect. It's important to recall that he did what's being done here, which is to take a large tract of land and bring in utilities and subdivide it and build houses on it. We believe that the houses that we provided are clearly in his tradition, using the materials in his tradition and the site planning principles of his tradition. So we don't shirk from the fact that we are adding homes. We think it's as appropriate a character in the character of Ernest Flagg. And you have there in your materials his sales brochure. It's in the back of my letter. That talks about building these small homes and shows you the subdivision plan which was requested. So we believe that in terms of this application is indeed appropriate on all three counts. The restoration of the mansion, the restoration, the redevelopment that we're proposing, but just as importantly, if Ernest Flagg were walking around, he might do something very similar to this in the spirit of this. The site has always been a laboratory, as Paul Goldberg said, and we continue to seek your permission to develop it at this stage. Roger or Ivan, do you want to talk about the elevations? And thank you.
Just for the record, can we have a motion to open the proceedings to allow the applicants to speak? Second, all in favor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Roger Moraes, architect. And so, looking back on prior hearing in October, one of the discussions was about having an idea for the project. And so, what is that idea? Well, this Flagg estate was originally constructed in 1898 by Ernest Flagg. And it was designed by him, and it was not a traditional commission. It wasn't for a banker or a lawyer. He was rather for himself. So what you have here, and in the surrounding area, is the most authentic and raw example of Ernest Flagg architecture. Stone cottages, such as Walcott and Bowcott, that are affixed to the land, with 5-foot high retaining walls fronting on Flagg Place. And then centered along the site is the estate, built upon the highest point to overlook the hills of Staten Island. And so what we have here is an opportunity to appreciate this mansion from a 360-degree view by creating this asymmetrical relationship by the introduction of this new road. The changes that Shelley has discussed had come about also from studying copper flag. So copper flag was done in the 1980s, and it really has nothing to do with Ernest Flagg. The homes don't look like Ernest Flagg homes. The size of them are not in relation to Walcott or Bowcott. And so what we've done here is instead studied him, studied his writings, his drawings, his homes, not only on Staten Island. There are other homes, not just here, but on Richmond Road. We've also looked at homes in other parts of the country, in Wisconsin. And what we've developed, if I go back to this drawing, also is the ability to site the houses within the landscape to wrap the stone retaining wall that's on Flagg Place and turn it into the site, to preserve the mature trees, and to create a roofscape that is very Flagg-like. So the first 3 homes are cottages. They have their living space on the first floor and modest bedrooms on the second floor. The remaining homes, further uphill, are more of a 2-story traditional type that, because of their distance from Flagg Place, can be taller and be more in the background. We've also studied the neighboring area, and we found that because of the uniqueness of Toad Hill, which has contours that vary from site to site, there is clustered development, as you can see in these zoomed-in photos. So there's been many developments where you've brought in roads and driveways, and you've built around them, and you provide access and community where otherwise it may not be possible, except for by bringing the homes closer together. We've developed these elevations here, and again, these are for the first 3 homes where that we've looked at introducing different types of materials, not just stone, but also clapboard siding, half timbering with stucco, and we've studied them directly out of Flagg's writings, and begun to reintroduce them, and doing so in a way that actually calls attention to Ernest Flagg, unlike what was done at Copper Flagg. We've developed preliminary floor plans just to give an idea of how these homes will operate, and we found that they can be smaller in size, but still have all the practical elements of a modern house. Ivan can talk more in depth about them and about ways that we've created these designs, but there's been a great number of examples, and given this opportunity now, we can recreate this and tie together what was started in 1898 and now can continue in the present day.
So as Roger said, we looked at thoroughly at Flagg's writings and also the many houses that he built that go far and wide beyond Staten Island. He did houses in upstate New York, he did houses in New Jersey, he did houses in Virginia, he did houses, as we mentioned, Wisconsin. What's interesting, when you look at his book, which was when he finally, well on into his career, when he finally crystallized his ideas, you see everyone thinks first about, the stone houses, okay, and that he was all about stone houses, but when you read the book, the subtitle, you really get a clear understanding about the subtitle, which I must say, when I first read the book and I saw the subtitle, The Economic Design and Construction of Houses, and then I looked at these house plans, I said, what does he mean by economic? Today we wouldn't consider even, the planning of these houses particularly economic, but then when you read the 52 chapters that he wrote, and particularly you hone in on 4 of the chapters, which are really where he gets down to materials and methods of construction, you see that he was constantly debating between what he built and his ideals and his ideas of what the construction should be. And he never, even though he was very convinced about, which I'd say his preferences aesthetically definitely were derived, as we've discussed at went last time, in the English Cotswolds, the Norman houses, Normandy, he got familiar with in France, and the American colonial style. He never designed these houses without looking at ways to improve the construction and looking at the practicalities of construction. And when it came to stone, he specifically aimed to, he talked about stone as being the king of all materials, but he also saw the need to come up with an economical way to build in stone, and thought that, and also saw that stone was not a great material for going much more than, it wasn't really an economic material above 1 story. So he introduced into what he actually built. You see this when you look at the broad swath of his work. You see that the upper stories, he introduced clapboard, he introduced he has a whole chapter on improving the method of doing half timber and stucco using more contemporary materials of his time, rather than the medieval methods. And then even in his roofing section, he laments the fact that there are these wonderful new materials being referred to by a product name Everlasting, Rubberoid. He wants to embrace these new materials for their durability, but he laments the fact that no one's found a way to replicate the shingle look in an authentic way. So, when we, moving forward with our designs, of course, we do want to pay homage to him to the greatest extent. We see we've looked at, for instance, on the shingles, on the roof shingles, we cannot go with wood shake by building code, but there are plenty of opportunities to replicate it. We've explored with composite shingles or asphaltic, and we see, the developer is very open-minded about exploring with staff as we get further on with the designs. Let me. So. It's here. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, okay, we'll focus. Yes, we're going to highlight this. Okay, yeah. So, all right. So I've already described, and you've seen in the book, it's pretty self-explanatory in relation to what I've already said. And then, as far as the restoration, looking at the parterre and the garden, the courtyard garden, the loggia garden. The areas that are in yellow are presently, there's an east-west pathway through that was installed during the time that it was a seminary. The original garden really didn't have any hard paving, but we would like to keep a walkable path where there is one now. And then all of the other pathways you see through the garden by the photos were clearly a crushed gravel, and we plan to go back to that style of a viewing garden. There's no, based on the planned use, there's no real need to have have more paving in the garden. Purple areas were originally flower beds, and we are going to be brought back to that. The elevation, I think we talked about this at length last time, but also this is a good reference for the fact that both, I'd just like to say one more thing in relation to materials. We want to appreciate, in the way that we design the houses, we want to appreciate the fact that the mansion itself was originally, actually had a lot of wood in it. It had a lot of, especially the other side, has a lot of clapboard siding. It has a lot of decorative, it has millwork in the way of cornices and medallions and the parapets that don't exist anymore were wood. And then also the gardener's cottage, which is by the arch, also had clapboard siding in the upper parts of the walls and on all the rear structures of it. So we didn't put on the screen the rest of the elevations because you've seen those last time.
I understand you're continuing to work on the design. So just to remind everyone where we were, we had a public hearing, and at that time there were some initial thoughts, but we didn't give full comments. We really asked for some more information, which has been provided in the presentation today, and with our initial thoughts, and then we also made a site visit. And so the applicants have come back today. They have made some adjustments to their site plan. I think are anxious to hear our overall comments based on the materials they've shown us today and our own site visit. With respect to the design of the buildings, I understand that's going to continue to develop, and should we get to a point today where we are in agreement of moving forward with some development, then we would continue to have a hearing on the design of the buildings as those continue to be developed. Michael?
Bunch of questions related to the site plan. I guess that needs to be raised. Can you go up the site plan with the trees? First of all, did you find the original Flagg landscape plan for the site?
What we have is the only plans we have of landscape work. We have the photographs which we showed from Columbia Archive, which are very clear as to what the garden was at the height of its development.
Right.
And
I'm talking more about the site.
The site
The
itself.
overall site, though, how the roads were landscaped, etc.
We have, the historic photographs, and we have the booklet that really doesn't say anything about the particulars within the site.
Great. Can you go to the one where you show the trees in light green, dark green? Next. There you go. All right, so what is the distance between the houses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 and their property line to the left? Approximately.
Okay, so the distance between those homes are 25 feet.
They're 25 feet?
Yes.
So is that considered a side yard?
Yes.
Right. And what's the status of this project relative to the natural area review?
So we've met with city planning in 2017, and we discussed the application with them, and they recently reached out to us and were advised of the new plan here, and made a comment that they are supportive of the additional preservation of the trees that we have brought forth.
Great, thank you.
Could I add that there is a letter that we wrote up that the commission received yesterday from city planning, which we find is consistent with everything that we want to do here. They're just reminding us all that this is subject to the SNAP regulations, which are themselves under review and may change between now and the end of this process, and reminding us that we're going to have to pay a visit to them as well for some form of SNAP.
Is that letter in there?
I don't know what the letter. It's not in my letter, but I believe it came in yesterday. Overall, overall, we're very pleased with that letter. We think it's.
It was in the package of things that was distributed last night.
But overall, we think it says the right things about where we all want to go with this money.
Good, thank you. Thank you.
Your question?
Chair, I would just like to have, because I didn't have the number in front of me when Fred, the Christian plan, asked the question, just so that we're clear with regard to the roadway. We are now, while Broadway has been narrowed, it's also been moved, and the homes have been moved farther back, such that the closest home is now 105 feet off of the closest point of the mansion, which would be the restored version.
I guess the point is this is going to be a public road.
Yes, indeed.
As opposed to a private
Well,
road.
it's going to be open to the public. We have, it's going to be,
I'm not positive, but I know FDA wants to pitch on that. Very, very, very wide. Got one last question.
Thank you.
Why is the road dog-leg at the end to the north? Why did you choose to do that little swish there?
again, that's the 10% grade change. The swish there, as you said, was really based on reducing the visibility and leaning the road into the contour so that it would slope up and disappear as quickly as possible. It's not something you can readily pick up in plan, but it is trying to follow the contour and so that its upper edge disappears as quickly as possible from the typical view from the road.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, so I think we'll begin our discussion. Thank you for the additional materials today. So, John.
If you don't mind, I can
Oh, I'm sorry, just to interrupt. I do have a few letters I need to put for the record. And these, again, were all provided to you through the email. So we have a letter from the Borough President Otto and City Council Member Stephen Matteo, questioning appropriateness and also questioning services related to emergency, impact on surrounding neighborhood, and other jurisdictions and city agencies, and asks that any vote be delayed until those questions are answered. We have a letter from the Iron Hills Civic Association, also expressing concerns about the project and in terms of appropriateness and also insufficient parking and inconsistent with the neighborhood. And then we have 3 emails from individuals expressing concerns, and we have a letter from the City Planning Commission just relating that the City Planning Commission will have jurisdiction over this project.
I think you'll recall that I was the one who, first time around, I said that I thought I couldn't evaluate appropriateness without knowing a couple of things. One was without visiting the site, so that we would have a better understanding of what the proposal would look like. And 2 was to review some of the history of how we got where we are on the bigger site. What was it supposed to look like? And I hear, and I think the applicants and I both understand that there's an economic concept here, a principle or a plan that may not work. And I guess, as far as I'm concerned, that it won't, which is to say, and I do want to take the chance to explain that. The question for me is one of, I'll call it intentionality. And I see that in several ways. Keeping as background here that the original designation of the property was a designation of the building, just the footprint of the building itself. In 1983, it became a designation of a larger swath of land and a number of outbuildings and their landscaping gardens, et cetera, et cetera. And that was done at the same time that a development was proposed. So I look at intentionality in 3 ways. One is Flagg's intention to design a community of a particular, I'll call it alignment and density. And 2 is this commission's intention to designate more than just a house, and its specific intention to designate property as well. And the third is sort of a combined intention, that of this commission and developers of the original break-off site. I think if you look at the second one first, I think that is the self-evident one. It was our intention to designate more than a house. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think everybody agrees on that. But I'll take the third one next. You know, if you start with actually one of the document, the Kaufman document that they handed out, look at page 3, you get an idea of what the property looked like in 1983 when the original development in the immediate grounds, the designation was done. And in the end, I think the commission thought that it went a long, long way to allow the construction of 7 buildings in that, I think it was 7, don't quote me if I'm wrong too, in that area. And there was a very intentional result, which is that there was a lot of green space and a lot of space left open there, as well as a substantial amount of green space around the main house. I guess in some sense we could ask ourselves whether, given the opportunity to put 26 buildings around in that property as it was at the time, would that have been approved? We'll never know the answer to that. But the third question then is Flagg's intention in designing its community. And I think this page 3 actually tells you the answer, which is to say whatever Flagg intended, yes, in the Kaufman document, right? If whatever Flagg's intention might have been in other states, in other developments, this was his intention for this site. We see it, we have it. And at least that's the best we're going to get. If there's something else out there, I don't know, I'm not aware of it. And his intention was not to create what I will loosely call a Levittown around this building. You know, we are often protecting the intention of a developer in a neighborhood. You know, we protect the intention of Fieldston. We protect the intention of Douglaston, and in some sense, we even protect the intentions of Brooklyn Heights and the Village, not in the same way. This is much more analogous to Fieldston and Douglaston, I would think. And I think there's no reason not to protect the intention of Flagg in this development. You know, I wish there was I understand, I've heard them talk about their economics, and I wish that there was an economic flexibility as there was when the Naylor development was done and they moved on to Stern and came up with an agreement on how they were going to do it. I guess there was more of an economic window there. But in the end, so that leaves me as being at loggerheads with the team, which is to say, I don't get to the next several issues because I can't get to the 19.
So just a quick question though, is there nothing, sort of 7 that were approved, or kind of it for you, or do you think that there?
No, I don't think the 7 that were approved. I'm not also going to speculate on what, on a plan that's not in front of me. What's in front of me is 19. And I honestly, I expected that what I would see today would be something short of that.
We haven't fully commented yet, so it's still part of that process. Okay, Brett.
I'm going to go next just because I have to go and start prayer, sorry about that. But I'm going to thank John and the team actually for inviting us out to see the site. I think we sort of all knew this site, but I had never been there, and to see it was celebratory in many ways. Very specific ways in some ways, missing that tree, curving it, a road around it or something like that was very important. And of course now at this level, I've forgotten those literal details. But I can also comment, and I think that I was going to use the same page 3 to say this was Flagg's intent. Past that, we had the Copper Flagg, Robert A. and Stern subdivision, which eroded further, and now we're asked to erode further. And so I'm questioning, as John did, how much more we can erode lose the whole notion of this place. So the width of the road, I think, is almost as important to me as the number of houses and the space between them. Not quite, but almost, because ruining this site is to put a big 3-4 foot wide road through it. I'll just leave it at that. I mean, that's as wide as Pierpont Street is where I live. It's a regular street and a regular pattern of, I mean, it's 12th Street, 11th Street in the village. It's a side street, but it's a wide street with parking, sometimes on both sides. I just don't think it's required here, and I would need more proof that we can't make a smaller road there. Thank you for offering it, but I still am just puzzled by the fact that it has to be that large. So I've looked at this thing a little more carefully, again, at this gross level on page 9, which I found to be very helpful drawing. And to try to be helpful, although maybe I'm not being helpful at all because I'm reducing your number from 19. But I also comment that you've added 4 back in the mansion. And I'm not doing your math for you, your financials, of course, that's not our job. Nor could I do it. But if that was going to be a community center, it's not as valuable as it would be to sell off 4 maybe 5 condos within that grand building. And I'm sure it can be divided kind of brilliantly, I would think. Sadly, perhaps because it's a great house, but nonetheless, a reuse of the house in a more suitable for the 21st century, perhaps that adds 4 or maybe even 5 units back. But what I was going to say, is trying to be somewhat helpful or stake out a position at least, and let others comment on. I would be very specific here. I would eliminate house 1, 2, 3, and 4 as it's shown, and then house 5 I would bring down to about the level of the extension of the house, of the Flagg house. Itself, that is, add more space between the houses. I think that there's not enough space. I think this drawing shows very clearly that the houses are just too close together relative to the neighboring houses. I'm sure there are other places in the city where they are that close, but not here. It's not appropriate here, is my point. I would also eliminate, let's call it one of the houses, let's call it 13 for the moment, and just add more space in between those houses. And that would be eliminating 5 houses, so 19 minus that is 14 houses plus the 4 in the. And I think that at a gross scale would be something that I could begin to think about. If the road were not so high, that would help me. And in comment on the architecture, I think we're not really commenting on that now, and I think that's wise to do. But I just do want to give a little encouragement. I think the team seems to be studying very hard the archive material that is available on Flagg, and I think you've done an incredible first pass at that, or second pass, whatever it might be. The materials seem to be right. The study of the layout seems to be interesting and more or less in conformance with the Flagg designed houses. But as we know, everything in that sort of realm is in the details and how much they look. And I will say, Robert A. Stern, my friend, did some of it right, but not all of it. I think it can be done better, actually. Nonetheless, so those are my comments on it.
Great. Thank you for saying that.
Okay.
To leave too. Okay. Thank you. I think that there have been some improvements. The attempt to reduce the driveway, just as Fred mentioned, and we're looking for more that's possible. Preservation of trees and creating a somewhat more naturalistic landscape, which I think is very important for the Fred points out that they are kind of congested houses at this point, and obviously could have a more relaxed design if there were a few less houses. And my biggest concern is the first floor houses, which really interfere with the facade from my point of view. I wouldn't want to move things closer because I think we need to have an uninterrupted sense of the facade and when you're looking at a full-on approach like the from the side to the greatest extent that possible. And I'm concerned also about the materials that will be used and the design, that it really reflects, given what we're trying to do here, that it should reflect Flagg's vision as much as possible. And so we're going to have to look at a lot of the details in the future on what materials and design. For now, that's it.
All right, thank you, Diane. Thanks for saying as well. And Michael?
Okay. All right, there are very few things that I know something about. One of them is the snap. The proposal to keep these trees in snap language doesn't fly. These trees, it's nice that they're intending to keep the trees. When you put a house so close to a tree, and you imagine excavating for that house and running cement trucks over the root areas of that tree in order to get to that foundation, all of a sudden that tree sadly dies. And I would say that that comment would apply to nearly every one of the trees that has been shown in light green on page 2 as being safe. Maybe not all of them, but certainly most of them. And when I went to the site, the strongest impression I had was the alley of trees that are mostly light green yellow on the left in front of houses 1 through 4. That is a relatively straight line. That felt to me to be an intentional line. The trees are quite old. They may be original. And if they're not original, they're certainly quite old. So while I appreciate, and I certainly would support a proposal that showed fewer houses in the front, I think that if houses are to be placed in the front, they have to go hard left. They have to be at 15 feet away from the property line, which is the minimum for a side yard. And that will give them the very deep front yard. That will be a very lovely thing because you can plant the front yard and look at this glorious house. But everything has to be set back as far back as possible from that line of trees so that, when I was there, my sense was that the lawn for the house was bordered by the trees. So just experientially, without seeing the plan from Flagg, that front experience we should try to be preserving that front experience as a baseline. If it turns out the applicant can make it work without the front trees, what I would suggest is that the road itself move to the south side of the alley so that the lawn itself extended over. If that can't be done, I think that the materiality of the road should be looked at. And not only materiality, but the way that it relates to the landscape. They're doing some sculpting of the landscape to the road, which is a good thing. But I think one of the things that I have less of a problem with the density of the houses per se, although I would love to get rid of them in the front, and I understand that compromise is necessary and all that. I think that looking at the Flagg's houses, especially the ones that are part of this estate, they're very much tied to walls. And I think that while what he did in New Jersey or Minnesota might be interesting, I think we should be taking our cues from what he did here. And I think that I think the applicant's effort to integrate and retain retaining walls, bringing them up into the site is a good thing. I think that those retaining walls should be much more integrated into the architecture of the houses and set back as far as possible so that they become part of the houses as the walls are for the existing Flagg houses that are part of the estate. And that may involve modifications to the access to the houses, the driveways, things like that, all of which would be for the better, frankly. I mean, I think if the Cotswolds are what we're shooting for, we're not quite there yet. I agree with Fred that the houses in Copper Flag were, they'll say it more, less politely than Fred. I think a lot of them were rather bad. And even the better ones were just okay. And certainly for houses that are flanking and visible from the principal facade of this building, if such are allowed by the rest of the commission, they should be really good. And whether they're more modern interpretations or straight historicized versions, they should be really good. And I agree with everyone's comments about wanting to look at them in greater detail, but I think even at a site plan level, the integration of the landscape and the houses has to be a lot tighter and a lot more flaggish. I think that as regards the back of the property, I'm less concerned again with the density than I am with the design and the sense of integrality of the houses with each other as a kind of a streetscape, an urban quality that, kind of village urban quality that I think he was going for, as opposed to a suburban quality which seems to be where it's heading. And I think that monster tree behind House 17 has to be preserved, and it sure as heck isn't now. That tree, I remember that tree, however many months ago it was. It was a truly impressive thing. I would, for me, the direction in terms of the number and placement of the houses would be less about their density and their number as their placement relative to the landscape, relative to the impression that the landscape affords relative to the mansion, and the qualities of the environment around the house. The goal should be to try to preserve that environment even with the inclusion of houses, whether it's 9 or 19 or 29. That's kind of how I see it. I also think that it would be useful, as Fred said, to get some kind of opinion from the FDNY via the applicant on the minimum dimensions for the roadway. My sense is that they do control it, and I know that it's large, but I'm not sure that it was 32 or 34 feet.
I agree with a lot of what Mike just said. I think that looking at the original site plan and experiencing being in the house, and I worked in the project years before, so I have some familiarity with it, that it's really not appropriate to have any of the houses be in front of it. So I see certainly the first 3 houses are not appropriate, and the 4th one is sort of too marginal. I think that limiting those 3 would then preserve that line of trees, which I agree was a very, very strong factor in the landscape. And the grass does go up to it, and now with this road that would be cut off, I'm not sure if you could flip the road to the other side. I feel like you probably can't. And I'm wondering if the road material could be reduced so that the driving portion of it is, asphalt, and then perhaps the median could be a different material to help reduce the overall impact of the road. And as Michael was talking, I was thinking actually about Forest Gardens, and has that real Cotswolds type feeling, but it's more urban, and it integrates the sort of surrounding walls and the gates, and it has more, I think maybe a little more appropriate than these sort of houses sort of plopped down. And a better integration into the landscape. That's something they could look at as an example.
I pretty much agree with Fred about the number of houses in front of the mansion. I think I would like to see that number reduced. I don't have a lot to add to what my 2, 3, 4 colleagues have stated. I do happen to know that the standard for interstate lanes is 12 feet. And so the necessity of having 34-foot wide street here. Maybe it's a New York thing, but I would have to have it proven to me that it has to be that wide. In any case, I agree with my colleagues on the density. And certainly on that row of straight trees also.
A lot have been said, and I agree with a lot of the comments, so I just want to add on to the comment about the quality. I think the key to this thing, you have golden opportunity to do it. I'm glad they mentioned Foster's Gardens, maybe Foster's Gardens, or Redmond, New Jersey, which is that you have a chance to really adjust and tweak around the whole site and make it a truly a character. The other thing I would add is that to me it would be a sense of loss. You have a chance to create a communal gathering space, a huge house, rather than subdivide it to the degree that you can make use for other venue. I think that would be a tremendous loss. I think that I'm willing to look at some very tweaking of it, adding density to the side if the main house can be preserved for the future coming years.
With all due respect to my fellow commissioners, I'm getting the sense that we're losing track here. I'm hearing the words, well, is it urban or is it suburban? And the applicant is relying on the original plan. The original plan was that this area was actually not going to be urban or suburban. And it was going to be open and, I'll call it semi-rural. And it no longer is because half of it was hived off and developed. And I just want us to keep in mind that the same standard applies here on Staten Island as applies in Queens or in the Bronx or anywhere else. There are plans that indicate how much density there should be, and I've heard several commissioners say they don't care about the density, and that's very disturbing because the density is part of the plan.
So I think, this is a very complex project, and I think, we're going to be working on this for a long time before we get to, I think, any final conclusions. But I think what, the commission often approves changes from to an architect's original intent or vision, finding that those changes are appropriate even if not matching the original intent. So I think while the spirit of the intent of the original architect is extremely important and the nature of the site is important, I think that it's been a different experience for different people in Appleton. We have approved developments around other individual landmarks in other boroughs. But clearly, this, I think, project as it's presented today, it does not have support from anyone around the table. So I think that there's some that I think feel very uncomfortable with any proposed development, and others who haven't experienced the site, I think, felt something could be done, but it's, it is very dependent on, for many, the number, and I think particularly those at the front. Also, the sort of even at the back, if there are houses, sort of the nature of those houses, space between them, how they're oriented, the village-like quality versus suburban, how they're integrated into the landscape, and ultimately the design details. And so I think that there is enough, and of course, everybody has concerns about the width of the road. So I think there are many challenges to this site before we get to a place where we are able to make a motion in advance any approval. So I think with all of the comments that were made today, I think there's a lot for the team to think about and go back and study. Staff will be available to help you as you study the site and the comments and think about what the future is. So with that, we'll not close the hearing, we're going to move to the next item. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move back to the public hearing items now. First is item number 4. This is LPC 19-38 985, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 215, Lot 23 Cranberry Street in Brooklyn Heights Historic District. Carriage House, the application is to alter masonry openings at the primary facade, install a bulkhead and rails in the roof, and create new lot line divisions.
Great. So now that kind of thing is on video too. That's just great. Yeah, we should wait till you get my bodies in the room. Actually, here it is. Five years. Why don't you keep away from me?
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Anita, Preservation staff. The item before you is 23 Cranberry Street, located on the north side of the street between Willow Street and Street in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. The proposal is to alter masonry openings to the primary facade and install new wooden doors. So this one. Work at the roof includes removing 2 existing skylights, as well as installing a exterior bulkhead and visible railings. And then the final component of the proposal is at the eastern elevation to install lot line windows. And the architect, Benjamin Jackson, is here to further explain the proposal and to answer any questions you might have. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Ms. Carroll. I think Olivia explained it pretty well. There are really some fairly simple components of this. One, just sort of working left to right on the, well, I guess, well, let's stay with the historic photo. The window on the left at street level, or the doorway at the left at street level, was originally a window, and now it's a doorway, but it has a little 3-step stoop. We're proposing taking that doorway down to street level and matching it on the right side with a comparable matching doorway. It also involves a new door. Right now there's a sheet metal overhead door, and we're proposing converting that into a wooden door. Actually, I won't go into the details unless you want, but it's actually a pivot door because of what happens inside and the prohibition of making something outswinging. So we can go into that if you want. That is the sum total of the intervention on the facade. We're also planning to replace the sidewalk with bluestone. There's a plan in your packet if you want to go into that. And then the other components, which are pretty, again, we think rather subtle. There's a railing on the roof. Actually, two different approaches to it. This is, in this area, is a roof terrace, so it's a more confining rail, protected rail, which is made out of stranded wire, whereas towards the front, it's a simple workman's protective railing. And the final component are these windows on the east-facing side. There's one window here. The window sill is quite high. It's above head level inside, and we propose lowering that to a more comfortable height on the inside and then adding these two. I should tell you a little bit about the use. The organization that bought it is something called the Asia Archive. It's a research institution. The main facility is actually Hong Kong, but it's chartered in the U.S. as a 501c3. And its primary function is to provide research materials to scholars, almost a mini version of, say, the way a bar association worked before everything was online. But they have original materials from when it's contemporary Asian art, and they have original materials from when that art scene was beginning to evolve in the 70s, in addition to a lot of digital material. And then they have occasional public programs, and the upper two levels would be residential. It had previously been an art studio, as many of you know, probably John Roden, a fairly well-known sculptor, who gave this to the Pennsylvania Museum of Fine Arts, who disposed of it in accordance with his wishes that it go to an art-related institution. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Yes, some testimony. Judy Stanton.
Judy Stanton for the Brooklyn Heights Association. We were pleased to see that the Asia Archive will carry on the artistic legacy established in this building by John Roden. We support the proposal. Our only suggestion is to consider a slight adjustment to the proposed carriage doors to more closely reflect the original doors as shown in the tax code. It seemed to us that the areas of the upper and lower portions of the doors were originally equal, whereas in the current proposal, the upper class portion is somewhat larger. Referring to the original conditions of other carriage doors in the neighborhood for the study of other tax photos, not just contemporary photos, would help. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this application? Okay, we have a resolution from Brooklyn Community Board 2 that voted to approve the applicant, supports and recommends approval of the application. So would you like to speak to the door, design of the door, respond to anything else?
Sure. I think what, Judy, I hope I represent you fairly, that the old garage door from the tax photo, the glass is fairly high, and we should go to, some of the elevations. Okay, and we have studied it pretty carefully, and in fact responded to some of the earlier input from the VHA, but we basically set it at pretty much 4'6", so at least somebody standing on the inside could look out and see who's outside or what's going on outside. So that is really, from a very pragmatic point of view, how we backed into it. We modified the modulation of the divided lights in response to the VHA, which I think was a very constructive and positive recommendation. We're happy with it and hoping that's the nutshell.
Great. Thank you. Any final questions? Yes.
Actually, on this drawing, and looking at the next drawing, we showed existing ironwork to be removed from the railing, from the front stoop and from the under the window. Is that
The ironwork on the second floor is to remain.
on the ground floor?
On the ground floor left, that's the little three-step stoop that we're proposing. We know it's, of course, not original because we have the tax photo. It's also in perfect shape. Are you referring to this around on the planner? Again, it's really more an impediment than a feature, and we felt that it was that the sidewalks there get very, very wide. There's a tree just to the right, just slightly east in front of number 25, whose roof structures grown up so completely that you can barely get a stroller past it, and that planter and that evergreen compromises it, so it's practicality as much as anything.
Any other questions? Okay, so closing the motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Closed. Comments, it's really just actually three components here. It's creating the two doors on either side of the central opening, the railing, rooftop railing, and lot line windows which are not visible from the public way. Comfortable? Yeah, I think, and dropping the sill of one window to the door is consistent with the evolution of carriage houses that have been used and logically used over the years. In fact, its own window on the left side has been dropped at some point in its past. So it seems consistent with that historic evolution of these buildings. So, Pam, can you take a motion?
In LPC 1938-985, 23 Cranberry Street in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. The brick carriage house, the application is to alter masonry openings of the primary facade, install a bulkhead and railings at the roof, and create new lock-on windows. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the work will not eliminate any significant historic fabric, that the proposed modifications to the masonry openings of the first floor to create two at-grade doors flanking the central garage door will allow for barrier-free access and restore symmetry to the facade. That the proposed railing at the front of the roof is required by code and while visible against the sky over the front facade is minimally detailed and will not call attention to itself within the roofscape. That the hardyboard clad bulkhead and gable railings will be set back from the front and side facades and will be seen over the side facade against the backdrop of other rooftop accretions. That the existing skylights are not visible from any public thoroughfare, are not original to the building, are in a deteriorated condition, and their removal will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building. That the proposed lot line windows will not be visible from any public thoroughfare, will not damage any significant historic fabric, and their irregular placement will not detract from the building in the historic district.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? That's approved.
The next item is number 5, LPC 19-38319, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in Brooklyn, block 1159-7, 301 Park Place in the Prospect Heights Historic District. Renaissance Revival Style Row House built circa 1894. The application is to construct a rear yard addition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Board of Wayside Preservation staff. We are presenting this proposal. The subject property is located on the north side of Park Place, between Vanderbilt and Underhill Avenues within the Prospect Heights Historic District. The proposal before you today is to construct a rear yard addition. While the addition will not be visible from any public thoroughfares, the proposal requires commission review because a majority of the buildings within the block do not feature rear yard additions, as is evidenced here on the block plan. I have it here. Photographs of the existing conditions at the rear facade show additions at adjacent properties at 299 and 303 Park Place. Both additions were completed prior to the designation of the historic district. Photographs looking to the north show the context of the interior of the block. An existing and proposed massing models show the context of the proposed addition with its immediate neighbors. And in plan, this shows that the proposed addition will align with the addition at 299 Park Place, which is right here. And the proposed in elevation. This shows that the addition will be clad in red brick at each pier on either side, and again here at the parapet. At each floor, metal window and door assemblies will open onto the rear yard at the basement, and at the parlor and second floor onto a balcony. Stairs from the parlor will provide access to the rear yard. Wood and metal panels are proposed as infill between the floors and in between the double doors and the windows. And the applicant, George R. Giras, is available to further discuss this proposal and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Brian. Is there anything you'd like to add?
No.
Okay, we'll see if there are any questions.
Yeah, if there's any questions.
Yeah, how do you deal with the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, if you have AC units on the roof, you have to provide a railing? Looks like you don't have any kind of protection from falling off the backyard. Am I wrong?
We can look into that. The DOE hasn't brought that up. It's just access for maintenance up there.
Right. Yeah, they might not require a 4-inch picket, but they usually require something. Put it this way, nearly every application we've seen here has bemoaned that requirement.
Any other questions? Yeah.
303 Park Place, was that approved by Fenimore? So was that?
I don't think either one.
Yeah, both of them were approved prior to the designation of that district in 2010.
Okay, we'll take testimony and we'll come back to the question. Kelly Carroll?
Good afternoon, Kelly Carroll, Historic District Council. The surrounding neighbors of 301 Park have built rear yard additions in full height and width, and so it is understandable that the applicant feels compelled to do the same here. It is hard to discern the appropriateness of the addition without having detailed and clearer information regarding materials, such as whether the rear will feature wood or metal. I heard just now it'll be both, so thank you. This speaks to an increasing problem of submitted applications lacking information necessary to assess the proposed work, which diminishes the utility of the public review process. As such, our committee is not able to evaluate applications fully, which might facilitate faster hearings but removes what we would like to believe are helpful voices from the public discourse. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Yes.
My name is Mary Shuford, I'm with Prospect Heights Neighborhood Development Corporation. We would like to present testimony essentially in support. In addition to the interior construction work in the cellar basement, first and second floors, to convert the existing one-family house into a two-family run, the proposal includes a 21 by 17 and 3/8, but it sounds like that's gotten smaller, extension. The full width of the building, 3-story extension. The buildings on either side of 301 have existing second floor extensions. Have existing 3-story and 4-story extensions. Were it not for the existing rear yard extensions on each of the neighboring buildings, PHMDC would otherwise oppose a 3-story rear yard extension on a house in Prospect Heights Historic District. We recognize that this is a unique situation and do not object to that as the proposed extension. However, we do not believe the proposed extension should protrude further than the rear yard, into the rear yard of the mini brick buildings. We've expressed our concern to the applicant, and apparently we were heard, that the extension not extend beyond the rear wall of 299 Park. It's the longer of the two extensions. We've also asked the extension's balconies not exceed the protrusion of balconies at 303 Park Place. The applicant has informed us that it will comply with these requests. On the condition of these agreements by the applicant, PHNBC supports the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this? And we have a resolution from Brooklyn Community Board 8, which asks the applicant to make some changes to which they agreed, including adjusting the line of the rear facade to align with 299 Park Place. Ensure that their balconies do not encroach further into the rear yard than either the front yard on 299 or the rear balcony on 303. And that they're going to propose a depth of 6 feet, which will ensure that they do not encroach further into the rear yard. So I guess it's a conditional approval with those conditions. So can you just respond to that? I think that we've heard both from the Prospect Heights Neighborhood Development Council about some changes that you've made, and then these 3 stipulations by the community board. I just want to understand if you could.
So the first one was to line up our rear facade with 299 Park Place, which we have right there. Our balconies project 6 feet. 303 Park Place's balcony projects 8 foot from their facade, which is a foot back from us, so 7 foot. So we're about a foot back with our proposed balconies. I think that's where the 6 foot came from.
Okay.
Those are the 2 stipulations, so we agreed to do both.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any final questions? We have a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Hearing is closed. So I think, normally we support full height rear yard additions. In this case, it is nestled between 2 already existing full height rear additions, as long as you can follow and aligns with them. So because of how it's nestled, we're comfortable with it. It's not further eroding green space or overwhelming the adjacent buildings. And are people comfortable with the 3-story glass expression and balconies?
The only thing I would say is that my only concern is that by fully extending the house, I have some textual concerns about it, but I think that we've from time to time talked about the notion of preserving the volume of the house as a visible artifact, and here really that doesn't happen because it's completely eaten up by the addition, so that does cause a little bit of concern. I think contextually it seems quite okay, but I am concerned about the extent of diminishing. It's such a hard fight to fight against the facades, right? Just preserving that front quarter of an inch. And it's the things like that where we try to retain the volume of the house that for me holds on to something beyond the facade.
And although it's in the case of row houses, it's also typically not seen preserving the party walls as well. But I would say, and we do, particularly as part of the row, try to maintain that the legibility of the sort of continuous pattern on the top floor, and also to preserve a sense of the original volume. I think in this case, because it's wedged between 2 much bigger, deeper ones, I'm not sure that even if we did preserve the top floor, that would be legible at all. So I think in that case, in this particular instance, I would be comfortable with that. Okay, Michael?
Yeah. regarding 301 Park Place. Got it. In the prospects historic district, the application is construct a rear addition. I know that building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architecture and historic character of the Prospect Heights Historic District. I recommend approval. Planning board will not eliminate significant historic features. That proposed rear yard addition will not be designated for thoroughfare. The building is not part of the road to rear, therefore the roof and floor of the entire rear facade will not detract from the building or installation of the adjacent houses. If the presence of full-height addition with balconies on this row house is consistent with the existing full-height addition on adjacent houses, that proposed addition will not project deeper into the rear than the adjacent additions and is nestled between two other additions of similar depth and will not diminish the presence of rear yard green space in the center of the block. If the addition is similar in height and massing to the other rear yard additions within the block, if the design materiality of the proposed wooden brick and metal facade is typical of secondary facades of buildings within this historic district and is in keeping with the residential character of the building road, and that the work will not diminish the special character of the building or the historic district.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? That's approved. Thank you.
The next item is number 6, LPC 19-3541, an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Brooklyn, Block 5038, Lot 67, 231 Fenimore Street, Prospect Records Gardens Historic District. A colonial revival style house built circa 1900. The application is to replace siding, trim, and roofing, construct a rear yard addition, and replace outdoor paving.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Happy Public Preservation staff. This application is for work at 231 Fenimore Street, which is located on the north side of Fenimore Street between Rogers and Bedford Avenues, and the Prospect Records Gardens Historic District. So I'm going to take you through this presentation, and if you have any questions, the architect and ownership is here to answer them. So there are several aspects to this proposal. First, and we're just going to start here on the photograph because I think it's easier, is to replace the modern site throughout the building with a composite shingle style gray finished siding. And I'll show you a spec for that soon. The replacement of some of the plain wood trim at the porch and around the window frames with a composite trim as well. And the replacement of the modern asphalt shingle siding with a composite slate roof style material. Second is to replace the tread at the brick steps here with a cast stone, maintaining the brick risers. So I'll take you through the streetscape here, and then here's the front, the rear again, the side facades. And here's the tax photo to give you an example of what they're basing some of this off of. You'll notice in the drawings that they are proposing to do some restoration work that will meet staff level approval, so we will be reviewing that, not here. So the third part of this proposal is to expand this existing rear yard extension towards the east end here to align with the building, and it will be clad with the same cladding that they are proposing throughout the building. This will be visible through the driveway. And we'll get through there in a second. I'm sorry. So let me go back to the proposed cladding material here. This is the trim composite. This is the composite siding. And here's the composite slate for the roof. So if you come back here, you'll start to see the addition sort of peek out right here as you're standing on the sidewalk through this driveway here. And finally, the proposal is to replace some of the bluestone, all of the bluestone paving here and the concrete, and eliminate the planting strip and install a concrete driveway on the same footprint as the existing driveway. So is there anything you want to see? Yeah.
The original siding on the house was
based on the 40s tax photo, it looks like it's clapboard.
And then the front porch looks like it might have been shingle. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And they're proposing
a shingle style composite siding throughout.
everywhere.
Right. wood. Any other questions from anybody else?
So why are you proposing shingles if it seems like they're doing a pretty straightforward restoration of the lines?
I can let the architect speak to that.
My name is Kirk Mitchell. To answer your question, we did a little research on the street. Our side of the block is landmarked, on the other side is not. But the address 211 Fenimore Street, which was a recent approved LPC application, had a single siding. We couldn't really tell from the tax photo, the 1940 tax photo, which you guys are probably a little bit more experienced in reviewing. But also on the other side of the block, 252 Fenimore, they did a restoration, even though not landmarked, and they had the original flat where it was actual shingles. So we figured we'd go with the shingle siding. However, I believe each one should be open to.
And are the other houses on the block that have recently gotten permits from us and from buildings, are they also made out of composite materials?
Yes, they are.
There's no wood in the neighborhood?
Not in the neighborhood, but in the recently approved LPC.
And that's a code thing?
Not necessarily a code thing. This block has currently had a couple of fires. 211 Fenimore was actually burned down. Not burned down, but it was suffered a fire and it was restored. One of the reasons why we wanted to use fiber cement siding because of the flame resistance and the toughness of the material, plus the durability and sustainability.
And is the trim going to be also hardy material? Because I don't think they make moldings.
Yes, just trim. So the moldings are going to restore the wood as best possible.
So we use wood for the restored moldings or the recreate moldings? Like your column capitals, things like that?
Correct.
That's going to be real wood?
Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah, Commissioner, just the architect is correct. I think there were two projects that we looked at on Fenimore. One was the house on fire, and they proposed the hardy material, and that's what we approved. The other one was done without permits, but they came in legalized as part of the big scope of restoration work. And you did approve that as a legalization with the stipulation that they flipped the grain to a flat, smooth face, but it was the same material.
All right, so is there anyone who'd like to speak on this application? And we do have a resolution from, a letter from Community Board 9 that says that the applicants went to the housing committee and then recommended it to the full board, and the applicants attended the full board meeting, but they did not have a quorum, and the housing committee has no objections to LPC moving ahead with this application.
Final questions before we close the hearing? We're going to close the hearing and start our discussion.
All in favor?
The skirt around the front porch is clearly flat and shingles, but it looks like narrow clapper on the rest of it.
Double, whatever that's called,
It's definitely it's not the scallops, it's not that mounting.
They're open to going with
I would actually suggest that your contractor would be much happier. Because you have to pre-drill this stuff. And if he has to pre-drill any shingles, they're going to be cursing you from 7 in the morning.
Just make sure you charge us.
So, do people feel that we should go back to a collaborative hearing on the main body that she's on the board?
The only thing I would say is that I think that they should work with the staff to make sure that the sizing of the clapboard is right, because it's a hardy kind of a one-size product. I'm sure you can mess with it a little bit, but I can nail it up, but they should just work with the contractor.
You can actually use hardy trim and make it a narrower clapper. We did that on 32 Charles Street.
Okay, so we'll have an approval, and then just a comment to work with staff.
Matter 231 Fenimore Street in Prospect Leopard's Garden Historic District. An application to replace siding, trim, and roofing, construct a rear yard addition, and replace driveway paving. I recommend approval, finding that the replacement of aluminum siding with fabric with a composite siding will not eliminate any significant historic fabric. That the use of composite trim will be limited to the plain wood fascia and window surrounds, and when painted, will blend seamlessly with similarly painted new historic decorative wood elements. That the proposed cast-stone treads on the existing brick risers will be in keeping with such aspects of altered entrance steps found in houses throughout the street sweep and historic district. That the proposed rear yard addition will be small in size, consistent with the other rear yard additions on the block, and feature siding and roofing material to match the main body of the house. That the addition will only be minimally visible from public thoroughfares of bleak angles at a distance. And the elimination of bluestone pavers within the driveway will only result in a limited reduction of damaged bluestone paving from the site. And the installation of concrete driveway without a planning strip will be in keeping with driveways throughout the block in terms of material and design. And that the applicant will work with staff to determine proper cladding size, clapboard cladding size with smooth finish instead of shingles.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's approved.
Okay, we're going to move to item number 7, this is LPC 19-35023, an application for a certificate of appropriateness of borough in Habitat 178 Lot 7, 108 Franklin Street, Tribeca Historic District. The Italian style store law buildings are 1861. The application is to replace premises.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Untitled Chapter, Preservation Staff. This item is 108 Franklin Street, which is located between Church Street and West Broadway in Tribeca East Historic District. The application before you today is to replace windows on the second and at the fifth floors. The Commission will note that the elevation additionally shows window replacement at the third and fourth floors, which matches the historic windows and is being reviewed at staff level. All existing windows to be replaced are non-historic 1/1 windows. The building is shown here in the 1940s tax photo, and can be seen toward the left portion of these photos, which are shown for clarity to get a better sense of the configuration of the windows at that time. The Commission will further note that the tax photo shows a variety of window configurations present on the building at that time. The window replacement at the second and fifth floors is being reviewed by the Commission due to a change in configuration. At the fifth floor, the proposed windows are 4/4, and the historic configuration was 2/4. At the second floor, the proposed windows are 1/1, which, while present in the tax photo, is atypical of buildings of this age and style, and inconsistent with the multi-light configurations at the upper floors. The applicant is here to further discuss the application and answer any questions.
Hi, Martin Griggs from Walton Melvin Architect. So our contention is that what we're replacing, besides the fifth floor, is actually the historic configuration. All indication is from the tax photos that we have, from inspecting these, the windows that are still existent are at the elevator shaft. Inspecting them with binoculars, they're all consistent in construction, they're consistent in brick molds. Even the way that the different sashes are mortised together are consistent, and we think they're all contemporaneous. We understand that, in 1861, there weren't a lot of buildings that had multi-pane windows on the second floor, and we also did some research to try to look at the building, look at what its use was, when it was built, and try to figure out why this may have been. Basically, 1861 was built by someone named a dressmaker, and also by a wealthy businessman in an area of town that was kind of moving from kind of a fancy residential neighborhood to a more commercial neighborhood. From the renovation, people that renovated this building and made it into work, live lofts for apartments, many of them still live there. And we were able to get information from when they did their renovation about how the first floor and second floor had these same decorative plaster moldings and also decorative painted wall coverings. We feel that it was likely that these 2 floors were used by the customers, and probably the upper floors either used for manufacturing or warehousing or something else. And we think that that's probably why they went and spent the extra money for the bigger panes of glass on the second floor. We also looked around for older photos where one-over ones existed on the second floor in New York City and found a number of examples. So it was not something that was not ever done. This is something that was less common and more expensive. We also walked around the neighborhood to kind of look at the variety of different windows that are in our district. This is all on Franklin Street, so very close to our building. You'll see a number of 1/1s. On the second floor, you'll see 2/2s. You'll see some 4/4s. But we think that what we're proposing is in the context of the landmark district, and is actually historically appropriate. Saying more of the same about that. At the 5th floor, we think we're proposing one change to the 5th floor to do an equal sash top and bottom 4/4 rather than what was originally there, which is a 4/2. Basically because of the use, and we can't reduce the ventilation in that room. And that's really why we're asking for that change in that location. And then matching the profiles and the brick mold and everything else of the existing units.
Did you make it a hopper or a
So right now it's a painting studio and a live work painting studio, and it has some artwork in there that's fairly expensive. So they have bars on the inside that make it issues for how we can deal with ventilation if we were using some other operation.
When you get bars on the inside, how do you open the window either?
You can slide the window up and down.
But you can't.
You can't tilt it in.
Or tilt it in. You have to tilt it out.
Basement out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could do it with a couple.
And that's kind of, that's in a nutshell, that's a little bit brief, so I'm not going to.
Any other questions?
One other, actually the owner is also here.
Hi, my name is Nancy Owens, and I've come before you sort of landscaping before, and I was the vice chair of members. Over here.
This is the mic.
The Landmarks Committee of CB1 for a number of years, so I'm quite familiar with the individual buildings of Tribeca, and just in that 2-block area between West Broadway and Broadway, there's quite a variation in window types and door versions. I think all the individual business people back in the day were wealthy and they wanted to express their individuality. So I think that this was the beginning of a period where you saw more and more 2/2 and 1/1. So I think it's a transition period, and I think it would be a shame to force the second floor to match the 3rd and 4th floors. Because also Marty has analyzed the windows in the elevator shaft, and they're clearly, you can't pick some of the windows in the elevator shaft, but not the other windows, and say, so we think that this is consistent on the 2nd floor, and the 5th floor we're asking for that change so they have optical and more ventilation. So we think this is reasonable, and we ask you to support this commission level. By the way, the members of the code in 1980, before a district, we lobbied to be a landmark district in Tribeca East, and we also lobbied, I did part of the team to down zone Church Street, so to keep the lower 5-story buildings so we wouldn't have that ribbon effect of the avenues that worked with city planning, and we were successful. So I really think it's the cohesiveness of the neighborhood, and we have to respect and get nitpicky.
Okay, we'll take testimony. Mary Derricks.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mary Derricks. I'm here as a colleague of Nancy Owens. We've worked together and a fellow downtown resident. And I looked at the proposal, and I'm familiar with the building, and I support the proposal. I think it's great that the windows will be wood and double hung and painted in a historic color. I think that the proposed replacement configurations are appropriate. I don't think it's necessary to enforce uniformity in such configuration, especially when there's no specific documentation to support it, whereas there is specific documentation that these windows have been in existence like this since 1940, and probably when the elevator was installed, if not before. So it's been like this for a long time, and it reflects the different historic uses. The upper floors were for manufacturing, and the bottom two floors were for showroom. It's also kind of typical of Tribeca to have a lot of one-over-one windows and non-uniform windows, so I support this proposal. Thanks.
Thank you.
Kelly Carroll. Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. The 4/4 wood and weight chain windows are welcomed on this facade, and we ask that the commission approve them for the entire building. As proposed, they are omitted from the second story, and fenestration should be consistent across all floors. But obviously, this was written before I saw your presentation, so thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay, we have a resolution from Committee Board 1 recommending approval. Any final questions?
Just for the staff. I just like to, yeah, so the staff, it seems, came to a different opinion. I just wanted to know why.
I think for the staff, it was not a different opinion. It was about whether we didn't have documentation to conclusively say that they were matching historic windows.
Is that what the staff wrote?
Yeah, I mean, recently we had another application where the question of when in New York City did glass of a certain size come into play. And, you know, some source material sites that are around 1870, I have seen a few things that maybe push that a little lower, Civil War. I don't know about 1861, I guess it's possible, if it came from Europe or somewhere else, it's possible, but, you know, the tax photo shows the building 80 years old, so it's a record of it being there for a very long time. Back to that point, we just don't know where it was before, when they were swapped out, if they were swapped out. And it is fair to also point out that those windows are taller than the floors above them, so we also don't know exactly what the configuration would have been at that second floor. So,
Right, if it wasn't.
that's the background.
So that is why it wasn't eligible for staff. So, motion to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, so, you know, we know that at the top floor, the windows got smaller, so it was a 2/4 as opposed to a 4/4 on the other floors. Although in other buildings where you have this, you know, the 4/4 and sometimes the 2/4, sometimes you also have a smaller 4/4. So I think you see these sort of different plays on this particular configuration. And the first floors was that we just didn't have any evidence to be able to say that they were matching the original, you know, or historic, you know, in order to do it at staff level. But certainly it does appear in the tax photos, it's been there a long time. And I think it's interesting that you all studied the actual framing and that it very closely matches the framing of the windows above.
It would be unusual in 1861 to have anything other than cylinder glass at this point. And we've got some original windows still, right? And it's possible, you can see the marks in the glass from the fabrication process. So I think the story you're telling is a reasonable one. They would have been smaller lights in 1861. And it's true, one of the first things a commercial person would do is throw float glass in there on the lower floor. So I think this is a well-told story.
In the matter of 108 Franklin Street, Tribeca East Historic District, the application is to replace windows, noting the building style, scale, materials, and details among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of Tribeca East Historic District. I recommend approval that a majority of historic windows are permanently placed prior to the destination of The historic district and therefore the removal of existing non-historic windows will not eliminate any significant architectural historic features of the building. The proposed windows will match the historic windows in terms of operation, material, and finish. The photographic evidence supports the presence of a 1/1 configuration, the second floor prior to the time of 1914 tax photo, and therefore the proposed windows will be in keeping with that early configuration. The 4/4 configuration of the proposed replacement windows at the third floor is in keeping with the configuration of the historic and replacement windows at the lower floors and the nature of changes made to the fenestration over time. But the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Tribeca Historic District.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion approved. Thank you.
Commissioners, I'm just going to read in what was going to be the last item of the day, read that into the record to be presented at a future date. That was item number 9, LPC 19-36270, 47 East 129th Street, the Church of All Saints, or the Catholic Parish House and School Individual Home. So again, we're reading that into the record to be presented soon at a future public hearing. So for the last item of the day, item number 8, LPC 19-39316, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 13, Lot 1 Broadway, International Mercantile Marine Company Building, individual owner. An office building originally built in 1882-87, designed by Edward Hale Kendall and altered in the neoclassical style in 1921 by Walter D. Chambers. The application is to construct a rooftop addition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Elizabeth Diker, Preservation Staff. The item before you today is 1 Broadway, the individually landmarked International Mercantile Marine Company building. So it was originally designed by Edward Hale Kendall and built between 1882 and 1887. Around 1920, Walter B. Chambers came in and changed the roof and the facade into this neoclassical building that we see today. The building is sited in Lower Manhattan at the base of Broadway near its intersection with Battery Place. Notably, it's adjacent to both Bowling Green and Battery Park. The application before you today is for the construction of a 2-story rooftop addition, and the applicants are here to present further details on the proposal. Yes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ward Dennis with Higgins Wastewater. I'm here with Ron Macchio from Getzer Architects. The proposal before you, as Liz indicated, is for 1 Broadway, which is at the base of Broadway facing out on Battery Park in New York Harbor. The proposal is to construct a visible 2-story rooftop addition, the design of which draws on the history of the building and specifically its mansard form. The copper-clad mansard of the proposed addition has window walls facing south, west, and east, and it is designed as a contemporary element, but with very clear references to the specific history of this building and of this site. The addition is massed in such a way that it is really a single object on the roof, and we understand the complications of working with a site like this. So we have worked very hard to take all of the mechanical equipment and then all of the other stuff that accretes on the top of rooftops and take that out of the way. So all the mechanical equipment will be in an area way behind the building and will not be visible. And we have extended, there are 2 existing bulkheads where we're doing minimal, very minimally visible extensions to bring elevators up. So that the main element we get on the roof is the copper-clad addition. As discussed, the building is right here at the very foot of Broadway, facing out Bowling Green to the east and Battery Park to the south and to the west. This is a location that obviously creates very long views to the building, views that are very atypical of New York City buildings. And it is this condition that helped define our approach to the rooftop addition. The visibility we think is appropriate for this building in this location. I think it's very, Landmarks previously reviewed an application for this building, approving a visible rooftop addition. It's also very similar to how LPC has looked at buildings on similar sites where you get these expansive views in the city. Places like 145 Hudson and 22 Erickson Place, both of which are on Hudson Square, or 50 Hudson Street facing out onto Dorning Park, or even projects like the Domino Sugar Factory or the Battery Maritime Building, where you have very long, atypical views and visible rooftop additions that are determined to be appropriate. So these are some of the views of the site. This is the view looking east from near Pier A, and you will see here, and also in this view closer in, that there's a very large cooling tower on the roof. That will be removed and relocated to an area that is not visible. You can also see when you're looking from the south that there's a large two-story mechanical bulkhead that contains the water tanks for the sprinkler system and the like. That is right at the front edge of the building, and that would be removed and replaced with a proposed rooftop addition. The building is clad in limestone, and that is part of the 1921 renovation. It has the one-story mansard roof at the top, and you can see the mechanical bulkhead peeking up above. These elements, such as the mansard roof, the chamfer that you see here at the corner, and the windows are all elements that the architects were looking at in designing the rooftop addition. The history of the building, as Liz mentioned, is understated. It was originally a Queen Anne style building constructed in 1882. This 1919 building is a complete recladding of the building. It was not a new building. The building was occupied at the time, and they didn't want to move the tenants out. So they recladded the building and extended it up one story. And then on the right here is circa 2005, a proposed rooftop addition that was approved by the commission but never built. This was for a residential project, as you mentioned, that our proposed addition is for commercial office use. But this was a 1- and 2-story addition that was visible from many locations, including within Battery Park and Pier A. So this is, this is 1 Broadway, when it was the Washington building designed by Edward L. Kendall. At the time of its construction, on the left, you can see that it was one of the largest buildings in the area. Of course, very quickly it came to be dwarfed by taller buildings to the north, 26 Broadway, soon after Conan's across the street here. And these buildings to the north also form a lot of the backdrop to the visibility of the rooftop addition. So in many places where you're seeing the addition, you're seeing it against these other buildings. But very significantly for us were the 2-story mansard roof at the top of the building, as well as these triple-height mansard towers at the south, east, and west, and then this crowning cupola, all of which were very prominent crowning elements, very appropriate to the building in this location at Broadway, looking out over the harbor. The building was bought around the turn of the century by J.P. Morgan's International Maritime Building. As I mentioned, rather than demolish it, they reclad it with tenants in place. They also raised the building by 1 story at that time and went from a 2-story mansard to a single-story mansard. And you can see here the bulkheads at the roof. There are 2 at the north and there's 1 at the south, all of which are 2 stories tall. These are some views of the bulkheads and other equipment on the roof. The bulkheads are constructed of cast stone with thorough seal over. They've been heavily altered over time. This south one, which you see on the lower right here, is the one that we propose to remove. The 2 at the north, which you are at the top right and bottom left, are for elevator overrides, and we would restore those, stripping off the thorough seal, replacing the windows and the like. And then this is the large cooling tower that sits at the west side of the building. This is the back side of it. That would be removed and put into the donut behind the proposed addition. This is a wonderful drawing that was done by Chambers in 1919 hard to read here, but if we've highlighted it. In red is the original building, designed by Kendall in 1882, with the tower coming up here. And then in white is the overlay of his redesigned building, showing it going up one more story, showing the mansard roof taking a slightly different taper. But this form here is what ultimately became the inspiration for the design that Laurent is going to present to you, which really takes that 1885 form and replicates it on the roof, setting it back from the sides fairly substantially, and using the mansard form and the tapering to reduce the visual impact on the roof. So that is the point at which I will let Laurent talk about the design.
All right. Laurent Macchio, I'm a partner with Gensler Architects of New York. So, thank you, Ward, and I think you described everything really well here. Let's move forward to the proposed design. So, yes, the building very much inspired us in terms of creating a modern addition that is compatible and inspired by the landmark building below. The mansard, as well as the dormers, became the guiding principles for this design. It is a two-story addition, but you can see that we made great efforts to make it feel like a single-story addition by using something like the spandrel right here, which keeps the glass continuous between the two floors and gives the appearance of it being a single pane window across the south facade. Zoning allows us a pretty broad envelope in terms of height and setbacks. I'm just going to skip quickly through that. Here's the existing building in an axisymmetric view, which shows, it's true that it's a little bit hard to see here, which shows the existing heights of some of the bulkhead elements, including the one we're proposing to remove at 23 foot 10. Here's the 2005 approved application, which was a two-story addition but for residential use. This is an office building. The entire building is office use only. There is no special use for the building other than retail at the base, at the ground floor. It's currently occupied by Citibank. All floors will be occupied by office tenants. We're very excited about the possibility that these two floors offer in terms of incredible views, but also experience from inside the building with column-free space. Here's a comparison of existing versus proposed, and it is our strong opinion that the south bulkhead service penthouse is not architecturally significant, and so that's why we're proposing to remove it. And then the other only element that is being added is the two elevator bulkheads at the very back, which are very minimally visible. These are required, of course, to access not only the office building portion, but also the roof, which is, by code, we're required to provide an enclosed staircase to access the unoccupied roof at the very top of the building. In an effort to minimize that intervention, the owner agreed to only bring two elevators, one at either end, east and west. There are currently two cores with three elevators that serve the whole building. Only two elevators in each core will access the top floor. Here's a side-by-side section. We have designed and are proposing the most minimal slab-to-slab that's appropriate for an office building use at 14-foot slab-to-slab, and a very minimal parapet for the non-accessible roof. Oh, thank you. Yes, so this illustrates how the cooling tower, which was previously very visible on the west side of the building, has been relocated in an area in the courtyard, completely invisible from anywhere at the street level or anywhere in the park even. It's completely behind the building. From a material standpoint, the intent is to build this addition with a genuine copper roofing material, and then clear glass, with the exception of the spandrel, which will mimic the adjacent clear glass, will be back painted and coplanar with the glass above and below. The existing bulk elements will be restored, and we're only using stone cladding for any masonry elements at the roof level. The facade and fenestration strategy really took inspiration, again, from elements that are present in the landmark building below. The hierarchy and the aperture ratio of double height openings is really took its cues from the 10th floor below, as illustrated here. It is important to note that copper, as you know, patinas over time. It is our intent to use genuine copper, and we can discuss possibilities when it comes to pre-patinated copper. We would prefer to build this roofing material out of genuine copper. So here's an approximation of what the copper would look like after 1 to 2 years. And then, as you know, copper, it ages a little bit more slowly than it used to in New York City. And so we're estimating that about 25 years from now, this is what it could look like. Envelope details, as I explained before, the intent is to make the proposed second level slab disappear completely behind a shadow box at the spandrel level. From a visibility standpoint, the addition is very minimally visible, if at all, from the immediately adjacent streets and from close by on the south side. We did renderings as well as built a mock-up of the addition. So here are views from Broadway, Bowling Green, which show to the left the mock-up, which you cannot see here. The rendering, the only difference is that the rendering shows the renovated bulkhead to the right. Here's a view from the west. You can see the orange portion is the mock-up. Right next to it is the existing cooling tower and the proposed rendering. Here's the existing mock-up seen from the southeast with the south mechanical penthouse, which interrupts the mock-up in 2 parts there. Here's stepping further back away from the building to the south. And additional views from Beaver Street. Yes, and then I'll let you take
Just very quickly, these are the mock-up views that were not rendered. From Beaver Street to the east, you're looking across Bowling Green, and you can see the rooftop addition in that angle. As you're coming down on Broadway, it's not until really you get just past the entrance to 26 Broadway that you start to see the addition here. And then from these additional views from the northwest on Greenwich Street, this is the existing cooling tower. You can see the mock-up sort of working behind that. And then an additional view from further west by Pier A, and one of the views from within Battery Park. The nature of the trees in Battery Park, you sort of come in and out and see it in places, don't see it in others. Most of the views from Battery Park, you're seeing it against the backdrop of the other buildings.
It's only in some of the more east and west angles where you really see it against the sky. So that's the mock-up, and it's
Are there any questions? Any testimony or comment? Andrea Goldman?
Afternoon, Chair Carroll and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldman, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy does not support this application for rooftop additions at 1 Broadway. The International Mercantile Marine Company building is an anchor of the historic financial district. It's one of a group of masonry-clad towers from the late 19th and early 20th centuries, clustered near Bowling Green. It has a particular significance at the base of Broadway across from Battery Park. Unlike so many other buildings in Manhattan, there are unobstructed views of 3 facades from the street, across the park, from blocks away, perhaps from Governor's Island. I took a walk around the other day. The proposed rooftop addition is tall and bulky, and at this unique location, highly visible. It alters the proportions of the landmark, and although it does draw inspiration from the historic mansard roof, it also draws attention away from that feature and the entire building. We urge the Commission to ask the architects to rethink this proposal and present a more modest and respectful modification. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. From the LPC designation report, quote, "This building, which served as the company's New York headquarters as well as its booking office, was one of the first major modern steamship buildings that gave this section of Lower Broadway the name Steamship Row in the 20s and assisted in transforming the street into the canyon of neoclassical masonry office towers familiar to this day," end quote. The International Mercantile Marine Company building is the anchor of Broadway, and its location at the foot of Manhattan allows for generous views of the entire structure. Introducing a highly glazed, visible rooftop addition atop a masonry building, and in the masonry context, the designation report specifically mentions is inappropriate. The addition should be lowered a story so that the fenestration is not visible, or be reconfigured in a pattern that better relates to the window openings of the building and does not draw attention to itself. This building was elegantly altered in 1921. Its third alteration should follow suit. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this application? Okay, and we have a resolution from Manhattan Community Board 1 recommending that the Landmarks Preservation Commission reject the application. Would you like to respond to the comments?
Sure, briefly. It's late.
As both the Conservancy and HDC mentioned, this is a building that does have generous views, and that was very much in our minds when we were looking at how to design the rooftop addition for it. And we think that this is a building that can have a visible rooftop addition. The Commission had that same opinion 14 years ago, and hopefully we'll have the same opinion again now. We have gone to great strides to make this to make it a single object and to try to find the right balance between contemporary design and something that references the history of the building and the site and is appropriate to this particular location.
So just one question, Denny, about the previous proposal or approval. The Commission approved volumes that flank the water tower or the mechanical tower in the middle, sort of identifying that as the most prominent feature, and had approved flanking lower additions, which did 2 things. It made it less visible than the proposed addition today, and not visible from some of the locations where this is visible. But it also was a completely different approach. It sort of read more as, well, as it kind of accepted the 1921 top of the building as is, and sort of treated them as kind of almost discrete installations on top. This is a different approach, which sort of is inspired by a mansard that no longer exists, where he then sort of puts it on top, but doesn't start at a point where a mansard could typically start. So I think that the kind of comparison to the previous approval is a little different. So I guess besides visibility and the typical things that we would look at, can you maybe respond to some of the comments about whether or not mansard on top of a kind of a different type of top of the building, and whether that competes with or detracts from the current top of the building?
Yeah, sure. This is the previous addition. As you can see, it's much closer to the facade. So even though it's a single story at the lower levels, it's closer to the facade. So it does have visibility from those longer views. And it also had taller pieces above. We, in doing this, as I said before, we very much tried to pull everything back. And we were drawn partially to the mansard because it allowed us to taper off the form and not have a big box on top of a mansard, which we felt was a different sort of competition. The other thing, as I mentioned, by having it as a single volume and removing all of the equipment into the light well, we don't have the sort of competing up and down village aspect happening on the roof. And we think that that is an appropriate direction as well. In terms of competition, there is a balance there, and it's trying to find, we looked at a lot of different options, and some of the more modern ones came off with different kind of competition. So we really felt that the tapering of the form mitigated some of the visibility and created an opportunity to do something different that would be appropriate on this particular building.
Are there any other questions? All right, so I guess we'll have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? And close discussion. Michael?
Yeah, I think this doesn't work in its current configuration. I think that I think you hit the nail on the head when you identified the weirdness of the mansard on mansard. That's just an odd form. I think that more of the loss of the original building, that was quite a zesty building. It would have been a hell of a lot easier to add to it too, but that's like, I think that the curse of the building is its visibility at great distances, and I think that while the visibility is reasonable-ish close in, I think once you get to those further out, but yet quite public and quite visible to the public angles, the thing just loses its proportionality as a rooftop element. And the precedents cited, but not shown in the presentation, but in the package, I think prove that point. The Joralemon building on Broadway really looks like a single story with a reveal, basically, a shadow reveal. And because of your ability to look at it, I don't think you even see much of the reveal. And the Marble building at the Canal Street, at the tunnel entrance, also basically because of its visibility looks like a single story element. This has the unfortunate reality that you can see all of it. So I think that a visible rooftop addition is feasible here, but I think that first of all, I got to sharpen the pencil and try to tighten up the floor-to-floor dimensions if at all possible. Explore using concrete instead of steel. Explore other ways of making it skinnier for an office use. I think we have seen office uses. I think it's several that were in the 12-foot range. I think that the general concept has to be looked at, like you were suggesting. I think that while the idea of going with a kind of expanded bulkhead, a la maybe the Apthorpe, might be a possibility, I think that you could also look at the proportions of the mansard itself. Wasn't there a building downtown where we approved a second, an extension of the mansard a long time ago for the architect's name, one architect who was here last week? It was no, it was a lower Broadway building. I forget it. Anyway, so it was a second-story mansard extension. I don't know. I think you can have something visible here. I think it's unavoidable, and I think it could be 2 stories if it's handled with skill. But it's got to maintain the proportions of the building and the kind of design integrity of the building.
I think that I agree with Michael. There's something about in the attempt to match the materiality, that it takes away from the distance from the mass end of the building and the attraction of that floor right below it. Interestingly, the jack-in-the-box quality of the existing with the different materials makes it disappear. So when you're standing in the battery park, you don't see all that stuff on top of the roof. You just see the fucking copper roof line. So I don't know. There is a solution, I think, like that. But I don't think that's it.
I think it needs to be significantly reduced. I actually, at this point, I'm more in favor of the previously approved addition.
I too share, that they lost the original rooftop, it would be extremely nice to have. But I do see that in the 1882 and 1885 rooftop photograph, there's some sort of a shape there that is similar, but obviously this is grossly out of proportion. This is a little too big, and I think that there's something to be said to be there that if you want to go back in terms of context or some sort of form up there, there's something to be said, and we can restore the original view.
Okay, so I think we don't have, Pam, did you want to, I'm sorry.
I don't have anything more to add, everything's already been said.
So I think we don't have support today to vote on this, and I think that some commissioners are open to potentially a 2-story addition if you can, grapple with floor-to-floor heights, visibility, and proportionality of its relationship to the existing roof. I think others have concerns about the 2-story height, and I'm not sure that's something that needs to be more significantly reduced. And so I think that your study on proportionality and your sort of general conceptual approach, and you'll have to think about that carefully as you think about the sort of various positions around the table. And so, I think that while we all, I think, are intrigued by the original mansard, I think it's a little complicated to reference it when you have a different top on the building now. And I think that in that sort of form, if you're going to go with that because it favors, I also think it's sort of this is at odds with typology because it's not swinging from the right point. It's not particularly doing what that's going to do. So I think even in that approach, and the idea of doing something more singular, I think you need to kind of refine that and refine it. The comments that you've heard around the table and on it. So we'll take no action today and we'll see that. So that's the last item for today. Thank you all for a long day. No, they're going to come back.